must be very clear that the terrorist group in Pakistan is not these names which come up frequently, but it is the army and ISI. Till they are taken to task, these guys will keep propping up. They will lie low for some time, they will assemble again, but it is the army's leadership, and army has to be taken care. Number one. Second thing, what the Vice Admiral Pramod said, the DG Naval Operation. Two things: that Navy is absolutely present to deter. Mind you, the Navy ships and the submarines, whenever they leave harbor, Maria, they are all fully loaded with their full war outfit, right? And they have ability to hit not only to the ships at sea, but they have the ability to hit inside the land on a given target and very accurately. For example, when they say there was a BrahMos attack, you do not know who launched the BrahMos because it will not be mentioned. It's armed forces. It is possible that either the Navy or the Army or the Air Force, all three can launch and very accurately. And sadly for them, that this missile cannot be tracked because of being supersonic. And therefore somebody says we jammed it, and this is all rubbish. Something which is going at 3 Mach 3 times the speed of sound, there's no question of it jamming, but it doesn't give you any time. So what the Navy is saying, that if they are told now, they will annihilate total annihilation of Karachi harbor like they did in 71. Even now, they're not very far from Karachi. Full firepower is available. None of the merchant ships or the warships of Pakistan Navy have entered or left Karachi harbor from the day they are deployed. So that is deterrence. It is the fear of getting shot.
Okay, so that's
And that nav
deterrence
area
strong enough.
warning which has been issued, yeah.
Okay,
The
that's
nav
very
area
well
warning is,
explained, sir. But sir,
yeah.
I'm going to ask both of you in 30 seconds. Please respond to my next question. What has been some very, very unfortunate trolling of Foreign Secretary and the two women officers? I mean, what kind of negativity is being spread online? They were the face of communication, and they did a damn good job at it, sir.
Yes, absolutely. It's terrible what's happened on the social media, and Foreign Secretary had to make his tweets private now. His Twitter handle private. Listen, the three of them were doing their duty, and they've done it wonderfully well in a very professional manner. And the guys who are doing this are not Indians; they are anti-nationals. Let's put it this way: the three officers did their job and they did it well. And may I add that, added to all this clamor of the trolling that's happening, we really do not know how many handles are from the other side, that is Pakistani side, trying to spread disaffection against our officers. Our officers are professional, whether it's civil or military, and that's it. The trolling is horrendous and must stop.
Sir, Vice
Well,
Admiral Sinha, your thought on this?
yeah, Maria, see, this is the trouble of the time. People, because the information is available readily, and secondly, it's very difficult to identify the real person behind the trolling. You
Yes, sir.
don't know who's doing. Quite possible people are doing from outside India, but I won't rule out that even some Indians, they are quite capable of doing things like this. I don't wish to name them, but there are people who don't have so much of nationalistic feeling. They are the ones who do this. Our officers are grade A officers, all of them. And I can tell you that it doesn't make a difference to them. They might just come up as a response, but neither Vikram Misri nor those two young officers of Army and the Air Force, they are very professional. To them, all this really don't matter, Maria. They are doing their job and they know that the job they are doing is professional. They only need to be appreciated by their bosses, which they would have done. All of us retired veteran community, as they appreciated them, we have privately told them that well done, just keep batting. So I think that these things will happen, and I don't think we should get bogged down with this, Maria.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha and Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. We also have an exclusive interview where Nazir Masoodi has spoken to Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. This is for the first time that Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister has spoken since Operation Sindoor. What are the big takeaways? Let's listen in.
It is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has by design unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters?
Ceasefire holds along the LOC and international border. Army says no incidents reported. It is the first calm night in recent days. At 12 noon is when the India-Pakistan DGMOs will take to the hotline. Top military level talks on hotline today. Government highlights the big success of Operation Sindoor. High-value terrorists killed, over 100 terrorists killed in 9 terror hubs targeted in the precision strike. IC-814 Pulwama perpetrators eliminated. Support grows for trolled Foreign Secretary. IAS IPS Officers Association back Vikram Misri. Pakistan trolls targeted Indian officers. United States announces major trade deal with China. This is a significant breakthrough in US-China trade talks. Asian markets cheer. After days of air sirens and blackouts, it appears certainly it's normalcy. All seems to be well. And the frontiers of India are calm. That's what it appears this morning. Here's a special report by Harsha, who has been reporting from Jaisalmer.
Are on a heightened sense of alertness, but life has sort of returned to normal. In fact, in the day, you can see people going about their daily business, but in the evenings, they have been asked to sort of return indoors. This is at about 7:30 in the evening when the blackout begins. So that's quite early, really, in the evening for the western districts, but that's how it is, and that's how it's going to probably remain for the next few days until the situation actually eases as far as the border districts are concerned. But having said that, there has been no activity actually reported, apart from a little bit of drone movement that some people reported from Barmer. The collector also tweeted about it. Then she also went on her Twitter handle to say that, don't give in to social media speculation. No drones have been shot over Barmer. Similarly, in Jaisalmer also, the siren went off for a few minutes in the early hours of the morning. But again, no activity reported, no sounds of explosions heard. So we are assuming that it's much calmer, in fact, much calmer than what it was, say, even a night before. People are going about their business as usual. But of course, the blackouts will remain in place. Border area, the restrictions will definitely be there for local people movement, at least for the next 36 to 48 hours, is what we've been told by the police and the BSF personnel. And the state government also remains on a heightened sense of alert. Extra police forces have been deployed in these border districts, and all these precautionary measures, I can now call them, will remain in place till further orders.
Let's go to Firozpur. That's where Gurpreet Chinna continues to report for NDTV. We have those visuals coming in from across the country. These are largely the border districts along the LOC and international border on your screens. Rajouri, Jaisalmer, Pahalgam, Aknoor. People have started their lives. Shops have opened. Schools, whether schools are open or not, perhaps Gurpreet will be able to explain to us. Is it an extended chutti for the children?
Well, yes, we have seen as a precaution in all the border areas of Punjab, they have already extended 1 day more holiday for the children, because they don't want to take any chance, because today there is a very crucial meeting which is going to happen on these issues. But right now we are in Firozpur. We have seen here life is total calm, life is total normal. The people have already restored their works also, their routine works they have already started. Some of the people, we are reporting from one of the parks from Firozpur. We can see, ma'am, there is no restriction, nothing. The life is normal.
Life is all normal over here. 2 to 3 days back, it was quite scary. बट आज से बच्चों के स्कूल भी शुरू हो गए हैं. अभी कल से शुरू हो जाएंगे. आज तो अभी स्कूल बंद ही हैं. पर मार्केट्स में सब लोगों ने अपना काम शुरू कर दिया है. हॉस्पिटल सारे पूरे चल रहे हैं. एंड एवरीथिंग इज़ फाइन. वी आर क्वाइट एट पीस. जंग आपा जीत गया. जय जवान जय किसान.
आप डॉक्टर हो तो आपने हॉस्पिटल जाना आना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि आप
बंद ही नहीं किया था. हमने कभी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हम ब्लैकआउट के टाइम भी काम कर रहे थे.
लेकिन अभी कह रहे हैं कि ब्लैकआउट वॉलंटरली है, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है.
फिरोजपुर में ब्लैकआउट का पूरा पालन हो रहा है.
तो आप भी देख रहे हैं, मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, कुछ लोग जिम जा रहे हैं, तो पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया.
सब पहले तो काफ़ी सिचुएशन काफ़ी पैनिक थी, लेकिन आज की डेट में जैसे कल से बच्चों के स्कूल खुल जाएंगे तो रूटीन सब लोग अपनी रूटीन लाइफ में वापस आ रहे हैं।
तो 2 दिन पहले देखा है कि ड्रोन मूवमेंट्स होती है, उसके बाद यहाँ से बहुत रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं। हमने लगातार कई विलेज जो बॉर्डर के गांव हैं वहाँ भी गए हैं, लोग वापस आना शुरू हो गए। यहाँ से भी कई लोग चले गए थे, सब वापस आ रहे हैं।
सब धीरे धीरे कर सभी वापस आ रहे हैं। जैसे फिरोजपुर के गांव में ड्रोन अटैक हुआ था, वहाँ पर 3 बंदे जो थे वो सीरियस कंडीशन में थे, जो एक की तो डेथ हो गई थी। तो रूटीन लाइफ में जैसे चल रहा है बस वैसे लाइफ में सभी को आना चाहिए। जैसे भी फिरोजपुर का माहौल है, जैसे हम पीस के हिसाब से हम चलते हैं तो पीस के हिसाब से यहाँ पे होना चाहिए।
देखिए, लास्ट नाइट वी हैव सीन लाइफ वाज वेरी वेरी काम एंड देयर वाज नो सायरन, नो imposed blackout, but yes, voluntarily they had given some guidelines if people they are supposed to follow. तो आप वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पार्क में, अब पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया है?
हाँ जी नॉर्मल, टोटली नॉर्मल जी। ਇਹ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾ ਜੀ, ਦੋਨੋਂ ਉਧਰਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਰਾ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆ। ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਜੀ, ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕਾਰੋਬਾਰ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ।
तो बिल्कुल, क्योंकि कुछ दिन पहले हमने देखा था टेंशन हुई थी यहाँ पे, लोग यहाँ से कहीं और भी जा रहे थे, लेकिन अब लग रहा है कि पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया क्योंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से भी कोई भी ऐसी गाइडलाइंस नहीं दी गई। कल रात को तो खास करके बिल्कुल भी नहीं दी।
नहीं, कल रात को गाइडलाइन थी स्कूल, आज स्कूल बंद हैं। आज स्कूल बंद हैं, फिर भी माहौल तो आज अब भी डीसी का ऑर्डर है, माहौल बाहर ना निकलो, अभी ऑर्डर है इनके। पर एक बार तो हर बार होना चाहिए था, ये जो बात हुई है एक बार तो हर बार होना चाहिए। पाकिस्तान बाज नहीं आएगा, पाकिस्तान ने बाज नहीं आना, उसने दोबारा हरकत करनी है। एक बार तो मोदी को पूरा जोश लेकर काम करना चाहिए था।
तो बिल्कुल, लेकिन जो लाइफ है, अगर बात करें सिचुएशन की ग्राउंड पे, तो सिचुएशन कैसी देख रहे हैं?
सिचुएशन बहुत नॉर्मल है, यहाँ आगे से बहुत बेहतर है। शुक्र शनिवार बहुत माड़ी थी, लोग बाहर भाग रहे थे, लेकिन अब जो है बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लाइफ है, बिजनेस उस तरह चल रहा है।
तो आप भी, हम देख रहे थे लगातार यहाँ पे कई दिन से यहाँ पे थे, आप भी बातचीत कर रहे थे लोगों से, तो आप बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लग रही है।
बिल्कुल इस समय जो माहौल है बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है। रात को भी बिल्कुल नॉर्मल रहा, लेकिन जो डीसी के आर्डर थे वो ब्लैक आउट अपने आप करनी है आपने, मतलब कि हम सायरन नहीं देंगे आपको, लेकिन माहौल बिल्कुल ठीक है। जो ये सीज फायर हुआ है ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ है, ये दोनों देशों के लिए ठीक है। तो क्योंकि पाकिस्तान को पता तो लग ही गया, इंडिया भी एक पावर है।
Well, here we are getting reaction from these residents of Firozpur. They say life is calm and normal, and normalcy has been in everywhere of this border area of Punjab. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you for getting us those voices of the morning walkers, Gurpreet. What is the situation right now in Srinagar? Remember, the DGMOs will be taking to the hotline, in fact, roughly around 12 noon, and that's perhaps from where the headline will also emerge. So let's listen in to what Shivaroor had to say about the situation in Srinagar.
It is actually surreal to receive the Indian Army's message this morning saying that last night was the first night which was largely peaceful and no major incidents of any violations of any kind, because the Army consistently since the beginning of this season of tensions between India and Pakistan has had updates about ceasefire violations, drone attacks and things like that. We ourselves have seen it firsthand, both at the line of control and even here in the airspace over Srinagar. But on the second day after this understanding was reached between India and Pakistan, right in the middle of very, very high-octane combat between the two sides, it seems after those initial troubles, initial violations that took place night before last night was largely peaceful. I have to admit I didn't get very much sleep last night because there was a belief that there would be updates from our contacts in different parts of the line of control in the Kashmir sector and in the Jammu sector as well. There were rumors right through the night of firing and drone attacks, etc. But it's good to see that the army has now put all of that to rest and said that this has been the first peaceful night with no incidents whatsoever. Obviously, this sets the stage for the conversation over the hotline between the two Director Generals of Military Operations, Major General Kashif Abdullah of Pakistan, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai of India. This is, of course, prefixed by a message that was sent by the Indian DGMO to his counterpart yesterday, just before that briefing by the armed forces, where it was conveyed in no uncertain terms that the initial violations past that understanding may be explained as some teething troubles or some units not getting the message in time, etc. But from this night onwards was the real test, and since it's gone peacefully, I think the decks are cleared for hopefully some kind of a healthy conversation put between the two DGMOs. And let's make no mistake, it means that Pakistan has got the message as well.
Around 6:30 p.m. yesterday, the 4 DGMOs, in fact, the 3 DGMOs and Major General S.S. Sharda briefed the press with regards to details of Operation Sindoor. Remember, these were the officers who were leading the entire operation, and hence India sending a message that there is a new red line, a new doctrine in place as far as the security paradigm of the country is concerned. Let's listen in to the DGMOs.
A decision was taken to strike where it would hurt, and towards that in a swift, coordinated, calibrated attack, we struck his air bases, command centers, military infrastructure, air defense systems across the entire Western Front. The bases we struck include Chaklala, Rafiki, and mind you, Chaklala is Islamabad. Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, sending a clear message that aggression will not be tolerated.
Forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a decisive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously.
So what was the role of the Indian Navy in particular became clear from that press conference when a senior Navy officer, Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, actually told the press that their role was that of a deterrent posture with a full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi port at a time of our choosing. So we have been wondering the role of Indian Navy in particular in this entire Operation Sindoor. That became clear from that press conference. Aishwarya Jain joins us. Aishwarya, India has maintained that India's response has been measured, non-escalatory and responsible from day one. And what appeared from the 4 soldiers who addressed the press and told the world that it was an act of aggression which came from Pakistan, and India has set a new red line as far as the security doctrine is concerned, and also that this is the new normal between the two countries. If there is a terror strike on Indian soil, then India will be striking the terror pads and also the military bases in Pakistan.
Well, that's the straight line that has been drawn by the Indian Army, that future terror activities would be considered as an act of war, and India will be responding accordingly. Yesterday's press conference by 4 of the generals were very brief. It was detailed in nature. The amount of proofs and the evidences that were given through the visuals, through the pictures that were completely neutralized by the Indian Armed Forces were strategic, and those were the hit points as far as the terror infrastructures in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir concerned. Yesterday's press conference also had given a brief about how Indian Navy was very much active, and it was full authority that was given to Indian Navy as to choose the time if the things escalate, but they were ready with full strength. Today it is, of course, at 1200 hours when the DG MO level talks will be conducted between India and Pakistan. This is the second time after the ceasefire was announced between India and Pakistan on Saturday. And yesterday it was stated by DGMO Rajiv Ghai that last 3 to 4 days was nothing less than a war, and also stated that the Chief of Army Staff had given full authority to Indian Army to counteract if there are any misadventures done by Pakistan as well. It is, of course, at 1200 hours today when the DGMOs of India and Pakistan will speak and they will be deciding on the modalities of the longevity of the bilateral understanding that has happened between the Indian Army and Pakistani Army.
That's right. The new normal of deterrence set by India convincingly and emphatically. Really appreciate your time. We'll see how it plays out today, Aishwarya, particularly the series of meetings which could happen at the Prime Minister's residence. The presence of Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod actually made the journalists there in that conference hall very, very curious. And then came the moment when he explained the role of the Indian Navy. Here's a quick wrap-up by Shivarud.
The decks are cleared for a crucial conversation between the Director Generals of Military Operations of Pakistan, Major General Kashif Abdullah, and India, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, at 12 noon today. Remember, this was an agreed conversation that would take place 48 hours after the ceasefire understanding was arrived at on the 10th of May, just hours after India had struck 11 air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. Now, this conversation will set the template perhaps of the working relationship on the line of control and an international border after what has been 20 days of very, very high-octane violations, crossfire, and a huge escalation that took place for 4 days under India's Operation Sindoor. Now, as NDTV has reported, it was India's precision strikes on 11 premier air bases of the Pakistan Air Force, radar facilities, sensor facilities, and areas very close to Pakistan's strategic and nuclear elements that finally forced Pakistan to plead with the United States practically to intervene and then pick up the phone and call India and request a ceasefire. Having said that, the army has confirmed that after the initial violations that took place in the hours following that understanding, last night was the first peaceful night on the international border and Jammu and Kashmir. The army's statement does not specifically mention the line of control and it is not clear if we are to interpret this as leaving room for some small violations or escalations in different parts of the LOC, but there is no reason to believe that may be true because at this point of time we are building up now to that meeting or that hotline conversation over the phone between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan.
Update coming in now. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will hold a key security review meeting. Key meeting will be happening at the Chief Minister's residence. Top Maha government leaders will be in huddle today. Who all are likely to be present in this meeting and why are we calling this a security review meeting? Perhaps Radhika will be able to explain that to our viewers. Radhika, over to you.
An important meeting will be chaired by Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Also present will be Deputy CMs and other officials from civil defense. So this meeting is primarily about strengthening and also enhancing civil-military coordination. We know for a fact that a high-level security review meeting was conducted on Friday to assess the preparedness as far as the state security is concerned. Several top officials were. A lot of instructions are also given by Chief Minister in terms of conducting full-scale mock drills, a dedicated war rooms that is to be set up, and also building a public awareness. Besides, also looking into cyber crimes as well. And besides that, on-ground vigilance, coordination with various agencies, including maritime and aerial surveillance. All that was discussed as part of Friday's review meeting, but it has gone one step further, whereby civil defense officials and coordination between civil defense and military will be discussed in today's meeting, once again to enhance and assess state preparedness and coordination and enhance the current security apparatus in the state.
Right, Radhika, we'll keep coming to you when that meeting actually begins at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And even as India spoke about the success of Operation Sindoor, the faces of this entire operation, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, are being mercilessly trolled online. The ICE Officers Association came out in solidarity against the officer, saying that this is an unwarranted personal attacks against them. The IPS Officers Association has also condemned the personal attacks on Vikram Misri, saying such unwarranted assaults on civil servants committed to their duties is unacceptable and intolerable. Let's listen in to the reactions which came in from Dr. Shashi Tharoor and also from Salman Khurshid, two senior Congress leaders coming out vehemently backing the faces of the communication of this government during Operation Sindoor. Dr. Tharoor, my last question to you, and this is with regards to very, very unfortunate trolling of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the
By whom? For what?
Yes, so he is being trolled through the day, and also the two women officers who were the face of communication. Last time when we spoke, you had lauded the entire communication strategy of the government of India. I mean, it's very unfortunate that a career diplomat is being trolled in the manner in which he is being. There are a lot of negative, comments coming his way, and he has gone private. I mean, his entire X handle is now private.
I mean, I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was being trolled, and I find it preposterous. I think young Vikram Misri has done an outstanding job. He has worked very hard, very long hours, and an extremely, extremely hardworking and effective voice for India, along with the two lady officers who I think both spoke calmly, professionally, without any hysteria, and in a wonderfully impressive way. I cannot understand who on earth would troll, and I'm not even sure I understand what kind of trolling and why there was. I mean, what were they critical of? What could these people have done differently or better?
A few hours ago, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has been, has faced relentless trolling, and so have the two women officers, Sophia Qureshi and also Vyomika Singh. They were the face of communication for these 4 days that we have seen. How unfortunate do you think it is? I mean, to target a diplomat who has been working tirelessly, to target two officials who were presenting the decisions and actions taken by the executive and also by the military?
Well, I think it's very, very sad because we can say without any hesitation that these three have been a remarkable face of our determination, the clarity of purpose, determination, and the sense of confidence that they gave. All three of them have been remarkable, and I see no problem there at all. There are people in the country who will troll anybody for decisions that are taken at a higher level and decisions that are taken in the enlightened self-interest in modern times. We are not a country of jingoists. We are a country that believes in protecting its rights and its sovereignty, but it's also a country that believes in the nature of diplomatic interaction with the world. And constraining our top officers by putting this kind of pressure on them is very sad. It's really very sad. I would just salute them, and I believe that the best that we can offer to them, we should truly proud of the work they've done.
And it certainly appears that markets have given a big thumbs up to the India-Pakistan ceasefire. Sensex has jumped over 1,800 points and markets surge over 2%. Nifty spikes over 500 points. How should this be read? Sakshi is joining us. Sakshi?
Absolutely. Well, a marvelous Monday on Dalal Street. We have seen the benchmark indices surge over 2%, the Nifty and the Sensex witnessing sharp gains, the Sensex up over 1,800 points, the Nifty up over 550 points as we speak. Investor confidence really back. Experts believe that, look, of course, investors are cheering the India-Pakistan ceasefire decision, and that really can be witnessed across sectors. We've seen the broader market surge. We've seen sectoral indices witness sharp gains. And remember, just in early trade, we've seen a quick and a swift extension of these gains. You know, we had the Sensex up over 1,500 points just minutes ago, and now it's up over 1,800 points. So the pace at which markets are really celebrating this decision, remember, of course, global cues have also been upbeat. Markets are also celebrating the fact that, look, the US-China trade deals and trade talks have taken place and are in progress. Substantial progress has been made, as the White House has said. And we saw Asian markets also surge, and that's also boosted sentiment for India's stock markets.
All right. Sakshi, thank you so much for joining us. And the principal opposition party, that is the Congress, has sought a special parliament session. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress chief, has written to the Prime Minister, and Congress chief has assured government all support. Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, has also written to Prime Minister seeking a special session to discuss Operation Sindoor and also the aftermath which played out post the Pahalgam attack. Remember, the government has been taking the opposition on board on all fronts immediately after the Pahalgam terror attacks which happened on 22nd of April. There was a all-party meeting. It was followed by a day after Operation Sindoor was conducted by the government of India and the armed forces. Now it appears that what happened during the ceasefire is what the opposition wishes to know, and the mails or letters being sent by Rahul Gandhi and Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. We have Sunil Prabhu joining us live on this story. But before that, let's listen in to what Mr. Kharge said.
हम पहले से ही डिमांड कर रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट बुलाइए, सभी लोग डिस्कस करेंगे क्या स्थिति है और आगे क्या कर रहे हैं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ, ये अच्छी बात है और लोगों के लिए बहुत शांति और समाधान आया है, इसके लिए हम खुश हैं। हमारे देश को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए जो कुछ भी होता है, हमने पहले ही बोला कि हम सरकार को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
युद्ध स्थगित हुआ तो हम उसके लिए खुश हैं is the message. That good that it did not happen. But you know, Sunil, officially there was no declaration of war. It was more of a conflict playing out between India and Pakistan is the larger sense, because it's a very technical phrase when the country declares to be at war with another country. But coming to the question, the opposition has lots of questions with regards to particularly the ceasefire. Why did India agree for a ceasefire within 4 days? With the details which have come out in the public domain already, particularly by the DGMOs who were leading this operation, are you of the opinion that there could be a special session, or that's highly unlikely, or perhaps an all-party meeting by the government now?
Well, I think, as you rightly pointed out, firstly, there's been bipartisan support, right from Pahalgam, when those horrific killings happened. I think the bipartisan support, be it the opposition, be it the government, they have worked together and stayed united. There have been questions, of course, of intelligence failure and the lack of the personnel not being there at Pahalgam. But be that as it may, I think everybody has spoken in one voice. They've then demanded full action by the government and fully supported full justice towards those victims of terror and their families. And ultimately, the government of India acted with the armed forces doing what they had to do. And it's in that backdrop that we have seen that face-off. As you rightly pointed out, it wasn't war, because declaration of war is done by the President of India. It's an emergency provision, which has happened last in 1971. But in this time round, it was a complete face-off where both India and Pakistan, be it on air, be it on sea, be it on the ground, they continued to attack each other. And it's in that backdrop that I think finally there was some intervention, the opposition saying, how come the United States is claiming credit, even though our Ministry of External Affairs have been trying to stress and explain that it was bilateral, it was the DGMO of the Pakistan to speak to our counterpart and ask for cessation. It's in that context that the opposition wants to be taken into confidence. You're right, I don't think a special session will happen. They haven't had one. The last was when when Parliament was in session held, when China attacked us. We haven't seen that in recent times. Will they do an all-party meeting? That's something that we'll have to wait and see, because it's right now, it's Operation Sindoor, which is still in motion, and it's early days at this stage.
All right, Sunil, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us all the details. Now, getting a quick update for our viewers who may be heading to airports. Remember, there are 32 airports which are shut as a precautionary measure. And the Civil Aviation Ministry says that these airports will remain shut, these 32 airports, till May 15th. And airlines have issued advisory to passengers. But as far as major airports, that is Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, are concerned, and many others are functioning normally, and the commercial flights and the civilian flights are continuing. Let's bring in Let me bring in Tanushka, who's joining us live on this. Tanushka, is there a possibility of a rethink now that there has been one full night of calm and peace?
A rethink is definitely on the cards, and has been the question rather. May 15th is until when these 32 airports are to remain temporarily shut for civil flight services, and the Civil Aviation Ministry continues to remain status quo on this until May 15th. As of now, all of these 32 airports are to remain shut, and temporarily shut, that is, some of them being Srinagar, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, to name a few of these 32 airports. Of course, these are very high-risk areas that were taking stock of the situation amid the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan with the ongoing war that has now come to a ceasefire. So now the ceasefire brings about the question of whether or not, or until how long will these airports continue to remain shut. Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, took to social media platform X and says that in view of the ceasefire, he also urges the Aviation Ministry as well as the DGCA to reopen these airports and to resume civil flight operations, as many pilgrims who were supposed to be in Medina right now for the Haji pilgrimage have not been able to make it yet to Medina, which is why he urges that it is important that now, with at least also a night of complete calm, it's important to now go back to complete normalcy with respect to these 32 airports as well. And the airlines also, of course, continue to maintain the same instructions and advisories from the ministry, be it Indigo, Air India, Akasa. All of them have also been ensuring full refunds and waivers of cancellations of these flights as well. And as far as Delhi airport is concerned, Mumbai airport, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, as you also mentioned, they continue to function normally. So metro city airports continue to function normally, but the 32 airports, as mentioned in the notum by the Aviation Ministry, will remain shut temporarily until May 15th. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us and getting us all the updates. On that note, we are slipping into a short break, and then we'll return with all the news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Ceasefire holds along LOC international border. Army says no incidents. It is the first calm night in recent days. Top military level law talks on hotline today. India-Pakistan DGMOs will speak at 12 noon. India's Operation Sindoor is a huge strategic and military success. High-value terrorists killed, over 100 terrorists killed in 9 terror hubs. IC-814 and Pulwama terror perpetrators eliminated. Support grows for told Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. IAS and IPS associations back Vikram Misri. Top Congress leaders come out in his support.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes
India's Operation Sindoor was a significant demonstration of India's military and strategic prowess. It was a blend of military and non-military means. How should ceasefire post that be seen? Let's bring in the guests who are joining us at this hour. We have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor joining us. Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh is joining us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, sir. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, your reading particularly after what the DGMOs told the world. I mean, a clear message of a new normal between the two countries. Sir, if you can unmute yourself.
No, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Loud and clear, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. In my appreciation, it is a calm at the moment. We should not let our guards down. The action after the ceasefire was announced on the morning of 11th, on the night rather, the enemy took to a resort wherein they started sending drones and a couple of missiles were fired. It was only late at night, day before, that the sense prevailed and they stopped. So in my appreciation, as far as the services go, the hostilities are still on. It's a pause so as to speak in the operations, and we are viewing the enemy moves very closely.
Wing Commander Singh, your assessment of the press conference which was held, I mean, the messaging was loud and clear in terms of what India managed to achieve and what is the larger, arrangement, or should I say rules of engagement between the two countries. Even that has been redefined now.
Yeah, Maria, very clearly it has been brought out that this operation and what was the operation about, what were the targets, what we could achieve, what we wanted to achieve. And the retaliation, how it was handled by our armed forces, and a very coordinated and amalgamated effort, I would say, of the nation's will, the political will, as well as the armed forces action, has been very clearly defined even through with the press conference yesterday also. However, a very important point that had come out yesterday is the change in the doctrine, which says that any act of war against India from there on will be treated as an act of war. So there's a very clear-cut stance that the government has defined now that any other further, not just escalations, forget an escalation, even a terrorist attack or an act of terrorism will be treated as an act of war. So there's a no tolerance, a zero tolerance, which we've communicated loud and clear to the world.
Zero tolerance to terrorism is the message which is coming in from India. But Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, the role of Indian Navy also became clear in that press conference when Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod actually spoke about they were in deterrence position. Their role was that to ensure that in case if something happens, and they had actually sent a message that the Navy's carrier, battle group, surface forces, submarines and aviations were deployed at sea with full combat readiness. So the point was that they were looking at the Karachi port and in full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, and including Karachi at the time of our choosing. That was the message that came in from the Indian Navy.
In all parlance is called a silent service. Yes. Their effects are not as visual as what the Air Force and the Army does, because it is visible to everybody. But what Navy does has a far-reaching effect. Now, the Indian Navy had deployed in the Arabian Sea much before, after Pahalgam incident, and they were doing exercise over the area. Our Navy is about 6 to 8 times more in strength, but there is no match in the capability and the training of the naval personnel. So when the hostilities began, our ships started to move northbound towards Karachi, and the coastline is about 1,000 kilometers, Pakistani coastline, right from Gwadar to Karachi. So the ships and the battle carrier groups were so positioned that in case the hostilities were announced, or if the enemy went into doing some action which was not conducive to us, the ships at that stage could have been turned, marked as hostile. So what happens in the naval parlance is that your country waters are till about 12 nautical miles. Beyond that are international waters. So staying 12 nautical miles away, and if a designated hostile ship is told by our Navy, then when we are right within our purview, once the hostilities have been declared, to attack that helicopter, attack that ship, and not allow that ship to move towards the harbor. So Karachi, in a way, was surrounded, and Pakistan does not have much reserves with it. In my guess, not more than 3 to 4 days of oil, fuel, because they import everything, like many countries. They import everything. So if the blockade is done, it will start to directly affect on their war waging ability, and that was the role of Navy by posturing. So the message had gone that in case you do anything, the southern front of Pakistan would get into action.
And before I let you go, another word particularly on that how India and the tri-services worked in complete sync. The Pakistani military installations were also struck by Indian strikes. They were precise and calibrated in nature, and India has that capability to strike inside Pakistan in the mainland, and that's what particularly the Air Vice Marshal communicated.
For your viewers and benefit of all those who are watching,
yes, sir.
This particular operation, 4 days, was, in my personal opinion, a turning point in India's presence at the global scene. I tweeted last night to say India has arrived. Now, quickly, I'll put across why I feel this way. First, we struck after 1971 on the first day, on the 7th early morning, 5 targets in POK, but 4 more important targets in Pak, Punjab. After 1971 war, there was no target that was taken out in Pakistani Punjab, which we did with utmost precision. Now, the best part is that we gave the message to the Pakistanis that we have just taken out your terror hubs, their headquarters, and their camps. So if you wish to leave, we leave it at that. But as they started to escalate. A large amount of Turkish drones, missiles, and other things were fired. Now, here I bring in the integration, the question which you just asked. It was a wonderful amalgamation of the Army and the Air Force. The weapons used this time were, for the first time, because they have never been used, the loitering munitions, the precision-guided weapons. The best part is most of them are indigenous. The world has been shaken by our indigenous capability. We have developed our own NAVIC. It's a sort of a inertial navigation, a global positioning system. So we are not totally dependent on the GPS and GLONASS of the Russian space. And also the development which the DRDO has done to its Akash Tir. Now, this is the beauty which has not come out much anywhere. It is the integrated air defense setup which has been indigenized, totally made in India by DRDO and Bell. It has got 4 layers of air defense, and this was deployed along the border. So Army air defense guns of L-70, Zu-23 and others were integrated with these radars. So the night of 8th and 9th, when the Pakistanis sent hundreds and hundreds of drones from Leh to Sar Creek in Gujarat, they were ably stopped. And our guns neutralized, barring 2 or 4 of them which came into a fields. No damage was done. Absolutely no damage was done.
All right.
And in 2021, India had purchased S-400 from Russia. For benefit of your viewers, this was, in my opinion, one of the finest purchases India has done in recent times. This air defense system at that time was contested much in the parliament, on the newspapers, but the Air Force went ahead and bought. The Americans even threatened at that stage to put sanctions on us. But this formed a huge umbrella behind our air defense system. And it's like the game of rugby. You have people backing at the end, holding a goalpost, and that was S-400. But the turning point for your viewers came on the early morning hours of 10th of May. This will go down in the history of military aviation as a day which was decisive turning point. The Indian Air Force aircraft, right with the precision weapons, BrahMos and Spice and other modified aeroplanes, took out 11 Pakistani frontline air bases in a span of 90 minutes. Never ever in the history of aviation such kind of a damage has been done in such a short time. And I tweeted this morning that this would be taught in the air power books in the years to come, this campaign which was done.
All right, sir. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, thank you for breaking that down for our viewers so beautifully. Thank you so much for joining us. And Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh. In fact, the former External Affairs Minister has also spoken out with regards to the India-Pakistan ceasefire. He says that he certainly hopes that ceasefire holds, and he also added that India has managed to send a strong message to Pakistan. Listen in. Salman Khurshid, former External Affairs Minister and senior Congress leader, is joining us live. Mr. Khurshid, this is a question to the former External Affairs Minister. This was the most intense fighting between the two countries in 2 decades, sir. How do you see the situation after the ceasefire, and how have the terms of engagement changed between Delhi and Islamabad?
Well, I sincerely hope that the ceasefire holds. People have opinions about the ceasefire, and I'm sure that there is a range of points of view. But the ceasefire has happened. Unfortunately, last night there were many reports about the ceasefire not being strictly adhered to, and that raised some doubts. But I imagine since then, the matter seems to have settled down, and the ceasefire, at least for the present, will hold. And on the 12th, which is tomorrow, there will be another round between the DGMOs. And therefore, if there is something that needs to be ironed out, I hope that that will be ironed out. Now, of course, we've learned a lot because technology has started playing a very major role in the way wars are fought now, and this has become apparent very critically. This has become apparent during the course of the 4 days. But I think that once all this is over, people will take stock and then assess as to what is achieved and how much more could be done. That will come in due course. This is perhaps not the time to be analyzing those things.
Mr. Khurshid, you know, successive Indian governments have, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, tried to better relations with Pakistan in the interest of the people of both the countries. But Pakistan has always dealt in treachery. What do you think is the way forward for us, particularly with regards to our neighbor? And you know, having achieved ceasefire, where do we go from here on?
Well, I think there are many loose ends yet, not very clear, that ceasefire obviously must be succeeded by talks. But what will be the format of talks and the structure of talks is, I think, a big question. And ideologically, India has had some issues here, which I think are very well known. Since the ceasefire seems to have come at the partial, perhaps, if not the entire initiative of the US government and the US leadership, we'll have to see where that stands once the DGMOs talk and once a formal structure is figured out as to how we move forward. But clearly, no matter what we do and no matter what we try to reach out on, ultimately there's a bottom line, and that bottom line is terrorism. Now, we've said in our explanatory manner that if there is terrorism, even now, it'll be treated as an act of war. Now, why act of war with ceasefire, etc., you know the implications. But ultimately, Pakistan has to come to terms with that clear articulation that terrorism is unacceptable in any form or manifestation. And unless that is done, I don't think that there is a chance for a great deal to be achieved or accomplished.
Sensex is cheering, and so the life is back to other stuff, looking at other issues. That's why we are shifting focus to other developments also in the news world. Mumbai is set to get its first land-based cable-stayed bridge tomorrow at Ray Road in South Mumbai, and it was built by Maha Rail since February 2022. What will it mean? It replaces a 1910 era structure and aims to reduce traffic disruption with fewer and minimal underground work. Let's bring in Anuj, who's joining us from right where this new bridge will be first land-based cable-stayed bridge. What does it actually mean, Anuj? I mean, how is it different from other bridges?
Maria, I'm standing on this Ray Road bridge, which, the construction for which started in 2022, and it became one of the first, one of the fastest developed bridge here in Mumbai in the recent times. Now, this is a 6-lane bridge which spans to close to 385 meters, and it also has got these very beautiful cable, infrastructure which lights up in the evening as a part of an aesthetic, development here in this part of the city. Now, why does this bridge become important? Because it is a part of the MMRDA's renovating the old British time bridge campaign, wherein 4 bridges from across the city, which were over 120 years old, were brought down, and the new bridges were, built in place of them. This was done primarily for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the former or the earlier bridges had already lived their life, and secondly, because the extension also means that more number of vehicles could also be, accommodated on this new bridge. Now, when you talk about this particular bridge, it's located in Baikala. It's going to connect Baikala to the eastern side, wherein we have the Britannia Industries. It will also give a very easy passway to people who are living in the rather congested areas of Baikala to the Eastern Freeway and to the Atal Setu. This bridge is expected to open, is all set to get inaugurated tomorrow at 7 p.m., which will potentially bring down the traffic time to 30 minutes.
All right, Anuj, thank you so much for joining us. And on the National Technology Day, NDTV is a science editor Pallav Bagla has been honored with a Science Popularization Award, which was bestowed on him by the Governor of Telangana at a function in Hyderabad's CSIR Institute of Chemical Technology. The award, given by the Academy of Science, Technology and Communication, recognized his lifetime achievements. Shifting focus to another exclusive that we have for our viewers, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has spoken on the ceasefire, also on the special session of Parliament, which has been demanded by his party. Let's listen in to what his views are on a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Many of the leaders in opposition are raising these questions. They are also strategic affairs and military experts, some of whom have criticized India's decision to agree to a ceasefire with Pakistan, calling it a repeat of past mistakes, even going to the extent of saying that India snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Then there are those who say that in these 4 days, when our forces carried out Operation Sindoor first and then managed to strike at the military bases, all retaliatory in nature, it was a defining moment in India's defense and strategic history. What are your thoughts, sir?
It was a very, very good moment. But listen, some of these people are clearly in the camp of those who wanted a quote-unquote war to finish off Pakistan. I think that is frankly fatuous. I do not believe we could have indulged in a war to finish off Pakistan, number one. Number two, I don't think that we could have achieved that outcome, given that Pakistan of today is, for all its stagnant economy and all its problems, it still is a country with a very considerable army, and as we've seen, with some friends who are willing to supply it with rather sophisticated weaponry. I personally don't think that a government that is focused on the development of the country should have embarked on any further adventure. I think, personally, I applaud the ceasefire. I would have applauded it if it happened the previous day, and I would have applauded it if it happened the next day. My logic was exactly the same as I was hearing from the strong briefings given by our government, which is we are responding to Pakistani hostilities. We are not the ones who are initiating anything. The one thing we initiated was a reprisal for a terror attack. Once that reprisal was done, we were done. If Pakistan had said, sorry, goodbye, we would have stopped then and there. Pakistan chose to shell us, we shelled them back. Pakistan chose to send us a swarm of Turkish drones. We destroyed the drones and we sent some missiles and projectiles back on the other direction. Pakistan then chose to attack our cities and attack our military bases. We wiped out their air bases, their airfields. I think it was simply retaliatory on India's part. And I think everything we did was extremely well done. But none of it, I repeat, was because India was interested in initiating a war. That was never on the cards. We were always saying we wanted to prove a point. We proved that point. Now you tell us when you're ready to stop. If you don't want to stop, we'll keep hammering you. And they stopped. Good message.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,004.
Ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. Army says no incidents reported. This is the first calm night in recent days. Top military level talks on hotline today. India, Pakistan DGMOs to speak at 12 noon. Support grows for trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. IAS and IPS associations come out in his support. Pakistan trollers have been targeting the top career diplomat. And markets give a huge thumbs up to India-Pakistan ceasefire. Big jump for markets. Sensex zooms over 2,000 points. And US announces major trade deal with China. It is a significant breakthrough between the two countries with regards to trade talks. And US President Donald Trump demands Ukraine-Russia talks. Zelensky offers to meet Vladimir Putin in Turkey this week. And joining us now on this broadcast is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister, and Nikunj Garg, our Senior Managing Editor, is also joining us on this. Mr. Chandrasekhar, starting with you, of course, there are a lot of reasons for India to cheer because India has managed to send a strong message to the world that there will be a new rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. Operation Sindoor has been a massive, massive success, and India has significantly managed to demonstrate its military and strategic prowess. What are your thoughts, sir?
Look, I think it's very clear that Pakistan has had a long, dubious history of trying to distract its own people from its failings and its slide towards a failed state by occasionally having these terror attacks against India, targeting innocent Indians to try and blackmail India and shift the narrative into a narrative of Kashmir and India, and as this general, this very, very dubious general tried to make it a Hindu-Muslim thing recently over the last 10-15 days. But what has happened this time around, I think, is that India has demonstrated that while Pakistan and its generals can try and do whatever it needs to do to distract its people, there will be severe cost imposed on them by the actions of India. And these unprecedented type of destruction that we have seen on 11 Air Force fields of Pakistan, the reach that India has demonstrated deep within Pakistan is certainly drawing a new red line, which is that you can still toy with terrorism if you think that is very, a smart thing for you to do. But be prepared to to have severe costs imposed on you. And India has demonstrated that there is nothing token about what India is capable of doing. It will impose severe costs on Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment if it continues to play terror and use terror as some sort of a war against India. And I think this is very unprecedented. The fact that we've had our missiles and our forces reach 11 different airfields ranging from Chakhlala to Jacobabad is absolutely unprecedented in the history of how India has responded to Pakistan.
Mr. Chandrasekhar, after 50 years, in response to asymmetric warfare for the first time, since last 3 decades we have been facing this problem from Pakistan, India has hit the heart of Pakistan and heart of Pakistani army, that is Punjab.
Oh, absolutely. And
that is Mr. Chandrasekhar, let me finish my question.
Yeah,
let me finish my question. My question is that despite that, Pakistanis, obviously they had to demonstrate to their public, tried to hit back at India. But do you think that with this kind of unprecedented penetration in the heart of Pakistan, Pakistanis will get the message, their deep state will get the message, or their generals will still continue to see as something that they can dangle before their public as a rallying point? What is your assessment of this situation? Unprecedented action by India, the reaction of the Pakistanis going forward, not now, that has happened, not now. Going forward, what is your assessment of Pakistani reaction?
Look, 3 days ago at a public political program in Kerala, somebody said that Pakistan is a wild animal. And I said, don't insult wild animals. Pakistan is not a wild animal. Pakistan is a mad state. It is as I said in Malayalam, pranda means crazy. And, when you deal with irrational, barbaric, uncivilized thinking, the kind of which Pakistan has demonstrated for many, many years, there is nothing sure about what they will do next. What we can be sure about is that every time Pakistan tries to become crazy or is attempting to become mad, that the treatment that India will mete out will be causing them severe pain and severe consequences. And that is what our government has done. Look, Nikunj, you are an experienced person in this. The capabilities that India has demonstrated this time around in air defense and in offense is something that is unprecedented in the history of Indian military, evolution and growth. And that we can reach right into the heart of Pakistan and do so without being thwarted or without being deterred is a capability that India has developed over the last decade. And it is absolutely serious. And as the Prime Minister has always said, this type of capability is not for demonstration on our shelves. It is every time the specter of terrorism is put up by Pakistan, Pakistan has learned this time around, there will be pain, there will be consequences that they will have to face. And I think that is the message. In terms of trusting Pakistan, nobody on the planet, not even the Pakistanis, trust the Pakistan state. So there is no question of the Indians trusting the Pakistanis.
That's, I think, very well put, that nobody trusts Pakistan on the global arena. Let me ask you another follow-up question to that. Quite clearly, Mr. Chandrasekhar, India has penetrated the defenses, the air defenses of Pakistan. Look, in last half a decade, China has been trying to build both the aerial as well as the naval defenses of Pakistan. Remember, that is a capability that United States was always coy in giving them, but Chinese have been very liberal in giving them. So they've been trying to build those defenses, and India has demonstrated without any doubt that irrespective of those defenses, we will hit them where it hurts them the most. So again, I ask you, do you think that that message will have some moving impact in the brains, in the minds of the Pakistani generals? Forget about the civilian establishment, they are hardly a player in this game.
Look, I think, look, Nikunj, I'm not a psychologist, and I certainly don't know how to diagnose madness and mad people. It is not a specialty that I'm capable of. There are mad people there. There are mad generals there. There are people, and this is a history of Pakistan. You had Musharraf, who was mad, who had a madness moment in Kargil. You have the General Munir, who's certainly, walking the traditions of mad generals, megalomaniacs. And so to ask anybody today to predict what their thinking is and what their behavior is going to be is asking for the impossible. But what we can certainly predict, what we can certainly assume is that the Pakistani generals, even the maddest of them, have understood that in the terms of capability, India today is at a very different level, and they can buy, they can steal, they can do whatever they want with Chinese technology. But what India has developed in terms of technological, offensive and defensive capability, imaging, sensor, is absolutely unprecedented, and Pakistan will have to play a big, long effort in trying to come anywhere close to this kind of capability. And as India continues to build its capability, it will be a losing battle for Pakistan. So if there are sane generals, they will understand, but there are unfortunately in Pakistan a lot of madmen who also happen to be wearing uniforms. So it's very, very difficult to predict.
Right, sir, my last question to you, and this is with regards to something which very, very unfortunately happened yesterday. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly, and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IAS and IPS Officers Associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindoor in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
United we prevail is the message coming from the Kerala BJP chief, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you very much for joining NDTV this morning.
And now we are moving on to the ground reports, because India is waking up after one full night of near peace. There is normalcy which is happening everywhere. So, you know, it's happy faces and lovely breakfast happening in several districts along the LOC and international border. He has a special report by Gurpreet Chinna, who spoke to morning walkers in Firozpur.
We have seen as a precaution in all the border areas of Punjab, they have already extended 1 day more holiday for the children, because they don't want to take any chance, because today there is a very crucial meeting which is going to happen on these issues. But right now we are in Firozpur. We have seen here life is total calm, life is total normal. The people have already restored their works also, their routine works they have already started. Some of the people, we are reporting from one of the park from Firozpur. We can see, ma'am, there is no restriction, nothing. The life is normal.
Life is all normal over here. 2 to 3 days back, it was quite scary. But आज से बच्चों के स्कूल भी शुरू हो गए हैं. अभी कल से शुरू हो जाएंगे. आज तो अभी स्कूल बंद ही हैं. पर मार्केट्स में सब लोगों ने अपना काम शुरू कर दिया है. हॉस्पिटल सारे पूरे चल रहे हैं. And everything is fine. We are quite at peace. जंग आपा जीत गया. जय जवान जय किसान.
आप डॉक्टर हो तो आपने हॉस्पिटल जाना आना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि आप
बंद ही नहीं किया था. हमने कभी बंद ही नहीं किया था. हम ब्लैकआउट के टाइम भी काम कर रहे थे.
लेकिन अभी कह रहे हैं कि ब्लैकआउट वॉलंटरली है, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है.
फिरोजपुर में ब्लैकआउट का पूरा पालन हो रहा है.
तो आप भी देख रहे हैं मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, कुछ लोग जिम जा रहे हैं, तो पूरा नॉर्मल हो गया
सब। पहले तो काफ़ी सिचुएशन काफ़ी पैनिक थी, लेकिन आज की डेट में जैसे कल से बच्चों के स्कूल खुल जाएंगे तो रूटीन सब लोग अपनी रूटीन लाइफ में वापस आ रहे हैं।
तो 2 दिन पहले देखा है कि ड्रोन मूवमेंट्स होती है, उसके बाद यहाँ से बहुत रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं। हमने लगातार कई विलेज जो बॉर्डर के गांव हैं वहाँ भी गए हैं, लोग वापस आना शुरू हो गए। यहाँ से भी कई लोग चले गए थे, सब वापस आ रहे हैं।
सब धीरे धीरे कर सभी वापस आ रहे हैं। जैसे फिरोजपुर के गांव में ड्रोन अटैक हुआ था, वहाँ पर 3 बंदे जो थे वो सीरियस कंडीशन में थे, जो एक की तो डेथ हो गई थी। तो रूटीन लाइफ में जैसे चल रहा है बस वैसे लाइफ में सभी को आना चाहिए। जैसे भी फिरोजपुर का माहौल है, जैसे हम पीस के हिसाब से हम चलते हैं तो पीस के हिसाब से यहाँ पे होना चाहिए।
And reports are coming in from across the country. Nazir Masoodi is joining us from Poonch. Nazir, you got us the first exclusive with Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. This was the first time he spoke after the success of Operation Sindoor. But overall, what are you seeing in that crucial border district? I mean, just as other cities, we saw that also faced the brunt, and there were sirens and explosions, but it appears certainly all's well this morning.
Well, I'm at Surenkot, and this was the place which was first victim of the Pakistani shelling when civilian areas were hit. And from here, it is 45 minutes or 1 hour drive to Poonch city. And when I'll show you at exactly amount of destruction which has been caused to the civilian homes, shops, religious places by Pakistani shelling. Good news is this was the first night of calm, night of relative peace. After 3 weeks of first small arms firing, then heavy artillery use, which actually people place like here in Poonch, they bore the brunt. So many people have been killed, lives have been destroyed, people have lost limbs. People have lost businesses, everything. So finally, there's some light at the end of the tunnel after ceasefire understanding. People are heaving sigh of relief. And this district, Poonch, was the worst hit and where we had maximum civilian casualties.
Nazir, I would request you to just show around where you are. Of course, you are very close to the line of control, as you said. Just show around, so that the people in the rest of the country can get a sense of the normalcy that is returning now. I mean, of course, it's not all very normal, and it will all also not become very normal very, very quickly. It will take time and certainly take much longer for people's wounds to heal than the wounds on the property and establishments. But just try and show around, if you can, as much as possible as to how much the quiet is prevailing, or what is the latest situation there where you are.
Well, it's almost normal today, and Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is reaching here to Poonch today to visit the places where there have been destruction. But clearly, we have seen first time people coming out from their homes without fear. People coming out, and schools will be opened across Jammu and Kashmir from tomorrow. And here, as you can see, there's security force movement, but apparently Chief Minister is, here in visiting Poonch today to review see the amount of damage which has been caused in Pakistani shelling. So that now it is the responsibility of the government to show the, reach out to people, start their rehabilitation so that their lives are rebuilt. They cannot bring back any life which have those who have been killed, but clearly it can surely help people to rebuild their lives, some sort of balm to those who have suffered in this massive shelling. So as you can see, the cavalcade of Chief Minister here moving and going to Poonch. It is something, their people are now waiting for the government to help them because they have become the victim of Pakistan's aggression when there was heavy shelling on the civilian areas. But good news is, Nikunj, it was the first night after 3 weeks. 3 weeks, not just few days. Because after massacre of innocent people in Pahalgam, the small arm firing start along the line of control. But after May 7, strike by India on terror camps in Pakistan at 9 sites, there was heavy artillery guns were used here, and the Poonch was the first victim of that shelling where innocent people were killed and also religious places were targeted.
All right. Nazir, since you were speaking about Omar Abdullah and he being there, of course, he's come to meet the families of those who lost their lives. Nazir spoke to Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister. Of course, his big concern remains, rebuilding those homes which have been destroyed by indiscriminate shelling which happened along the LOC, and several, homes being destroyed then. But of course, all's well this morning is what we are picking up. Let's listen into what Omar Abdullah told NDTV's Nazir Masoodi.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has, by design, unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time we were saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
And at 6:30 p.m. yesterday, we got details, operational details of Operation Sindoor. In fact, 3 DGMOs addressed that press conference. Let's listen in to what they said, and then I'll ask Nikunj to analyze it, the significance and the big takeaways.
Decision was taken to strike where it would hurt, and towards that in a swift, coordinated, calibrated attack, we struck his air bases, command centers, military infrastructure, air defense systems, across the entire Western Front. The bases we struck include Chaklala, Rafiki, and mind you, Chaklala is Islamabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, sending a clear message that aggression will not be tolerated.
Forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a decisive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously.
I have no doubt in my mind that we achieved total surprise, and those strikes across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul Malik Rauf, and Mudassir Ahmed, that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast. There was also a term of reference and our own binding, self-imposed restriction to target only terrorists and thus prevent collateral damage. There were 9 camps that you are now all familiar with, which were confirmed by our various intelligence agencies to be inhabited. Some of these were in POJK, while there were others that were located in the Punjab province in Pakistan.
So the tri-service synergy evident in that press conference and something that they spoke about also elaborately, it is certainly a proof of India's growing joint warfare capability. Nikunj, how should that press conference be read? Of course, extremely professional in nature, complete devoid of any kind of celebratory tone.
Well, yes, completely devoid of any kind of chest thumping and celebratory tone. Absolutely correctly put, Maria. My sense is that there was a lot of misinformation warfare that the Pakistanis had unleashed. And my sense is, like the duty-bound armed forces of a nation that is otherwise commanded by a civilian authority, and armed forces act on the directions of that civilian authority, the military planners and the military chiefs decided that their version, or the version that the nation wants to hear as to what happened, should go out in a credible manner, in a credible fashion by the military, active military commanders who actually planned this strike and carried out eventually this strike. And that is why that press conference, shying short of operational details as they are expected to, making it completely professional and clarifying on the official directions where they say that it was self-imposed restriction that we followed, and we said that only the terrorists will be hit, only the terror targets and camps would be targeted, and only the terror masterminds would be penalized in this strike. They have clarified a lot of things, and I'm very happy and glad that in an otherwise toxic space of social media, also after this briefing of the 3 active commanders of all 3 services, the clarity of message is absolutely evident, and saner minds, people who wish to be sane and people who wish to understand a sane message, have picked up the right thread of the messaging that has come from the military commander.
Yes, and a new normal, as we have been saying, the new normal in rules of engagement between the 2 nations has been set. India has maintained that it was non-escalatory in nature, but that was about Operation Sindoor .1, when it actually targeted terror bases. When it was forced, then it went ahead and retaliated and went right inside Pakistan again and targeting military air bases, military bases and air bases inside Pakistan. We have Aishwarya joining us as well now. Aishwarya, the DGMO talks will happen roughly around 12 noon. That becomes crucial because, but when we say it's a hotline conversation will happen, what should we be expecting and what is the protocol that's followed?
Well, at 1200 hours, the DGMOs of India and Pakistan
will be connecting, and this for the second time. Just before the ceasefire announcement, there was this high-level talk between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan, which finally came to a conclusion that there is an bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan that there will be no kinetic action that will be taken as far as the ceasefire along with the line of control and the international border, and that was implemented on ground as well. It is the second time today, as being declared by the Foreign Secretary earlier, that on May 12th and at 1200 hours, there will be another level of talks. The yesterday's press conference clearly indicated that the only point of agenda will be that how the further implementation of the decision and the understanding that has been taken would be implemented, and that will be discussed. No other things will be discussed. That's been very clear on the Indian Indian part, and the earlier decisions that were taken by the government of India, that will continue to go on. Few things very important that has been said yesterday as well, that it is the Chief of Army Staff who had given full authority to Indian Army that any misadventures of Pakistan will be responded accordingly, and also the role of Indian Navy came into light for the very first time since Operation Sindoor began, and all the evidences, visual evidences that were showcased to the world yesterday by after the press conference, that had very categorically cleared the picture that how Indian Army was there to just target the Pakistani terror infrastructures, and they have demolished it with huge success. The last line that the commander stated yesterday in the press conference, that justice is delivered.
Well, Aishwarya, yes, that's absolutely correct that you have put out for viewers that only the operational details will be discussed in the DGMO talks, and that's for that very purpose that hotline was established, and that hotline continues. The Director General Military Operations discuss all the operational matters. In this, quite clearly, the Indians will also take up the minor ceasefire violations that were purportedly reported from various places yesterday night, although Army in an official statement has said that it was a night of calm after a very long period of hot LC. Thank you very much, Aishwarya there, reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Air Chief Marshal Khosla joins us now, and I can take that same question to you, Air Marshal. DGMO talks expected today, and military has already come out and said that there was it was a night of relative calm or night of near peace on the frontiers after a very long time. What do you think the DGMOs would be discussing at this point in time?
Yeah, it's a very, very valid question. I think everyone is asking the same question, that DGMO talks are scheduled for today, and what will be they talking about. So, in my opinion, number one, before I start answering that question, I mean, having seen the violation, whatever reason these ceasefire violations took place, but the trust has been broken, and it will take a long time to, re-establish. And our forces are on the alert, and they remain alert and not go by the face value of saying yes, ceasefire and talks to go on. Having said that, so DGMOs will obviously discuss that when the ceasefire was agreed, wherever the violations taking place, that is the first issue. And secondly, they will talk about how to ensure that in future it doesn't happen and ceasefire continues. Those measures at the defense forces level. As far as the larger picture is concerned, the decisions are taken at a much higher body as to which way the relationship should go. So that I don't think they'll be talking about. They'll be talking about mainly about what measures can be put in terms of military to military talks and the things, so that these skirmishes, smaller ones, or the violations don't flare up again.
Do you think that that hotline can ensure that, Air Marshal, that if the message is conveyed unequivocally that the maintenance of peace on the frontiers is the primary responsibility or the expectation at this point in time from the Pakistani side? Do you think that message can be drilled home to Pakistanis, and we can expect a relative calm to continue?
Absolutely. That I think DGMO will, in no certain uncertain terms will convey that this is a must, and we are watching, and we are alert, and this needs to stop. I mean, you cannot afford to say something and do something else. So that I think message will go absolutely clear in my mind.
Also, Marshal Khosla, one more question to you before I let you go, in the sense that you are a Air Force man. What you have seen through the operation, the Pakistani response, and the Indian counter reaction. See, there are three phases. First, India struck, then Pakistanis tried to react, and then India repelled those attacks and struck back harder, as your colleagues, actually at least your former colleagues yesterday said, at some of the most prominent air bases in Pakistan, like Rahim Yar Khan, which looks like out of action right now. Can you explain to our viewers in the common man's language, Air Marshal, as to what exactly happened post India struck during the Op Sindoor? Can you explain to it, elaborate upon it?
I will explain in the sense like, I look at it in three verticals, what all Indian forces have done, and not only Air Force, I mean all the three forces together, and what are the results, and that's my perception of the whole thing. But as expected, post ceasefire, the narrative is going into a different direction. Who called off first, who, as if that makes out whether it's a victory or a loss, and how many were killed, how many damage. That's not actually important. Important is much bigger picture. So anyway, coming back to your question. So the first part is the striking of 9 terrorist camps and going deep into the headquarters of LET and Jaish-e-Mohammed. As compared to Balakot, if you see, it has a really, really big response, where we struck only one terrorist camp which had about 300 terrorist interests. But here we have gone into 9 camps, and out of which quite were, populated by these this thing. And these camps were of different this thing, right? Some to headquarters, some were, training camps in terms of training suicide bombers, in terms of training mujahideens, and also logistic, this thing, launch pads. So it's a variety of targets. I mean, the response was very, very clear that our patience has run out, and the message was very, very clear. Okay, that is one. The second vertical which I talk about is, Indian forces, they showed, or the India as a country, we showed a big restraint as far as no collateral damage, no military targets initially, and no civilian casualties, no targeting of any infrastructure except for terrorist camps. But Pakistan, when it started showing its color, then also we showed quite a bit of maturity in terms of not fully escalating and exercising, but responding in an equal or maybe slightly more to show our resolve. Okay, now the third part is again very, very important. When the things were getting too much, this last phase of attack, which the three DGMO, DGNO, DG Aerops briefed about the damage done on various airfields, I think that was very, very important. If you notice, two things. One is variety of airfields were attacked. It's not only 1 or 2 or 3. The message was very clear that we can go into all your infrastructure all over your country, wherever it is, number one. Number two, nobody has spoken about the type of targets. If you see, somewhere the runway was hit, a big crater was created, somewhere the hangars were hit, the hangar was destroyed, somewhere the command and control centers were hit, somewhere the radar units were hit, somewhere the surface-to-air missiles were hit. So the variety of targets, what it indicated was that we have the capability of hitting you everywhere. We have the capability of hitting every type of your military infrastructure. And this is just a sample which we have shown you. And second message which went was that we have the resolve to do it if you continue on this path. I think this third part which I covered was very, very important in, making Pakistan come to a conclusion. Yes, I think we need to stop.
Resolve to show that we can hit you where we wish to. says former Air Vice Chief. Mr. Khosla, Air Vice Marshal Khosla, thank you very much for joining NDTV and putting it out in perspective for our viewers in a very eloquent fashion. Thank you very much. We are now joined by former Ambassador Manjeev Puri, and I'll ask him a broader question than I have been asking military men. My question to you, Ambassador, is I tried to ask that question to Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who joined us earlier, but obviously, his response has limitations. Let me ask you the same question, repeat the question for you. The Pakistanis have been hit in the heart of Punjab, their jugular, in the heart of Pakistan, almost after 5 decades by India. Do you think that this message will dawn upon the generals there that this is a war which certainly will go up the escalatory ladders even after they have discounted all the support from China and they have factored in all the wherewithal that Chinese have given them? Do you think that this will deter them from future stunning attacks like Pahalgam or no? What is your sense, Ambassador?
Nikunj, thank you very much. And for saying that I may have an advantage over Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. I mean, I really like that for somebody at his level and me, a retired diplomat. Look, Nikunj, let us understand that the Pakistani army has developed the Pakistani state in a certain manner where terrorism is a state policy. The fact that you are able to hit them is something which they realize. And they perhaps may not have thought it would be that strong, but certainly they have realized. But to expect that it would deter them and change their posture, etc., I don't think so. You have mentioned the Chinese. Let's add the United States to this. They are, in a sense, a big client state. That's something we should also understand quite clearly. And they play a useful role for them, no matter if some people think that the role is diminishing, etc., etc. Therefore, I don't think in the long term, but at the short term, they had little choice but to sue for peace. These hits, especially in the areas around Rawalpindi, Punjab, etc., that you said, certainly they can't be things that they can just look away, shrug their shoulders and move. It has shown our abilities, the fact that we can reach out deep, not just in the POK areas, etc. There is no doubt that they know what this message is. But I must also tell you, they are quite a hardened military professional, quite capable, and they spend a lot of money developing themselves, acquiring armaments, etc. But because they have developed themselves in a certain manner, this will go on. Of course, they will certainly take home the message that this is not the India that they were used to. This is a strong India. This is an India which has gone places, and this is an India which is really not just that you can go and do what you want. You get hit and you get punished and you get what you call in Hindi, muh tod jawab.
Then essentially what you are saying is that since they are trained, hardened military professionals, which I have been, discussing for some time now, hit or hits is not going to completely deter them. Then quite clearly, Ambassador, you think that a larger diplomatic offensive, a larger global diplomatic offensive, which is continuously mounted against the Pakistani state for sponsoring terror, is the need of the hour, coupled with such strike whenever they cross the red line. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. You are absolutely right. Look, we've been mounting this effort for a long time. But, we need to understand, as I said, they are a kind of client state. We are a country of consequence in the world. We are a country that matters to the world. The world is interested in us. The fact that we are the 4th biggest economy makes us a country of great interest, even to their backers. And this includes China. Having said all this, as I said, as a client state, they play a different kind of more, let me say, utilitarian role in a certain sense. We have to continue our efforts. But, the thing is, frankly, all these efforts are very important, and you need to get the big world, especially the Western world, to internalize the fact that Pakistan is a state where state sponsorship of terrorism is a state policy. And that it isn't just by accident that in 9/11 they had people involved and they've done things vis-a-vis India which are known, but that this is an ingrained policy. Now, changes. Nikunj, this is a very difficult kind of thing. The Pakistan army has had the country now for almost 75 years, and they've internalized a kind of concept. And for them to stay alive and be relevant in their people, this business of enemy becomes extremely important. And so fomenting trouble, India is certainly the only institutional arrangement, the only country with which they can play this particular card, and they do it. Now, to expect this to change, I hope so, but to me it would appear a generational kind of thing. Let's look at the current thing. Without any doubt, Imran Khan is perhaps the most popular leader in Pakistan, and yet where is he in jail? This is the nature of that society. Far from democratizing, it went the exact opposite way, in which, in my opinion, hardly any country in the world has done. But because they are what they are, rather large, they play their geopolitical cards, I wouldn't say adroitly, but they play it blatantly, and they reach out to people. Now also there are reports of their, being able to leverage the fact that places close to their heart got hit, and they are calling in people to help and assist, and in a sense, bolstering themselves as being a kind of useful client state. Look, I don't want to go on further, but I just want to state, India is a country of global, let me say, importance. We are the fourth largest economy. We're going places. The whole world has a vested interest in us, and we have an interest in the world. We just have to be much, not just much more. We have to be responsible. We have to be careful because we have this rogue state on our border, but we also have to play huge global cards, major global equities. We have to be responsible. We are a country of consequence in the world already, and would be much more as time goes on.
And therefore, mounting that persistent and continuous diplomatic offensive against Pakistan peacefully, in a peaceful manner, would you think, Ambassador, would be our best bet without aggravating further tensions in this region, which is in any case volatile?
Look, tit for tat, not only that, I like that thing, Gola versus Goli. That should be very clear because, these things have, let me say, first instance deterrence. That's important. This message also goes to their major backers, and others realize that, look, you can't trifle with India. That won't be extra. But will we deter it? No. We have to continuously mount this pressure. Look, the pressure got hugely ratcheted up on them after 9/11, which had nothing to do with us. But the fact is that it hasn't deterred. We will have to keep up this pressure. But my understanding is, as the world sees much greater, let me say, utility, benefits, etc., sees a vested interest for themselves in the growth and development of India, and India as a major player in the world, hopefully their salience and their importance for people, even for acts which are unmentionable, it would perhaps come down, and generationally also there would be a move, and there might small chance, very small chance, some kind of a change there, which would ensure that these kind of state policies are not there, and perhaps Pakistan also moves in the direction of being what I should say a normal country with normal ambitions to look after its people, development, and so on. Seems very unlikely, but anyway, the hope should run eternal.
The hope should run, says Ambassador Manjeev Puri. And Ambassador, thank you very much for joining NDTV and explaining in great detail for our viewers this morning. Thank you very much.
That is coming in now. Tri-services chiefs are at Prime Minister's residence. This is a key meeting which is taking place at 7 LKM. Let me go straight to Aishwarya, who's joining us live. Aishwarya, this comes, of course, on the day that DGMO talks will happen at roughly around 12 noon. That will be a hotline that the two, Director Generals will be getting on to. And, when we say that there is a tri-services chief meet at the Prime Minister's residence, what should we be expecting, Nikunj? Particularly this is coming a night after there has been a total calm. There has been, the ceasefire which was arrived at between the two nations has been followed in letter and spirit.
Well, yes, at least largely that the reports that we are getting, unless the service people have something additional to add on to for the briefing and the benefit of the Prime Minister and the civilian leadership. This quite clearly is a stock-taking meeting, Maria. The apex of the political authority, that is the Prime Minister of the country, is meeting the military brass and all the services arms that were involved in the operations against Pakistan. would be giving their briefing to the political leadership as to what last 24 hours entailed, particularly the night entailed. Were there minor breaches? Were there no breaches of ceasefire? Was there complete calm at the borders? And what was the response of the Pakistani side, particularly because we heard initially that there was some kind of land movement of the military forces from the Pakistani side. What is the status of that movement? Have they halted in their tracks? Have they halted in their tracks, or are they still maintaining the posture that they have come to? I think Aishwarya now joins us from outside the Prime Minister's residence where this meeting is likely to happen. Aishwarya, yet another stock taking by the Prime Minister with all the service chiefs. Quite clearly, this is a diametrically opposite situation today where we have seen peace prevail on our frontiers after a fairly long break.
Well, that's right. In fact, Prime Service Chiefs have arrived at 7 local landmarks at Prime Minister's residence. And this is, of course, to take a stock of the situation at the line of control along with the international border. And it is, of course, a regular briefing that will be done by the chief of the Prime Minister about the decision that has been taken of ceasefire and whether there is any movement along with the line of control. As it was stated earlier, that the Indian Army has been given full authority and free hand to retaliate in a position where there is, of course, any sort of misadventure by the Pakistani Army. It is Prime Minister who has been briefed by the Prime Service Chief who has now arrived at Prime Minister.
So much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After a break, we'll be getting you update from all the airports, what is open, what is shut. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. Army says no incidents reported last night. This is the first calm night India is waking up to in recent days. DGMO talks between India and Pakistan will happen at roughly 12 noon. Top military levels talks will happen on the hotline. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is being briefed by Tri-Services. Support rose foretold. The Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, IAS and IPS Officers Association come out in his support. Pakistan trawlers targeted the veteran diplomat. And big jump for markets. Sensex zooms over 2,000 points. Investors cheer US, India, Pakistan ceasefire and US-China trade deal.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusive.
32 airports shut as precautionary measure. Remember, that was announced hours after Operation Sindoor on 7th, and that diktat actually continues. Airlines have issued advisory to the passengers, and this closure will continue till May 15th. Tanushka is joining us live. Is there a thought of a revisit, Tanushka, here? because India is waking up to near normalcy across the country. Tanushka, if you heard me, my question is there a possibility of a rethink by the Civil Aviation Ministry on this advisory and the diktat which was issued to various airports that they have to be shut? And these are airports, ladies and gentlemen, in Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and of course in Jammu and Kashmir. These are states, remember, which were disturbed particularly because of their long border along the international border, which is with Pakistan and the line of control. Tanushka, if you heard me.
Yes, I did. So yes, there is a rethink that is currently underway. We do understand that, still we haven't heard from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So as of yet, these 32 airports that have been temporarily shut continue to remain so for civil flight operations until May 15th. However, with the ceasefire agreement, there may be a rethink with respect to this decision, whether or not, these airports are to reopen and resume with civil flight operations is something that is being, discussed upon as we speak. And we do understand as of yet, however, even with Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, even he took to social media platform X urging the Civil Aviation Ministry and the DGCA to reopen these airports, namely to name a few of Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Srinagar, Chandigarh, then there is Jaisalmer, Jodhpur as well, of these 32 airports. And we do understand that he has also asked for these flights to resume operations. So we're of course awaiting a response from the Aviation Ministry as regards these 32 airports. At the metro cities such as that of Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, these airports have been functioning at normal. On a daily basis, these airports have been putting out advisories and updates that the operations are continuing smoothly.
Tanushka, another point I would like to ask you is that the situation is dynamic, and of course a large number of these 32 airports are in the frontier zones, but some of them are also in the rear. Can the government now calibrate this and in a recalibrated strategy start to open airports in phased manner? Is that a possibility that you think that the Civil Aviation Ministry would be considering currently?
That may be the case because precautionary measures, this move was taken as a precautionary measure, and the fact that it was extended earlier, the airports were shut until May 10th, and the shutting down also happened in a phased manner as well. First, it was 20 airports, then it became 24, and then eventually it came to 32. So similarly, it may happen that airports may start reopening in a phased manner as well. However, something conclusive on this is yet to come about with respect to the reopening.
Anushka, thank you for that quick update. On that note, we are slipping into a short break, and then we'll continue to track two developments very, very closely. One, the Tri-Services Chiefs meeting Prime Minister Modi at his residence, and then the DGMO talks which will happen on the hotline at 12 noon. Two stories, and this is your destination for all that's breaking. A quick break, and then Gargi returns on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the top developments. It's been a night of calm along the international border as well as the LOC key meeting taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. All that and more up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A key meeting takes place ahead of the India-Pak army talks, which will take place at noon. The tri-services chiefs are at the Prime Minister's residence. And key DGMO level talks will be taking place at noon. A briefing expected at 2:30 on Operation Sindoor. The ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. It's been the first night of calm ever since the ceasefire violations first began after the Pahalgam attack. The army says no incidents, first calm night in recent days. And support grows for the trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Rajiv Chandrasekhar. The BJP chief of Kerala says absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary in this manner. Some good news on the markets front. The Sensex zooms over 2,100 points this morning. Investors cheer the India and Pakistan ceasefire as well as the US-China trade deal. And more on that breakthrough. The US announces the major trade deal with China, says this was achieved during the trade talks. Asian markets rise on the announcement of the trade deal. US President Donald Trump demands Ukraine-Russia talks. Zelensky offers to meet Putin in Turkey this week. So more developments on that front, and the two leaders could meet in Turkey. All right, let's get you all the top developments taking place. While it has been the first night of calm along the LOC and international border, right now you have a key meeting taking place at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where the tri-service chiefs have all arrived to meet with the Prime Minister, Defence Minister and Chief of Defence Staff are also all part of this meeting. So this key meeting taking place just ahead of those DGMO level talks, which will take place between India and Pakistan in a short while from now. Around noon is when the Army Brass hotline call is expected. This is another call, really. Remember, India has said that the talks or any communication between India and Pakistan will remain at the DGMO level. So those talks will take place at noon today. Also, a briefing expected again at 2:30 on Operation Sindoor. Yesterday, we saw that briefing which spoke about the entirety of the operation, the kind of damage wrought in Pakistan, how deep India went into Pakistan, how army bases there were destroyed, how India even managed to cause damage in Rawalpindi. So another briefing is expected at 2:30. As we said, the good news has been that last night remained largely peaceful across Jammu and Kashmir and other areas along the international border. Well, we'll be going across to our reporters for more on this story, and currently this high-level meeting taking place. Remember, the Prime Minister has been holding a series of meetings ever since Operation Sindoor began, even before that, which we have been bringing to you all those details. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now, who joins us for more. And Aishwarya, so what can you tell us about the meeting taking place, and this meeting coming just ahead of the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks?
Well, that's right. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding this crucial meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is his residence. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Tri-Services Chief CDS Anil Chauhan and NSA Ajit Doval all have arrived. And since the Operation Sindoor began, or since the Pahalgam terror attack, we are witnessing on a daily basis, there is this kind of briefing that Prime Minister takes from the top security officials. He's been briefed about each and every development. Yesterday also, we have seen in the afternoon Prime Minister holding that crucial meeting of the top security officials of the country. Of course, this has, it's been more than 24 hours that the ceasefire has been announced, and to take the stock of the situation, Prime Minister holding this high-level meeting at 1200 hours is the time that was announced earlier on 12th of May that there will be DGMO-level talks between India and Pakistan via hotline, and this specifically will only concentrated towards the bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan to stop the firing exchange at the line of control or at the international borders through land, sea and air, and nothing else apart from it will be discussed. But the situation remains tense. The yesterday's briefing and the DGMO clearly stated that the Chief of Defence Staff had given the authority to the Indian Army to clearly take care of the situation, and if there is any sort of misadventure by the Pakistani, then they have given the authority to retaliate accordingly. Apart from it, it was also various details with the kind of the evidences that the Indian Army gave, that also came out. But it is very important to note that soon after the commanders of Indian Air Force, Navy and Army held that press conference, there was late night press conference from the Pakistani side as well, which was of course again a kind of propaganda, a kind of fake narratives that they wanted to set, and that was busted by the Indian officials yesterday as well. And at the press briefing that is expected at 2:30 again, there would be more such propaganda or the fake narratives that can be busted, and more operational details can be given. But certainly,
Aishwarya, sorry to interrupt you. Yes, that meeting, Aishwarya reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence where that meeting is taking place. But let's go across to where the BJP is addressing a press conference.
जिस प्रकार का टेरर डेमोलिशन, जिस प्रकार आतंकवाद का खात्मा बीते कुछ दिनों में हमने भारतवर्ष में देखा है, भारतवर्ष ने जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी अड्डों को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से समाप्त किया है, वह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश भेजता है, एक निर्णायक संदेश, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई के विरोध, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक संदेश। इसलिए आज का ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसको संबोधित करते हुए मुझे गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है। अदम्य साहस का परिचय दिया है भारत की सेना ने, अदम्य साहस। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हम सभी कार्यकर्ता आज सारा भारत धन्यवाद करता है भारत की आर्मी का, भारत की सेना का, भारत की एयरफोर्स का, भारत की नेवी का और उन तमाम जाबाज सेनानियों का जिनके कारण आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल हुआ है। अगर सही मायने में देखा जाए तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और उसके विषय में पूरा हिंदुस्तान आज जानता है, क्योंकि कई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुए। कल भी तीनों डीजीएमओ ने मिलकर के देश को संबोधित किया और तमाम तथ्य जो देश जानना चाहता था उसे उन्होंने हमारे समक्ष रखा। मगर मुझे लगता है कि एक आम नागरिक के भाषा में, बहुत साधारण भाषा में आज मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, किस प्रकार से इससे हिंदुस्तान आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने में एक निर्णायक भूमिका हिंदुस्तान ने अदा किया है। आप सभी जानते हैं 22 तारीख का वो दिन, दैट अनफॉर्चुनेट डे ऑन 22 ऑफ अप्रैल, जब पहलगाम में 26 लोगों का नृशंस हत्या कर दिया गया था आतंकवादियों द्वारा। वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान से आए थे, वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे, आतंकवादियों द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे। उनमें 25 भारतीय थे और एक नेपाली नागरिक था। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी उस समय विदेश दौरे में थे, सऊदी अरब में थे। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी तुरंत भारत लौट के आते हैं और उन्होंने जनता की बात को सुना। जनता ने उस समय एक मांग रखी कि आतंकवाद के ऊपर हमला हो, हमें बदला लेना है पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का। प्रधानमंत्री ने बिहार की भूमि से ऐलान किया और यह वादा किया कि मैं वादा करता हूं कि जो आपकी इच्छा है कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमला होगा, हम पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का बदला लेंगे। वी विल एवेंज द डेथ ऑफ 26 पीपल। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा यह जो बदला होगा यह आतंकवादियों के कल्पना से बाहर का बदला होगा, और जो बदला हुआ वो आतंकवादियों के कल्पना के बाहर का बदला था। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम घुस के मारेंगे और मिट्टी में मिलाएंगे आतंकवादी के ठिकानों को, और आतंकवादियों के ठिकानों को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्णय ने और हमारे सेना के अदम्य साहस ने मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम किया। यह वादा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का था। 22 तारीख से 7 मई तक लगभग ये 14 दिन आप सभी ने देखा पूरे भारतवर्ष में एक प्रकार से एक माहौल टेंशन का था, प्रेशर का था कि तुरंत निर्णय किया जाए, तुरंत एक्शन में आया जाए। बहुत सूझबूझ के साथ, सोच समझ करके, स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ। पाकिस्तान भी जानता था कि हमला होगा, एयर स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुका था, किस प्रकार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुकी थी। पाकिस्तान पूरी तरह जानता था कि इस बार भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, मगर उसके बावजूद पाकिस्तान इतना दिमाग लगाने के पश्चात वह डेट नहीं जान पाया जिस दिन यह हमला होना था। 22 तारीख से 7 तारीख के बीच में कुछ नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शंस जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान को कमजोर किया, वह प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और भारत की सरकार ने लिया। ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर है, इसका एक मिलिट्री पोर्शन है तो एक नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन भी है। और नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन में सबसे बड़ी बात इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी, जो सिंधु नदी समझौता 1960 का था, उसे स्थगित किया गया, अबेयंस में रखा गया। आप सभी जानते हैं लगभग 90% पाकिस्तान जो है इसी पानी पर निर्भर करता है। लगभग 80% उनका जो कृषि है इस पानी पर निर्भर करता है। इस पानी को यदि रोक दिया जाए तो पाकिस्तान की 1/4 जीडीपी गिर जाती है। इस पाकिस्तान को अगर इस पानी से वंचित रखा जाए तो पाकिस्तान के हालात वैसे होंगे कि उनकी जीडीपी लुढ़केगी, कृषि लुढ़केगा। केवल कृषि और जीडीपी नहीं, उनके पावर कट्स होंगे और इस प्रकार का माहौल पाकिस्तान में पैदा होगा कि पाकिस्तान एक फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में, अभी भी फ्रजाइल है, और फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में वो सामने आएगा। झेलम और चनाब अब संपूर्ण रूप से भारत सरकार के अधिकार में है, अधिकार क्षेत्र में है। और जिस प्रकार से यहां हम बांध बनाने की और रिवर को आगे बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, नए रिजर्वॉयर, इरिगेशन और हाइड्रो पावर से जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, पंजाब एवं हरियाणा, इन राज्यों को बहुत फायदा मिलने वाला है। ये कहा गया कि पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा। मित्रों, जरा सोच के देखिए, 50 वर्षों तक जो संभव नहीं हुआ था, किसी भी युद्ध में यह संभव नहीं हुआ था कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोक दिया जाए। जो संभव नहीं हुआ था, वह असंभव काम संभव हुआ इस बार। अटारी वाघा बॉर्डर को भी रोक दिया गया। दोनों देशों के बीच में कोई ट्रेड नहीं होगा और इसका खामियाजा कोई भुगतेगा तो वो पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी भुगतेगी। इसके साथ ही जिन लोगों के पास पाकिस्तान का वीजा था और वो हिंदुस्तान में, पाकिस्तान के नागरिक जो हिंदुस्तान के वीजा के साथ भारतवर्ष में रह रहे थे, उन सब को बाहर निकाला गया। पाकिस्तान का कोई भी आर्टिस्ट, कोई भी परफॉर्मेंस वो भारतवर्ष में नहीं हो सकता है। इस प्रकार के कड़े प्रतिबंध पाकिस्तान के ऊपर लगाए गए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लगभग 20 देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों से सीधी बातचीत की। हाउ टू आइसोलेट पाकिस्तान, हाउ टू फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, तमाम देशों ने भारत का समर्थन किया। सऊदी अरब, यूएई, यूएस, आप सोचिए, इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड के बड़े देश हैं सऊदी अरब और यूएई, इन्होंने भारतवर्ष का पूर्णतः समर्थन किया। जिस समय पहलगाम का हमला हुआ था, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री सऊदी अरब में थे। सऊदी अरब के अपने दौरे को जब वो छोड़ के आए, तब उनको वहां एश्योरेंस दिया गया कि आप जाइए, हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, वी सपोर्ट यू, हम टेरर के खिलाफ आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के लड़ेंगे। पाकिस्तान वॉज आइसोलेटेड। ये जो नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शन लिया गया, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि 50 वर्षों से भी अधिक समय तक जो टूल्स कभी इस्तेमाल नहीं किए गए थे, जिस क्षेत्र में भारतवर्ष कभी नहीं गया था, वह टूल्स इस्तेमाल किए गए। और अपने आप में भारत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोका गया, 20 से अधिक देशों का समर्थन, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक हमले की तैयारी। और 6 और 7 मई 2025 उस रात निर्णायक हमला होता है आतंकवाद के ऊपर। सभी जानते हैं कि 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो POJK में थे और पाकिस्तान में थे, उन्हें ध्वस्त किया गया। यह ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक बहुत बड़ा दायरा तय करता है। इसने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया कि भारतवर्ष क्या कर सकता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखाया कि केवल LOC नहीं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के पार जाके भी भारत पाकिस्तान के अंदर किसी भी टारगेट को प्रिसाइसली उस पर हमला कर सकता है और आतंकवाद के खौफ को समाप्त कर सकता है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन का लक्ष्य क्या था, इसे समझने की आवश्यकता है। लक्ष्य क्या था? क्या हमने लक्ष्य की पूर्ति की? What was the aim of Operation Sindoor? Did we achieve what we aimed for? क्या लक्ष्य था? नंबर 1 लक्ष्य था आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो दूर दराज इलाके में है पाकिस्तान में, जहां आज तक कोई नहीं पहुंच पाया, जहां आज तक पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को लगता था कि वो सुरक्षित हैं, वहां तक पहुंचना यह लक्ष्य था। दूसरा लक्ष्य था आतंकवादियों को ढेर करना, मार देना। तीसरा लक्ष्य था इन टारगेटों को जमींदोज करना, उन्हें मिट्टी से मिला देना। चौथा लक्ष्य था इस पूरे काम को करते हुए कोई भी सिविलियन, उसके ऊपर किसी प्रकार से कोई इंजुरी नहीं होना। और अंतिम लक्ष्य था किसी प्रकार के मिलिट्री, जो पाकिस्तान का मिलिट्री या सैन्य बेस हो, उसके ऊपर हमला नहीं करना। अर्थात यह लड़ाई आतंकवाद के खिलाफ थी। यह लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का। दिस वॉज अ फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म एंड टेररिस्ट्स। क्या हम लक्ष्य को पा पाए? आप देखिए, जब यह हमला हुआ तो 9 ठिकाने ध्वस्त हुए, उनमें 5 POJK में थे, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर में, और 4 पाकिस्तान में थे। सबसे बड़ी बात है, पहली बार पंजाब प्रोविंस, जो कि पाकिस्तान का एक बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशन है, पंजाब प्रोविंस उनका हृदय है पाकिस्तान का, उसके अंदर भारतवर्ष घुस करके आतंकवादियों का सफाया करता है। यह अपने आप में छोटी बात नहीं है। दिस इज अ बिग अचीवमेंट एज फार एज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इज कंसर्न्ड। लश्कर तैयबा, जैश ए मोहम्मद, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, इनके ठिकाने ध्वस्त होते हैं। और मैं यहां वो नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। ये जो 9 नाम है, 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने, मैं आज देश से अपील करना चाहूंगा, तमाम भारतीयों से अपील करना चाहूंगा कि ये नाम हमें स्मरण करना है। आने वाले 100 वर्षों तक हमें इन नामों को याद दिलाते रहना है, दोहराना है। जब भी आतंकवाद सर उठाए तो हमें यह चित्र दिखाने हैं कि तुम्हारा क्या हश्र किया था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने, भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने। इसलिए मैं नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो POJK में है, 30 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, उसे ठिकाना लगाया गया। लश्कर तोयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग में और 24 अक्टूबर 2024 गुलमर्ग में जो आतंकी हमले हुए थे, उसमें यहां से आतंकवादी आए थे। और सबसे बड़ी बात, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को जो आतंकवादी आकर पहलगाम में हमारे नागरिकों को मार के गए थे, हमारी बहनों के माथे से जिन्होंने सिंदूर पोंछने का काम किया था, उनका प्रशिक्षण भी इसी केंद्र में हुआ था, सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद। सैयदाना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, ये जैसे मोहम्मद का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था, ये दूसरा कैंप जो ध्वस्त हुआ। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, ये LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था, लश्कर तैयबा का बेस था। और 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में, 9 जून 2024 को जो तीर्थ यात्री को बस में हमला करके मारने का काम किया था आतंकवादी, यहां गुलपुर कैंप से आए थे जो कोटली में है, उसे ध्वस्त किया गया। बरनाला कैंप बिरगढ़, बरनाला कैंप जो 9 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, उसे समाप्त किया गया। अब्बास कैंप कोटली जो 13 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, लश्कर तैयबा का फिदाइन सेंटर है और 15 आतंकवादियों को एक साथ ट्रेन कर सकता है, उसे ध्वस्त करके गिराया गया। सरजाल कैंप सियालकोट अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, सांबा कठुआ के सामने है। और मार्च 2025 में जम्मू और कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवान शहीद हुए थे, उनको मारने का काम इन्हीं आतंकवादियों ने किया था जो सरजाल कैंप से आए थे सियालकोट के। उस कैंप को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, जो कि 12 से 18 किलोमीटर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से दूर है, मैं LOC की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का अड्डा है, बहुत बड़ा कैंप है। कठुआ और जम्मू क्षेत्र में जो भी आतंकवादी गतिविधि होती है, सियालकोट के इस मजनूमा जाया कैंप से आतंकवादी भेजे जाते हैं। भारतवर्ष ने उसे ध्वस्त किया। मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के, जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूर है, 2008 के मुंबई का जो हमला हुआ था, 26/11 के नाम से जिसे हम जानते हैं, उसमें जो आतंकवादी आए थे, अजमल कसाब और डेविड हेडली, उनकी ट्रेनिंग मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के में हुआ था। और आज मैं फक्र के साथ कह सकता हूं, गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के को ध्वस्त किया है, समाप्त किया है। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है। विश्व में किसी ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, पाकिस्तान ने तो सपने में भी नहीं सोचा होगा कि भारत की सेना के पास, भारत की एयरफोर्स के पास और भारत के राजनेताओं के पास ऐसी इच्छा शक्ति हो कि इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर घुस के वो हमारे आतंकी अड्डे को ध्वस्त कर सकते हैं। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, जो कि जैशे मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था, उस मुख्यालय को भारत की वायुसेना ने ध्वस्त किया। यह कोई छोटा विषय नहीं है। यह बहावलपुर एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस भी अपने ड्रोन नहीं भेज पाया था। उस जगह पे भारत घुस के मारता है। आज का भारत, आज का नया भारत यही है। ये नाम, जो 9 नाम मैंने पढ़े, हमें याद रखने चाहिए, मगर उन नामों के साथ मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं। जो आतंकवादी मारे गए, एक लक्ष्य था आतंक के ठिकानों को, आतंक के अड्डों को सफाई करना, ध्वस्त कर देना। दूसरा लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का, आतंकवादियों को चुन चुन कर मारना, उन्हें मिट्टी में मिलाना। 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी मारे गए, 100 से अधिक। मैं कुछ आतंकवादियों के नाम पढ़ता हूं जिनको कि हम डिस्कस करते थे डिबेट्स में, टीवी पे, यूएन में, जिनको कि यूएस ने भी कंडेम कर रखा था। मैं नाम पढ़ रहा हूं। मुदस्सर कादियान खास उर्फ मुदस्सर उर्फ अबू जुंदाल। अबू जुंदाल नाम से हम जानते थे इस आतंकवादी को, और जो लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, वो मरकज तैयबा का जो मुरीदके में है, उसका इंचार्ज था। जब वो मरा तो उसके गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर, उसका जो जनाजा निकला, उसमें पाकिस्तान के आर्मी के अधिकारी थे, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के चीफ थे, पंजाब सीएम मरियम नवाज भी उसमें रही। आप सोचिए, ये एक सरकारी जमीन पर हुई और तमाम बड़े लोग, सरकारी लोग पाकिस्तान के उसमें शामिल हुए, जिससे कि यह सिद्ध होता है कि टेरर एंड द स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ टेरर आर हैंड इन ग्लव टुगेदर। आतंकवादी और जो आतंकवादियों को बढ़ावा देने वाले, वो एक साथ काम करते हैं। दूसरा, हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील, ये जैशे मोहम्मद का आतंकवादी है। ये ब्रदर इन लॉ, साला था मौलाना मसूर अजहर का, और इंचार्ज था मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर का, वह भी मारा गया। तीसरा आतंकवादी मोहम्मद यूसुफ अजहर उर्फ उस्ताद जी उर्फ मोहम्मद सलीम उर्फ घोशी साहब, जैसे मोहम्मद का नामी आतंकवादी, और यह भी मौलाना मसूद अजहर से जुड़ा हुआ था, और यह वेपन ट्रेनिंग देता था जैशे मोहम्मद का। और सबसे बड़ी बात, IC 184 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था। IC 814 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था, वह भी मारा जाता है। चौथा आतंकवादी खालिद उर्फ अबू अक्सका। खालिद ये लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, फैसलाबाद में मारा गया और वहां उसका फ्यूनरल होता है। अब मैं ये तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूंगा, आप ये तस्वीर देखिए। ये तस्वीर कोई साधारण तस्वीर नहीं है। यह तस्वीर है उन आतंकवादियों का जिनका जनाजा निकला, और इस तस्वीर में मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो खड़ा है सामने व्यक्ति, इस व्यक्ति का नाम है, ये LET का कमांडर है, लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर है, अब्दुल रऊफ। अब्दुल रऊफ जो खुद एक स्पेशली डेजिग्नेटेड ग्लोबल टेररिस्ट, जिसको यूएस के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने डेजिग्नेट कर रखा है, अमेरिका के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने इसे आतंकवादी घोषित कर रखा है, वह सामने खड़ा है जनाजे में। और उसके पीछे जो खड़े हैं, मैं एक एक करके नाम पढ़ता हूं। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल फैयाज हुसैन शाह, जो कि लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। मेजर जनरल राव इमरान सरताज, जो कि मेजर जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। ब्रिगेडियर मोहम्मद फुरकान शब्बीर, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। डॉक्टर उस्मान अनवर, IGP पंजाब, और मलिक सोहेब अहमद बर्थ, मेंबर ऑफ प्रोविंशियल असेंबली ऑफ पंजाब। ये बड़े बड़े लोग, तथाकथित सरकार के बड़े बड़े लोग, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में शामिल होने आए हैं, और जनाजे को लीड कर रहा है एक आतंकवादी, डेजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी। और आप देखिए ये बिफोर और आफ्टर, ये जितने भी मैंने आपको अभी आतंकवादी ठिकानों का नाम बताया, किस प्रकार उनकी परिस्थिति थी और क्या उनकी परिस्थिति हुई, यह इस तस्वीर से हम देख सकते हैं। तो उद्देश्य मैं बता रहा था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का उद्देश्य बहुत स्पष्ट था। उसका उद्देश्य था आतंकवाद के ठिकाने को ध्वस्त करना, आतंकवादियों को मारना और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक संदेश भेजना, और उसमें हम सफल हुए। पहली बार एक बात पूरे विश्व ने देखा कि पाकिस्तान का हर इंच भारत के पहुंच के अंदर है। कोई कोना पाकिस्तान का ऐसा नहीं है जो भारत के पहुंच से बाहर हो। और आप सोच के देखिए, पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है। पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है जिस समय 6 और 7 के रात के बीच ये पूरी कार्यवाही हो रही थी। रफाल विमान द्वारा स्काल्प और हैमर मिसाइल्स के माध्यम से 23 मिनट के अंदर, 23 मिनट्स के अंदर एक विंडो था, जिस विंडो के अंदर ये 9 के 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने उन्हें ध्वस्त कर दिए गए। 23 मिनट में पूरा विश्व ने देखा कि भारत क्या कर सकता है। मुझे लगता है पूरे विश्व में इस प्रकार से 23 मिनट के अंदर इतने प्रेसिशन के साथ आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर हमला किसी देश ने पहले किया होगा। और जब यह पूरा एक्सरसाइज समाप्त हुआ, उसके बाद जब हमारे MEA ने, हमारी आर्मी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, तो उसमें कुछ 4 शब्द बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। वो 4 शब्द हैं: कंट्रोल्ड, प्रिसाइज, मेजर्ड, नॉन एस्केलेटरी। हमने ये जो 9 अड्डे ध्वस्त किए वो कंट्रोल्ड तरीके से ध्वस्त किए। प्रिसाइज, कोई सिविलियन अड्डा या कोई मिलिट्री टारगेट नहीं था, प्रिसाइज टारगेट था, आतंकवादी ठिकाने, उनको ध्वस्त कर दिए। मेजर्ड, जितना ध्वस्त करना था उतना ध्वस्त किया, उसके अगल बगल के किसी स्ट्रक्चर को ध्वस्त नहीं किया। जहां आतंकवादी थे उनके ठिकाने में घुस के उनको मार के निकले। और नॉन एस्केलेटरी मतलब युद्ध को बढ़ाने वाला नहीं, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, क्योंकि द प्राइमरी एस्केलेशन वाज पहलगाम। जो मूल एस्केलेशन था वो 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में पाकिस्तान ने किया था। हमने रिएक्ट किया नॉन एस्केलेटरी। ये 4 शब्द अपने आप को परिभाषित करते हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जो लक्ष्य था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने उसे 100% पूर्ण किया, 100% पूर्ण किया। इसलिए आज हिंदुस्तान, भारतवर्ष गर्व के साथ कह सकता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक ऐसा ऑपरेशन था जो 100% सक्सेसफुल था। और जितने हमारे जाबाज पायलट्स गए थे राफेल के साथ, उतने लौट के आए और आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त करके आए। और किसी सिविलियन को नहीं मारा, किसी मिलिट्री बेस को नहीं मारा। मगर दुखद है, जैसा कि पाकिस्तान से एक्सपेक्टेड है, पाकिस्तान उसके पश्चात रिटेलिएशन करता है, पाकिस्तान अपने ड्रोन्स इत्यादि भेजता है, मगर भारत की सिस्टम ने पाकिस्तान के इन ड्रोन्स को, इन मिसाइल्स को हवा में ही समाप्त कर दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम लाहौर का 7 और 9 तारीख के बीच लाहौर के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को समाप्त करने का काम हिंदुस्तान ने किया। और 9 और 10 तारीख के बीच, 9 मई और 10 मई के बीच 11 एयर बेसेस को, पाकिस्तान के 11 एयर बेसेस को ध्वस्त करने का काम भारतवर्ष ने रिटेलिएशन में किया। जब पाकिस्तान ने भारतवर्ष के ऊपर एस्केलेशन किया तो भारतवर्ष ने 11 एयर बेसेस को समाप्त किया। इन एयर बेसेस के नाम भी हमें याद रखने चाहिए। तमाम भारतीयों को वो 9 नाम आतंकवादी ठिकाने याद रखने चाहिए, स्मरण होना चाहिए। और ये जो 11 एयरबेस हैं, हिंदुस्तान अपने पर आ जाए तो क्या कर सकता है अपने लोगों को बचाने के लिए। ये 11 नाम भी मैं पढ़ता हूं। नूर खान, ये नूर खान वह एयरबेस है जहां पर एयर टू एयर रिफ्यूएलिंग करने की क्षमता है। हवा में उड़ रही हो अगर आपका विमान, तो एयर टू एयर रिफ्यूएलिंग यही नूर खान से हो सकती है। जब भारत ने नूर खान को ध्वस्त किया तो जो जहाज थे पाकिस्तान के, उनके पास वो क्षमता नहीं रही कि वो हवा में अधिक समय तक युद्ध कर सके, उन्हें नीचे उतरना ही पड़ा। नूर खान, रफीकी, मुरीद, सुक्कूर, सियालकोट, पसरूर, चुनियान, सरगोदा, स्कारू, बुलारी और जकोबाबाद, ये तमाम मैं फोटोज लेके आया हूं। जकोबाबाद का ये फोटो देखिए, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, आप देख सकते हैं परखच्चे उड़ गए। यह है प्रिसीशन ऑफ इंडियाज अटैक। तमाम फोटो हैं यहां पे, किस प्रकार से हमने एक एक करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त किया। आप देख सकते हैं सारे एयर बेसिस के हम फोटो लेके आए हैं, जकोबाबाद से लेके बाकी तमाम, क्योंकि आपने ये सब देखा हुआ है, मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा। आर्मी ने आपको दिखाया है, डीजीएमओज ने आपको दिखाया है, इसलिए मैं इसको आपको दिखा के दोबारा, आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू टेक मच टाइम, बट मैं रिमाइंड करना चाहूंगा कि 11 एयर बेसिस को हमने ध्वस्त किया। और इसमें एक बड़ा विषय है, पहली बार विश्व में किसी देश ने एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री के अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त करने का काम किया। पाकिस्तान एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसके अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को 20% पाकिस्तान के एयरफोर्स के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भारतवर्ष ने नाकाम कर दिया। 20% ऑफ PAF's इंफ्रा वाज डिस्ट्रॉयड बाय इंडिया। जस्ट इमेजिन, एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसमें घुसकर मारना, यह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में पहला इंस्टेंस है। और भुलारी एयरबेस में 50 PAF पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स के जवान मारे गए, जिसमें स्क्वाड्रन लीडर उस्मान यूसुफ भी मारे गए। कुल मिलाकर के 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकी, 50 जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। आई रिपीट, व्हाट पाकिस्तान हैज लॉस्ट वाया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, बड़े बड़े आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, 50 से अधिक जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। यह झटका पाकिस्तान सह नहीं पाया और उनके डीजीएमओ का 10 तारीख को ही फोन आया। और उसके पश्चात मैं कहूंगा यह सीज फायर नहीं, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि यदि भविष्य में किसी प्रकार का कोई भी आतंकी हमला होता है तो यह अंडरस्टैंडिंग तोड़ दी जाएगी। हमने करके दिखाया है, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था वो हुआ है इस बार। अंदर घुस के मारा है हमने, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, पाकिस्तान में उनके मौलाना, उनके मौलवियों ने पाकिस्तान का साथ नहीं दिया, मगर हिंदुस्तान की एकता देखिए, हिंदुस्तान का भाईचारा देखिए। पूरा देश एक होकर खड़ा हुआ, पूरा देश सेना के पीछे, सेना के अदम्य साहस के पीछे, हमारी राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति के पीछे पूरा भारत एक होकर खड़ा हुआ। और आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज पाकिस्तान पूरे विश्व में अलग थलग पड़ा है। पहले भी ऐसे वक्त थे, अनेकों प्रयास भारतवर्ष करता था। पहले हम सबूत देते थे, प्रयास करते थे डोजियर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को प्रूफ दे आतंकवाद का। वो डोजियर लेती थी मगर उस पर काम नहीं करती थी। मगर आज नए भारतवर्ष ने पाकिस्तान को बख्शा नहीं है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई हुई है और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा है, वहां से यदि गोली आती है तो यहां से गोला जाएगा। इसी के साथ मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूं। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें।
कमलेश जी, Sambit Patra addressing the media there, talking about Operation Sindoor and its success, speaking about how for the first time India went into a nuclear country and air bases were destroyed. He says it's the first time something like this ever happened. He said the Prime Minister had promised tough action and tough action was taken. He spoke about the terror bases that were first destroyed under Operation Sindoor, and then the army bases that were hit as well. And he says 11 air bases, and the extent of India, how India managed to reach inside Pakistan is for the first time some action like this was taken. He says the international community also stands by India and said that major foreign nations support us. He says we have exposed Pakistan as a fragile state and taken these very, very tough steps against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor. Now, to tell you what's going on, there is a high-level meeting taking place at the Prime Minister's residence where the tri-services chiefs are there. There will be another phone conversation, a hotline conversation between the India and Pakistan DGMOs in a sense to consolidate this ceasefire that has been decided on. And then there will be a briefing by the services, by the government at 2:30. We'll slip into a short break, more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
Welcome back. Let's take you through all the top developments. And there is a high-level meeting underway at the Prime Minister's residence where the tri-service chiefs are there. The NSA Defense Minister also attending that meeting. In fact, in a short while from now, there will also be the hotline talks between India and Pakistan that will be taking place. That is something that was decided to consolidate really on the ceasefire. And it's been the first night that it has been calm in Jammu and Kashmir and along the border. Well, to talk more about the situation, we're now joined by Tara Karta, former Director, National Security Council Secretariat. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And yesterday we saw the briefing by the armed forces, and they spoke about the success of Operation Sindoor, the manner in which we went into Pakistan, striking at the air bases, also emphasizing our hand was forced because of the kind of aggression Pakistan was showing with, sending in drones into civilian areas as well. So, ma'am, your analysis of the situation, it's been a calm night. It's a very welcome development that we've had the first night of peace along in these border areas. But it's a tenuous peace. One really hopes it will hold.
I think what the briefing brought out is what we discussed earlier also, Gargi, that this has been such a controlled operation. You can literally see the steps with which they were going ahead in their targets. And it was on the last night that they hit Rawalpindi and the Chaklala Air Base and very highly strategic targets. Now, what is what we should, given the talk on social media, what is important is that you hit. It doesn't matter really how much damage you caused, this many aircraft, it really doesn't matter. You hit, you sent a message. You know what, you can hit once, you can hit again. So the message was, look, this is how close we've come. Now it's up to you. So finally, thank God, they've got that message. They got their IMF money and they decided to step back. So I'm extremely happy this situation has happened, but this is, Gargi, it's a lesson for a lot of people to study how this was carried out. I don't know very, very, very few operations across history which were carried out in a nuclear environment and carried out with such forethought, in terms of what we'll do and holding back. I don't want to sound disrespectful, but you don't have an Abhinandan being caught this time. That is how your operations were controlled. The mistakes happen, right? You learn from them and you move on. So, like I said, this is a textbook example of how to get your objective and walk away.
Absolutely. And as you said, the precision strikes, and that is what's been emphasized, the fact that we hit air bases, that we did not want to cause any sort of damage in civilian areas, unlike what we saw coming from Pakistan with the drone, attacks taking place, and then our defense systems also working extremely efficiently. Ms. Dr. Tara Karta, I also want to talk about the manner in which the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump, and then he again posted another a social media post where he lauded both India and Pakistan and their leadership, and it set a somewhat bad taste in this entire episode. Yes, we are working with the US, and of course no mediation, maybe some constructive steps were taken by them, but that somewhat bad note given also this equivalence of India and Pakistan. No, we're absolutely nowhere near the same.
Absolutely. While I appreciate the sentiment that they want to stop a war or whatever, he's done this thrice before. When during his first tenure, he offered mediation 3 times. Once I was sitting there when Imran Khan had come calling, and he was quietly told, yeah, please lay off. And he was told by the administration people themselves that, look, this is not something India would like. But it's as if the terrorist camps don't exist. Come on, you had a war on terror. You brought it in the UN. Like I said earlier, in the UN designated list, there are addresses and street names of where the terrorist hideouts which we attacked are. So are you saying the UN is a liar? So
finally, building on this, it's now a perception battle also that one has to, internationally wage.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. But that battle I think we need to take it outwards. You know, you need to bring in academics, everybody from other areas to study this operation with as much transparency as is possible. I mean, you can't give everything away, but a certain amount of transparency would be good for our own benefit and in terms of war analysis overall.
All right, Dr. Tara Karta, thank you so much once again for speaking to us here on NDTV. And some good news now coming in remember, several airports, over 20 airports were closed during this time of hostilities between India and Pakistan. But now one of the Chandigarh airport, we're told, has reopened. So yes, flights resumed to Chandigarh airport. So that's a big relief for air travelers, many of whom were stuck. And this also it shows us that the peace is solidifying. This ceasefire is really getting, one is getting more relaxed in terms of the ceasefire. It's been a night of peace, and now slowly and hopefully more of these airports along our border areas that were closed as a precautionary measure will open. So Chandigarh airport flight operations are resuming there. So some good news really coming in on that front. 32 airports in all were shut during this period of hostilities between India and Pakistan. And now the first of the airports, Chandigarh airport flights have resumed. And it's been a big disruption in air travel over these last couple of days. It was necessary, of course, given the kind of hostilities one was seeing and the drones that were being sent in by Pakistan. So this was a precautionary measure in which 32 airports were closed along our border states and areas. And now the first of the airports, and hopefully we'll hear many more opening up. Chandigarh airport has resumed its flights. And hopefully going forward, we are going to hear more on this. Currently, the Prime Minister holding that high-level meeting with the tri-service chiefs. All right, let's shift focus now to cricket, and some news coming in, and this is something that NDTV reported yesterday as well, and now it has been confirmed. Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket. So he announces his Test retirement. In fact, he did this in a post where he says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There's something deeply personal about playing in white, the quiet grind, the long days, the small moments." And he says, "As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had, and it's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile." So that is the big breaking news of Virat Kohli. And this was something that we reported on yesterday as well, that he was going to be retiring from Test cricket. That is what one had heard. And now he has indeed, in fact, confirmed it himself. He retires, and he talks about walking away from the format. Well, let's go across to Sejal now for more. And Sejal, so that is the big breaking news right now, the breaking news in the world of cricket, and Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket. This is something we had reported on yesterday, but it was not at that point confirmed.
Yes, that's right, Gargi. It's a big breaking. This comes just days after Rohit Sharma took retirement from the Test cricket, and now Virat Kohli. It's been a 14-year-long illustrious career, and Team India has seen great heights with Virat Kohli as Test captain. He has been the biggest supporter of Test cricket, and he has always advertised Test cricket as a form of is the most important format of cricket, and in his retirement letter, he says he never imagined that he would retire from this format, and it has taught him so many life lessons also. But in the past few series that we have seen, Virat Kohli has seen a rough patch in the test format, and remember, he has already retired from T20Is, T20 internationals, and he is now hung his boots in the Test cricket format. So we'll only see Kohli in the ODI format as of now, and it's the same for Rohit Sharma as well. But talking about Virat Kohli, he has we have won the Border Gavaskar Trophy under him, and the other series that they have played outside India. That's been a big support for Kohli as in building the team India that has seen great heights under Kohli, and the other championships that we have won under Kohli has been of great importance. He has instilled the pacers that we have currently in the team is all courtesy Virat Kohli, because he has shaped them into big platform players. And now that Kohli is retiring, we will see what the future holds for Indian Test cricket, and who is going to be the next captain. Shubman Gill, obviously the forerunner for taking the captaincy, but with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma retiring just before the England series on June 20th, it is going to be a big situation to see that how the new team will take over Team England coming June 20th.
Sejal, and while we were reporting how he's written to the BCCI and about his intention to retire from Test cricket, was it something that came as a big surprise?
Really, because we have been getting reports that he has already sent a letter to the BCCI asking for retirement, but considering the fact that he has seen a lot of rough patches recently in the recently concluded Australia series that Virat couldn't perform, and so that was the reason that he must be thinking about it, and even the same was for Rohit Sharma. So both the senior team members, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, quitting was, I think, on the papers for them.
That is the big breaking news coming in right now. Sejal getting us those details. It's something we reported yesterday, as we said, that Virat Kohli, one of India's cricketing greats, was planning to retire from Test cricket, that he'd written to the BCCI. And now that confirmation has come. He has announced it, and he posted on social media with the song Frank Sinatra number My Way. And he talks about how it's been 14 years since he wore the baggy blue in Test cricket, and he never imagined the journey the format took him, and that as he steps away, that it's not easy, but it feels right, that I've given it everything I had, and it's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. He says, I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. Sejal, so get us all the very latest on this big breaking news, Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket, and also there were reactions of dismay among other cricketers when this news first started coming out.
Yes, that's right, Gargi. If you look at the Test team currently, after the conclusion of the Australia series, we had seen Ravi Ashwin taking a break from the international cricket. Then we had Rohit Sharma. Then we have Virat Kohli. So it's a big question that where is Indian cricket team headed right now? Obviously there are new players, emerging players like Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer. Maybe his return to the whites is also important for India, seen his consistency and his performance. So maybe, but we also had Jasprit Bumrah. He was carrying the team on his shoulder back in the Australia series that we've all witnessed. So it is a great move. It's not a great move for Team India as of now, since the England series is just around the corner. But it will be the new faces that we are going to see will be important to note.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break, but that's the big breaking news coming in. We're going to get you more reactions to this. Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket. Stay tuned.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two
credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much.
All right, the big breaking news we're bringing you here on NDTV. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has finally confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect. Remember, this is something that we were reporting about yesterday, that he had written to the BCCI saying that he was planning to retire from Test cricket. And now that news has been confirmed with this social media post, a very emotional post by Virat Kohli as he announces his retirement. There you can see that post in which he says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me and taught me lessons I'll carry for life." He says that as I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had and it's given me back so much more. So Virat Kohli announcing his retirement. The song he chose for this post was Frank Sinatra's My Way, and he says, "I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen." Well, to talk more about this big breaking news and this very sad news, really, we're joined by Sriram. And Sriram, so finally, Virat Kohli confirming the news he is retiring from Test cricket.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's very sad for the entirety of the Indian community right now, for the cricket fans especially, because Virat Kohli has, of course, almost embodied the new generation of Test cricket for India over the last decade or so, having played 123 games before announcing his retirement today. The most important part of Virat Kohli's Test career will definitely be the years of his captaincy, where India's dominance was established all across cricketing nations, where India travelled to foreign countries and won Test series, which was almost unprecedented before Virat Kohli took charge of the captaincy of the red ball team. Again, very soon after what Rohit Sharma had done just a couple of weeks back, announcing his retirement from the Test cricket arena as well. Now Virat Kohli, another stalwart of the game, has announced his retirement. Again, as I said, it's a big loss for Indian cricket for sure, but he will still now continue to play one-day cricket for India. Similar to Rohit Sharma, who will be captaining the side most probably in the 2027 One-Day World Cup as time progresses. As of now, there is a change in guard for India for sure in terms of the Test cricket arena, with Shubman Gill now set to take charge as the new red ball captain for India and to take over from Rohit Sharma, the spot that Rohit Sharma had left. And now, of course, Virat Kohli being the most experienced Test cricketer in the team after Ravichandran Ashwin had also, of course, announced his retirement very recently after the Border Gavaskar Trophy. So a lot of the experienced players in the Test team for India have now announced their retirement, including now Virat Kohli, of course. And this is almost like a message being sent out by the new team management that this is the time for the youngsters to come in. So Virat Kohli, of course, his record speaks for himself. For an average of 46 after 123 test matches played, nearly 10,000 runs, just 700 short of 10,000 runs, which is something that he had mentioned early in his career when he had started playing cricket, test cricket for India especially, where he had said that 10,000 runs is a milestone that he was playing towards, especially in red ball cricket. He is, of course, one of the absolute legends of the white ball game as well. But of course, in test cricket, as I said, 700 runs short of that 10,000 run mark, and he has announced his retirement just now.
Right, and considering this news had come earlier, we had reported here on NDTV how that he had written to the BCCI. Were there efforts to, make him change his mind?
So there were a lot of news rumors coming in that the BCCI had actually reverted back to Virat Kohli saying that he should reconsider his decision. But as the reports were at that point of time, that Virat Kohli was quite firm in his stance on him actually wanting to retire from the game at the moment. As I said, this is just like this is the perfect moment for the team to go forward.
Do hold on. We're joined by Charu Sharma, one of the best-known sports commentators of the country. Thank you so much for speaking to us and your thoughts with Virat Kohli announcing his retirement from Test cricket.
Yeah, Gargi, thank you for your generous introduction. It was obviously something where Virat felt the time had come. Now, there can be a fair amount of speculation. There'll be some conspiracy theories and all of that. But Virat is in a position, largely because of his performances and because of his stature, where he can choose to do what he wants. So I don't think he will succumb to any kind of pressure. We should stay away from that. In any sports person's career, time comes when you say, all right, I don't want to go through the torture of the long-form game. And whatever else might be the reason, I think he has decided that he doesn't want to go through and play the 5-day game, which does take a bit of toll. One can argue that he is one of the fittest, still, if not the fittest member of the Indian team. So perhaps it's not the fitness aspect that hurts him. It's just much more a question of what more can I give to cricket?
Do you see this now as with the Rohit Sharma news and now Virat Kohli, generational change coming to Indian cricket?
Absolutely, and it happens all the time, Gargi. Every few years there's a generational change, and all of us, then the fans and others speculate, oh, what next, who next? But there's always somebody next, Gargi, and that is the best testament to what's happening to cricket in India. There are so many young, hungry, talented cricketers who can take anyone's place. In fact, there are 3 or 4 jostling for every space in the Indian cricket team, and that will continue. There are many others bursting through. With no disrespect to Virat Kohli, he's been at the forefront of India's achievements in Test cricket, and he still could perhaps be the most significant member of the team. But there are many others coming through.
About how he's taking this decision when he's right at the top and in his game, but there were also some sort of testing times or testy times rather for Virat Kohli in these last couple of years, even when it came to BCCI, even it came to the public commenting on his fitness, his cricket.
Never his fitness, Gargi, to my knowledge. But yes, there was in fact, not the last couple of years. He quite resurrected himself in the last 1 year or so. But there was a large 3-year gap in his career, which was not very flattering about 2 years ago. So say from 5 to 3 years ago, where he couldn't buy a run in any form of the game, didn't have a century. So there was a lot of speculation then about his having lost his mojo, but he came back really well. And you are right. I think for the moment, he's on a huge high. And should there have been, I wonder if this was a part of his consideration, should there have been, let's say, a weak performance in England where conditions are always testing, and if he had a string of low scores, people might have then started saying, listen, we had this big drought in your career, 3 years, for 4 or 5 years, and then now it looks like you can't still find the right place outside the off stump, so why don't you go? And maybe he decided that he didn't want to battle that potential criticism and rather go off on a high in terms of Test match cricket.
All right, Charu Sharma, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV on this big breaking news right now. Very sad news for cricket lovers. Virat Kohli retiring from Test cricket. Let's go back to Sriram. And Sriram, tell us some of the highlights as one of our cricketing greats is retiring from Test cricket. Virat Kohli has had such a stellar career.
Starts off all the way from 2014, his first Test series abroad in Australia, for example, where he really came out to the forefront as a Test batter. Of course, at that point of time, Mahendra Singh Dhoni was the Test captain. He wasn't the leader that we saw all throughout the career of Virat Kohli in Test cricket, for example. But in 2014, what he really established in Test cricket was how fiery his attitude was going into bat, and the mountains of runs that he made in 2014 against that really strong Australian side. Of course, he struggled in England in that 3-4 year period as well. But his performances in Australia in isolation have been looked at a lot of times over the past 10 years. Basically, he has dominated foreign conditions, especially in Australia, as I said, in home conditions as well. I mean, his record speaks for itself, as I said, 7 double hundreds, the most by any Indian batter in the Test cricket arena, more than even Sachin Tendulkar for that matter. But at the same time, his captaincy, as I mentioned earlier as well, to go abroad, to win 2 consecutive Border Gavaskar trophies in Australia, to win foreign Test series in England, a couple of Test cricket wins in South Africa and New Zealand as well, and unprecedented dominance at home in Test cricket. So almost for about 7 or 8 years, India had not lost a single Test match in India. That goes to show just how dominant the Indian side was in Test cricket under Virat Kohli's captaincy. So when looking at Virat Kohli's Test cricket career, it's not just him scoring 9,000 runs in Test cricket. It's more often than not, it's the captaincy that stands out, and that has been something that has been missing from the Indian side for the past 2 or 3 years. And as we have seen, there have been a lot of lean patches over the last 3 or 4 years when he has gone on streaks of matches where he's not made a lot of runs. That might have been one of the factors why this retirement decision has come in so soon, because he, of course, announced retirement from the T20 game just after the T20 World Cup win in Barbados. But the Champions Trophy was really successful for Virat Kohli, scored a lot of runs in India, of course, won the Champions Trophy as well. The 2023 ODI World Cup was also a huge success for Virat Kohli, one of the, I believe, the highest run score in the entire competition. So the white ball game has never been an issue for Virat Kohli, even in terms of form. But the red ball game has definitely brought a lot of criticism onto him in the recent 2 or 3 years because of his lean patches where he's not made a lot of runs. He, of course, scored 100 in Perth just last year in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but after that as well, there were really inconsistent displays of runs as well.
All right, Sriram, do stay on with us. We're also joined by Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And your comments as this news has broken that Virat Kohli is walking away from Test cricket now. He's finally announced his retirement.
Gargi, I mean, the thing is, it hasn't really come as a surprise.
Yes.
Because it was in the air for the last couple of days. And then what we got to know was, somebody influential in the higher up of cricket excellence is going to try and convince him. But what we have seen about this man is, he had been pretty decisive in these calls. I mean, when before the 21 World Cup, he said that he's going to step down from the the T20 captaincy soon after that. So he had stuck to that. Then came the other the other captaincy retirement. And last year, after the T20 World Cup success, he was the first guy who spoke up and said that this is the last T20 World Cup that you've seen in action. Rohit followed. Tests have really come in as a surprise because we felt that, me as a sports journalist, I certainly feel there were at least 2 to 3 years of good Test cricket left in him. And as our reporter said, white ball was never an issue. He has been scoring runs in both formats of the white ball. Yes, it is certainly, it will take some time to sink in and stomach. And, 2 legends at one go, going out of such a crucial series in England, it's not going to be easy for India to fill up this vacuum.
Gautam, do stay with us. I'm also joined by Rika Roy. But you spoke about him stepping away. Who fills his boots? Because we're seeing this generational change in Indian cricket.
Question for me? For Rika? Yeah.
Yes, Gautam, go ahead, and then Rika, do step in. Yes, Gautam, go ahead.
Yes, see, there are a number of names in the middle order who can, who maybe tried. I mean, he had been occupying the pivotal number 4 position. So I think it's ideal to get KL Rahul up there and bring somebody like a Shreyas Iyer or a Karun Nair at number 5. And, that's what it is. But then again, there are no shortage of incumbents. But how they are going to tune in with the conditions in England, which takes a batter, at least 1 or 2 tours of England to be able to come to terms with the situation. So that's $1 million question. Right now, you have got options in KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer, who's in form.
All right. We also have Madan Lal, former cricketer, on the phone line with us. And as this news breaks, something that, in fact, Rika had been reporting about this, that Virat Kohli had written to the BCCI and was planning to retire from Test cricket. Gautam Bhattacharya, they're saying that he still feels he had a few years of Test cricket left in him. Your comments, Madan Lal?
Well, I thought, it's a surprise decision for me because I thought he might, take the decision after the England series, But, that's his personal decision. But, like these are the type of players, legends. They always take the retirement. He must consult his family because these sort of decision, it's not easy to take it. He could have carried on for 2-3 years, no doubt about that, because the fitness level he had, the way he was performing. So all these things, but at the end of the day, you have to be mentally prepared to play international cricket. Now I think mentally he said, okay, that's enough. So he said, okay, bye-bye, I'm going in a Test cricket.
All right. So, yes, so there's something about, walking out when you're at the top of your game or when you're ahead. Maybe that is one of the reasons that, we're seeing him step away right now ahead of the England tour. But a few words from you on his legacy in Test cricket and as a captain, because that is something that is really lauded.
Yeah, definitely. But as a captain, when he became a captain, I think that's where the selector didn't handle him well, sometimes these sort of players to handle very carefully. Then they drop him as a captain. But legend, if you I'm telling you that he's one of the best batsmen ever produced by India. The passion he brought in on the ground, the way he played, the way he set the example for the fitness, the way he, if you look at Virat Kohli on the ground, he's always bubbling, with catches, if he took a catch, or if he got the run out, or if he just scored 100. He was a different type of character, Nobody has a character before, like Virat Kohli. But definitely we're going to miss him. But at the same time, that's his personal decision.
Mr. Madan Lal, also my colleague Rika with us. She's been following this story very closely. Rika.
Thank you very much, Gargi. Madanji, we are coming to you at a time when we have come to know finally that Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket. This is something that we have been reporting about over the weekend. He did speak to the BCCI top brass, but BCCI really wanted him to go on and at least play the tour of England. However, Virat Kohli wasn't really convinced. What has gone wrong with him, we really don't know. You said that perhaps he was not feeling right. He was not feeling that his mind and body is in sync to go out and play Test cricket. But Madanji, would you also say that, for him, the dream of winning a World Test Championship final, that medal really will remain unfulfilled. And that's a dream that he is happy to lay to bed right now?
Yeah, definitely. Any player who plays such a long time, he has always a dream of winning the World Cup. He always has a dream of winning the World Championship, Test Championship. All these dreams they always has. And according to that, they keep on going, keep on performing also. So you know, like I think the only reason I believe mentally he was prepared that I'm going to take. I know I have read the last couple of days that he's going to take a retirement. BCCI also tried to convince him, but he didn't agree. So I think that's where he decided, okay, that's it, you know. The legend always goes like this, you know. They say, thank you very much, I'm going.
While you say that legends always go, thank you very much, but it's not often in Indian cricket when we see even, legends retiring. Legends retiring like this. I mean, we have seen in case of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, we are seeing in case of Virat Kohli, but these are really exceptions. But, you know, when we talk about Virat the batter in tests, keeping aside what he's been doing in the T20s, English press used a term saying that Virat Kohli has off-stumpitis, which means that he's not being able to position himself well to play those balls outside the off stump. Would you say that really got to him, and that's one of the reasons that he has finally decided to pull the plug on his test career?
Not Rika, dekhiye, you know that offside of stump, they made a hawa about it, you know. How many centuries he has scored offside of stump? Because in international cricket, when you grow a bit older, that your footwork is not the same. Your eyes are not the same, but you know, like he has scored number of runs, 10,000 runs. You can't get runs like this. The bowler also knows that if we bowl him on the offside of stump, we might get him out. But at the same time, they got him out also. He has scored also hundreds of runs. Scores a lot of centuries and all. I don't think this is the reason. The only reason I believe, I think 36 years playing international cricket, going up and down, that's what might be the mentally exhaustion.
Well, we also have Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist, with us online. Gautam, when we talk about a hole that's created by Virat Kohli, we'll have to call it a Virat-size hole. Who do you see fits into this Virat-size hole now? It's not just about being the kind of batsman, being the kind of motivator, or the captain he was, but also the fans that he drew to the stadium, the drama and everything that come with it. Who really fits into that Virat-size hole?
Yourself, you have answered the question when you say that it's a Virat gap. It's not going to happen in a day. I mean, we have got a number of incumbents who can step in there, but the biggest thing, again, as you answered, I mean, he had been one of the biggest ambassadors of Test cricket and advocates of Test cricket. I remember a number of years back, there was a talk, ICC mulling that, Test matches are finishing inside 4 days, so let's make it a 4-day affair. So he was one of the staunchest critics of that idea. The evolution of Virat from being an essentially one-day cricketer to one of the, the white ball and red ball giants, and one of the biggest ambassadors of red ball cricket. It's going to be very, very difficult at this point, and it's also a body blow to the hype that you create about this India-England Test series or India-Australia Test series. So right now, it's very, very difficult to think beyond it. As far as taking his position in number 4 is concerned, I mean, there is a Shreyas Iyer who's in form. There is KL. His position can be shuffled around because somebody needs to. That's a very, very vital position. I mean, Sachin Tendulkar used to bat in that spot. Then Virat took it over. So maybe somebody like a KL can do justice to that position for now. As far as to get into his stature, is going to take years for somebody before we get another Virat Kohli.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait for a while before getting another Virat Kohli. BCCI has sent out a release saying that it is the end of an era in Test cricket. They have thanked Virat Kohli for his yeoman service. This is the news we are breaking at this hour. Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket after 14 glorious years in the middle. He's 770 runs shy of 10,000 runs. That would have put him in that vaulted company of all the greats of Test cricket, who also happen to be Virat Kohli's heroes like Sunil Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, Kumar Sangakkara, Ricky Ponting and the likes. But Virat Kohli probably decided to move away from from Test cricket at a time when his mind and body didn't feel like it was in sync to be able to play another 3 or 4 years of Test cricket and win that elusive World Test Championship medal. Virat Kohli, of course, has an ODI World Cup medal. He has a T20 World Cup medal. Shortly after after India's win in the last T20 World Cup, Virat Kohli said that he's going to hang up his boots from that edition, though he continues to feature in the Indian Premier League. And every Indian fan knows that Virat has been rocking the run charts when it comes to the IPL. But when it comes to Test cricket, which also is his favorite format, for which Virat Kohli remains as one of the foremost brand ambassadors and very, very vocal about Test cricket, why it should continue the way it is, why it should remain alive, why we need Test cricket, the fans need Test cricket, something Virat Kohli has been very, very vocal about. But he says, Virat says, Test taught me lessons for life. Yes, he has put out a message for the fans, for everyone in the cricketing ecosystem on his social media. That's the message that he has put out on his social media.
Rika?
He signs off at...
Right, Rika, you're speaking about, the post that he's put up, and I like the Frank Sinatra song he's chosen for it, My Way. As you and all the other cricket commentators who follow the game very, very closely talk about how they feel he still had a few years left in him for Test cricket, but messaging there saying, my way, so now he's decided to walk out now. But you spoke about, his legacy and the massive Virat-size hole that is left in Indian cricket, but it's not always been so rosy, isn't it? There were a few years, I think 3-4 years ago, when he was facing a lot of trolling, a lot of criticism, negativity as well from the fans, and then he answered back the best way that a sports person can in improving his game and coming back in a big way and now retiring. Talk a bit about that.
Well, yes, you're right that the picture hasn't been rosy for Virat Kohli in cricket, and it's not just in Test cricket. For a very long time, between 2019 and 2022, he couldn't get a century for India, and that was really plaguing him. But one must say that Virat Kohli kept trying during that period to show his fans, to show his critics that he still had a lot of Test cricket left in him, and he has now scored 30 centuries in Test cricket for India. And it's been a phenomenal rate of conversion. He has scored 31 50s, of which he converted 30 into Test centuries, and that itself talks about the prowess of Virat Kohli, the man, Virat Kohli, the batter. In 2018, when India went to England, he was the highest run scorer of the series. He scored 500 plus runs. But, when India went back 3 years later, his performance had gone south. And the problem that he was facing was that he was not being able to position his body very well for the in-swingers and the out-swingers. He was perhaps moving his hips a bit too early. That's what that's what the experts had said. He went back to the basics. He worked with a lot of coaches and mentors to correct himself, but something really was amiss. He was not getting that right kind of position, even during the last tour of Australia, a country where Virat Kohli really dominated the run charts. Perhaps most number of runs Virat Kohli scored against one nation was Australia, but last Australia tour was forgettable for the batting legend. He scored 185 runs in that on that tour, and once again it was the bug of off-stumpitis that really stumped Virat Kohli, and he couldn't get over it. Yes, at 269, that's what he says, number of tests. That's a phenomenal number that Virat Kohli finally signs off as one of India's premier test batter.
And as BCCI says, Virat's legacy will continue. Thanks so much, Rika, for joining us on that big breaking news as Virat Kohli has retired from Test cricket. We'll get you more reactions. For the moment, slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The ceasefire holds along the line of control and international border. The army says no incidents. It's the first calm night in recent days. Top military level talks on the hotline today. India-Pakistan DGMOs will have spoken. Support grows for trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. The IS and IPS associations back him. Pakistan trolls target Indian officers. A big jump for the stock market. The Sensex zooms over 2,000 points.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Welcome back. As normalcy returns to our border states and the line of control and international border, remember, it's been the first calm night after several nights, is what the army has said at the LOC. Now, the good news for flyers is that the 32 airports that were closed along the northern and northwestern regions of India were due to the airspace restrictions have now reopened. So the airports in the northern and northwestern area are now opening up, and these are airports in Srinagar, Chandigarh, Amritsar, but those who are flying are also advised to check flight statuses directly with the airlines. Let's go across to Tanushka now for more. And Tanushka, so very welcome news given the kind of disruptions we've also seen in the aviation space. So give us more details.
Precisely, Gargi. This comes in as a fresh relief for all the passengers and the customers as well in the past couple of days. In fact, the past week, who have had to face flight cancellations and who've had to replan all of their trips and tours as well. The Airports Authority of India has come about with a notification, making it clear that these 32 airports that were temporarily closed for civil flight operations has been lifted. So this closure of these airports have been lifted, which means that these 32 airports will now continue to run and operate normally. Remember, the metro city airports of Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru were anyway functioning up to normal, but these 32 airports, namely some of them being that of Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Chandigarh, Amritsar, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, were all closed because they were in high-risk regions. So they were closed for safety precautions, but this closure of these airports have now been lifted. And of course, the Airport Authority of India does also instruct the passengers to reach out to their respective airlines as well. Speaking of airlines specifically, Indigo has also come out with its own notification and has said that they all are also resuming operations at these airports from now onwards. Remember, this closure of airports was until May 15th. Today is May 12th, and this closure of these airports have been lifted at this point. So all of these 32 airports will continue to resume operations for civil flights normally, which means that all the other airlines as well, be it Air India, Akasa, Indigo, they all will be continuing now with their normal operations from these 32 airports in the northern and western regions of India as well. So this also comes about with basically the opening of the airspace of Indian region as well from now on. This is also considering after the ceasefire agreement was reached upon, and this comes about as a welcome relief for passengers, definitely.
All right, so huge relief for flyers. 32 airports in all, Tanushka, were closed in these last, couple of days ever since the 9th or the 8th when it was first announced. And this has caused major disruption. One can imagine a huge backlog as well. People have in fact been stranded as well because of this airport closures.
Right, precisely. Over, more than 200 flights have been cancelled of private airlines. Speaking about, say, Indigo, even Air India. So a lot of flight cancellations have happened. Every day we've kept track of how many flights have been cancelled from Delhi airport as well, be it domestic arrivals, domestic departures. As of yesterday, the cancellations stood at domestic arrival being at 44 cancellations and domestic departures being at 52 cancellations. And internationally, also the flights have been affected. Remember, foreign carriers such as Qatar Airways and Virgin Atlantic also decided to avoid the Pakistani airspace as well. So flights such as that of London to Delhi have also been rerouted. Massive disruptions have happened definitely over the past couple of days, keeping in mind the tensions, the escalating tensions that were between India and Pakistan until this ceasefire was agreed upon. And however, right now, of course, we also must note that these precautions that were taken were only keeping in mind the safety of all the passengers traveling by air. The airlines also maintained that they were refunding the passengers completely on such cancellations on such flights. Say if you have a flight from Amritsar to Delhi and of course the airport was not operating, so you were given a full time cancellation, refund, and waivers were also offered. Indigo was also offering changing of airports or flights without any additional charge, and all of this now will be slowly being brought back to normal with all of these 32 airports reopening with immediate effect.
All right. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. The closure of the airports was, of course, necessitated by the hostilities between India and Pakistan and Operation Sindoor after there was the targeted and specific how terror bases were taken out in Pakistan by India, and following that, the barrage of drone attacks and missiles as well that one saw from Pakistan. So this was a necessary step to protect civilians. But now, as normalcy returns to the border areas, those airports reopened. Also, it was the first night of no firing from across the border, across the LOC. So it was the first calm night in several days after the ceasefire that was announced on Saturday. In fact, today the Third Army hotline talks have taken place, and the Tri-Services chiefs met with the Prime Minister earlier this morning, and it was a huddle, in fact, with the NSA Defense Minister also there. The government will be holding a briefing at 2:30, but the focus now really to those border areas, as some form of normalcy has now returned. There is a sense of relief, but also a sense of loss. Several civilians, remember, have died, and many houses along the LOC have been hit by the shelling, have been severely damaged. NDTV's Nazir Masoodi reports from one such place in Poonch.
Poonch town has borne the brunt of Pakistani shelling. It is calm since last 24 hours. No shell has landed here, but the destruction it has caused is here to see. Homes are still closed here. People have fled from their homes. This bike is completely burnt after a Pakistani shell landed here. This is the condition of houses here. Let me show you how shells, massive mortar shells have landed inside residential houses. And this is a congested neighborhood in Poonch town. And it is in this lane, this congested lane, two little young children, two siblings, Zoya and Zain, they were killed here. They were actually trying to flee from shelling to save themselves. The house is locked completely. House is locked, but the little children have been killed in Pakistani shelling. Almost every house here has suffered some damage here in Poonch town, many houses rather. So let me talk to some of the people. आपसे थोड़ी बात करें क्योंकि आपने भी आपके घर के पे ही भी शेल पड़े। आप बताएं क्या हुआ उस वक्त? आप बताएं क्या हुआ?
वो नमाज पढ़े
सोए थे आप? नमाज
पहले थे ना 1:30 बजे शुरू हुआ ना।
अच्छा 1:30 बजे
1:30 बजे शुरू हुआ, फिर हमने नमाज पढ़ के बैठ गए इस लॉबी में।
जी
लॉबी में बैठ के नमाज पढ़ के इससे एक धमाका हुआ।
हाँ।
साथ ही दूसरा धमाका हुआ। साथ ही हम इधर से वो बच्चे उतरे वहाँ से,
दो ज़ैन और
अयान उतरे। उसके पापा ने उनको ऐसे पकड़ा, मैडम आगे निकल गई, ऐसे पकड़ा, यहाँ धमाका हुआ तो उनकी डेड बॉडी यहाँ पड़ी थी।
You can see these sharp nails, how they have hit this house completely. Every house in this neighborhood appears to have suffered some damage. Window glass is shattered almost every year. This is close to a Christ school. We were talking, Gamit was talking about near Christ school. These bombs landed here in near Christ school. This is the Christ school. And in fact, in this shelling, one madrasa was also hit, and a gurdwara was also hit.
आप देखिए जो पहला हिट हुआ इस मकान को, ये मताबदीन का मकान है। पहला शेल जो गिरा वो वहाँ गिरा, दूसरा ये हाँ वो ऊपर वाले छत में, दूसरा गिरा इस छत में, दूसरे वाले छत में, तीसरा यहाँ हिट हुआ। ये जो हिट हुआ ये गली में पड़ा, इसने 2 सेकंड वेट लिया है। जब यहाँ से दीवार को चीर फाड़ कर वो इस गली में पड़ा तो यहाँ जाकर इसने फिर ब्लास्ट किया। जब ब्लास्ट किया तो ये पूरा एरिया जो जितना भी एरिया है ये सब पूरा सब मकानों के शीशे।
So this congested neighborhood in Poonch was targeted, and here 2 little children, Ayan and Zoya, siblings, just 11-year-old, school children, they have been killed, and their father, a teacher, is critically injured. He has been shifted to Chandigarh for specialized treatment. So while people are trying to come back to rebuild their lives, but it is going to be a long time when the wounds of this war, horrible horror, will heal. It will take surely long time for these people because they appear to be really terrified, but for the last 24 hours it has been calm, it has been relatively peaceful, because after ceasefire understanding between the two countries, people are coming back here in Poonch to see the destruction of their homes and their livelihood also, because many shops have also been damaged during this shelling.
All right, Nazir, they're reporting from Poonch, getting us a sense of the kind of destruction caused by these days of shelling and firing from Pakistan. It's been the first night of calm and a huge sigh of relief for those living in the border areas. Now, remember, this conflict was along the western border in Gujarat, in Punjab, in Rajasthan as well. And now this report by Paras from Kutch in Gujarat, as normalcy has returned and the local people there heave a sigh of relief.
After the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan 2 days ago, the possibilities of normality has begun in Bhuj and in parts of Kutch. We are at the very important part of Bhuj where you can see the normality has already started. People have started coming out of their homes and they are sitting in a place which is very much important to Bhuj. It's a Hamisar Lake where thousands of tourists visit every day, and you can see the normalcy, or the shops have been opened by local administration. People has been told to take care, but there is no order has been passed for people and for the local people to stay at home, because the things are getting very much normal over here. You can see that people are going to their workplaces and all. People has already opened their places, and this is very much normal scenario in Bhuj right now. We had seen a very, very difficult situation in Bhuj 2 days ago. We have some people with us when we can speak to them how the situation is in Bhuj right now. Sir, क्या सिचुएशन है भुज में? हमने 2 दिन पहले देखा कि बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट समय था, लोगों को घर से बाहर देखने के मना किया गया था, निकलने के लिए मना किया गया था, ब्लैकआउट था. अब क्या सिनेरियो है?
अभी बहुत शांति है, कोई है नहीं. अभी 2 दिन से ब्लैकआउट था, वो शांत हो गया है, इसलिए सब बाजार राबता मुजब चालू है. और इंडिया से बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, 9 अड्डा तोड़ दिया है उसका, आतंकवादियों का. ये सब अच्छा किया है, इसलिए सब पब्लिक राजी खुश है, अभी शांति है.
Now, an ugly development that has taken place after, even as India celebrates the success of Operation Sindoor, is that the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who has become really the face of all the government communication during this time, has been mercilessly trolled online, and now many are coming out in support of him. The IS Association came out in solidarity against the unwarranted personal attacks, and the Indian Police Service Association also condemned the personal attacks on Mr. Misri and his family, given that even his daughter was being targeted by online trolls, so much so that the Foreign Secretary even had to make his account private so that no one could access his account. Such was the extent of the trolling and the criticism and the insults being thrown at him on social media. Now the BJP too has come out to condemn this social media attack that's taking place, and the trolling of Vikram Misri. We spoke to BJP Kerala head Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindoor in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
All right, let's go across to Anushka for more on this story. Anushka, this has been very, very unfortunate, and it's been condemned widely. Now, finally, we have someone, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar from the BJP, also talking about how upsetting this is, and several associations, officer associations, IS associations have all come out to condemn this trolling of such a fine diplomat, one of our top officers, our foreign secretary.
That's right, Gargi. They see that after the ceasefire was announced, a lot of folks went on to receive the Foreign Secretary of India. His social media handle, they went on to troll not just Mr. Vikram Misri, but also his family members. They were trolling and abusing family members of Mr. Misri, following which he had to restrict his account followers only. Huge amount of people, overwhelming number of people were coming out like this and openly trying to abuse a fine officer like Vikram Misri, who was the top level officer, who was also in fact involved in operations before he held PT regularly after that, which he announced the ceasefire also that took place between India and Pakistan, following which there was a lot of hate mongering that was going on, not just on social media, but all over the social media, after which a lot
Right, Anushka, thanks so much for joining us. With those details, we continue to track that story, but now some breaking news coming in, and it's been the first calm night along the border, and as was scheduled at noon, that conversation has taken place on the hotline. The DGMOs have spoken, India-Pakistan DGMOs. This is really to cement the ceasefire that was announced on Saturday. Both have acknowledged the first night without hostilities. Remember, while it has been calm, there has been a certain amount of trepidation as well, given that earlier on Saturday when the ceasefire was announced, we did see some amount of aggression from Pakistan coming in with the drones flying in overhead. But now that is the big breaking news. The India-Pakistan DGMOs have spoken as was scheduled to keep that conversation, really going. And India has said it will not be any higher than this. It will be only kept at the DGMO level, this conversation. Let's go across to Aishwarya, who's been tracking all these developments. Aishwarya, earlier you were tracking that high-level meeting at the Prime Minister's residence that came ahead of this DGMO talks, this hotline talks that were to take place. And also at 2:30, there will be a briefing in which we will learn more about what was spoken.
Well, that's for the first time after the ceasefire announcement. The DGMO level talks have concluded at 1200 hours via hotline. The DGMO of India and Pakistan got connected, and both agreed that that last night was without any hostilities. It was peaceful amongst the border areas of India and Pakistan, and there would be more details that would be shared very soon at the press briefing that is expected at around 2:30 p.m. It is, of course, the high-level meeting simultaneously that was underway at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg at Prime Minister's residence. And we all saw those visuals, Prime Minister chairing those meetings. And that has also been concluded just a few minutes back. I saw NSA Ajit Doval and Air Chief also leaving from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. It was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, along with Tri-Service Chiefs and NSA, CDS, all were present at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And of course, at a time when the DGMO level talks were underway. Yes, that's the big news as far as the talks were concerned. Remember, it was earlier announced by the Foreign Secretary that on 12th of May at 1200 hours, there would be the talks between the DGMO between India and Pakistan that will be done. As far as the agenda is concerned, there was nothing apart from de-escalating the situation along with the line of control. The bilateral agreement, the understanding between India and Pakistan was all about the kinetic action and halt of any sort of firing at air, land or sea between India and Pakistan, and how from here on the situation will de-escalate is something that had been only one point agenda. Of course, the meeting has ended and further details are awaited, but Prime Minister also was briefed about the latest developments. He took the stock of the situation. Defense Minister and External Affairs Minister both briefed Prime Minister about the current situation, and now all eyes would be at 2:30 p.m. when this all-important briefing by the Department of Military Affairs, a DGMO level officer would be conducting and would be giving more details about it.
That's right, Aishwarya. So we are expecting more details. Another very welcome sign of, some of normalcy in a sense returning is the opening up of airports and, along in our border areas and border states that were closed for the last couple of days, those 32 airports. But also we saw a press briefing by the BJP in which they lauded the entire Operation Sindoor and once again, reiterated the points that had been made by the services yesterday when that briefing took place regarding, the extent of Operation Sindoor and how army bases and air bases were destroyed inside Pakistan. So we're expecting that briefing to take place around 2:30. Meanwhile, the Congress, continuing with its demand that there should be a special session. They feel that, and they're asking that the government needs to, give more clarity about everything that took place and how this ceasefire was arrived at.
Well, certainly, the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 3 demands from the Congress party and the opposition that the government should call a special session of parliament and give details about Operation Sindoor. Number 2, the Congress party also demanding an all-party meeting that should be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi this time, and thirdly, why the third party had intervened, why the United States of America President Donald Trump announced the ceasefire while the opposition thinks that it is completely a bilateral matter. The Bharatiya Janata Party on its own is doing a huddle. JP Nadda yesterday chaired a high-level meeting as well in which we saw Ashwini Vaishnav and senior leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party came today as well. BJP President JP Nadda is at the BJP headquarters. The meeting is scheduled at 1 p.m. We have been told by our sources that Bharatiya Janata Party had called all the general secretaries and there would be directions that would be given from the top BJP leadership to all the MPs, union ministers, general secretaries and the cadres in large number to send off a message to the entire country while holding...
I'm just going to go across to our colleague Nazir Masoodi, who joins us from Poonch and has been sending us those reports. And Nazir, the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also in the area meeting with those whose houses have been destroyed, those who were injured as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what government is supposed to do. Reach out to those who have suffered badly because of this confrontation, and the shells from Pakistan have landed here in the residential areas and the religious places as well, and they have caused massive damage to property and the lives. So many people have been killed in this particular area and so many have been injured. Now it is the responsibility of the government to reach out to those affected people and rebuild lives. They cannot bring back the lives, but at least they can reach out to those. That's exactly Chief Minister is trying to go, visiting the families of deceased and also seeing the extent of damage which has been caused to the properties here. I visit some of the congested neighborhoods where in fact two children had died, Zain and Zoya, 2 siblings, and when shells landed there. So it is people are still trying to come to terms with the loss, even as over the last 24 hours things are limping back to normal, and there's no shelling from across the border. It was after 3 weeks. People are heaving a sigh of relief, and there's no, in a sense, tension. People only hope that it stays and it holds on, as both the DGMOs have spoken to each other, and it has been, was as per the schedule. DGMOs were supposed to speak to each other today to take this ceasefire understanding forward so that there's no other misunderstanding or the violation of the
ceasefire understanding.
All right, thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. So that's the updates that we can get you. The third army level talks took place earlier today, and that briefing is expected at 2:30. Do stay tuned to NDTV. We're slipping into a short break at the moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Mumbai to welcome the second cable-stayed bridge soon.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the
DGMOs of India and Pakistan have spoken on military hotline. They say it's the first night without hostilities. This has been acknowledged by both sides. An hour-long meeting continued at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, Tri-Services Chief and NSA attended the meeting. All airports now are open for flight operations. 32 airports were shut amid India-Pakistan tensions. The BJP says that we hit at the heart of terror on Operation Sindoor. Congress has pushed for a special parliament session. And more support is pouring in for the Foreign Secretary. Well, BJP's Kerala chief has slammed trolling of Vikram Misri. R. Chandrasekhar says it's absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary. Sensex zooms over 2,500 points. Investors cheer India-Pak ceasefire and US-China trade deal. An Indian star batter Virat Kohli hangs his test boots. welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with some big development now coming in. We're learning that the DGMOs of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other on military hotline. And this is the third army level talks in the last 3 days that have taken place. So what we are now given to understand is that both sides have marked de-escalation, and this has been, the last night has been the first night at LOC with no hostilities, and this has been acknowledged by both sides. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya is joining us on the broadcast, as well as Nazir is also with us on the broadcast here. Let me first go to Ishwarya here. Ishwarya, more details coming out. We understand the press briefing is going to take place at 2:30 p.m. But before that, the latest bit that's coming out is that both sides have acknowledged that there has been calm. And, you know, the night that passed last night, it was without any hostilities at the line of control.
Well, after the ceasefire announcement, this is the first time when the DGMO of both India and Pakistan were on the military hotline. And yes, the discussions went on as far as de-escalation on both these sides are concerned, along with the line of control and international border. But they both agreed that it was without any hostilities on the Indian side and Pakistani side. And that was the first night. The details will emerge at the press conference is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Let me also tell you that the high-level meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's official residence, in which Prime Minister was chairing, in which, of course, the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, Tri-Services Chief, the NSA and CDS, all were the part of it, had concluded. It was a 1 hour, 30 minutes long meeting that went on, and it was, you know, Prime Minister who took the stock of the current situation. He was briefed about how the developments are unfolding at the line of control, and whether it is the Pakistani side and the Indian side which is obeying the bilateral understanding that they had made, and without any ceasefire violation, the night took place.
Ishwarya, I'll just come back to you. I'll just come back to you. My colleague Shiv Arun is also joining us on the broadcast. My colleague Nazir also with Poonch. I'll go to Shiv also. Let me go across to Nazir. Nazir has some people also with him. Nazir, you have people around you. What are they saying now? There has been calm. It has been the first night at the LOC without any hostilities, and that, of course, has been confirmed by both sides as well. However, we'll try and get more information about that in just a bit. What are people really saying there?
Well, let me show you where I am. This is Poonch town, and behind these mountains is Pakistan. And it's from there, behind these mountains, they fired shells here in Poonch town, and there's substantial damage to the properties, and also several people died because of the Pakistani shelling. And I'll show you this madrasa also suffered damage. Shells landed, hit the this madrasa also. One teacher, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal, died inside the house, and there are 2 more people who are linked to this madrasa have also been killed, and 3 children were also injured in the shelling. But thankfully now it is calm for last 24 hours. आप बताएंगे कि अब क्या अमन है, कल से कोई शेलिंग नहीं हो रही?
जी हाँ, जिस वक्त से कि सीज़ फायर का ऐलान किया गया है, उस वक्त तक अब इस वक्त जो है वो शेलिंग नहीं हो रही है, और इस वक्त तक बिल्कुल आराम है, और सीज़ फायर की कोई शिकायत, उसके तोड़ने की कोई शिकायत मौसूल नहीं हुई है, जिसकी वजह से लोग जो है वो बड़ा ही आराम महसूस कर रहे हैं, और लोगों के ज़हनों के ऊपर जो एक बोझ था, जो दहशत थी, जो खौफ था, जो डर था, वो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उतर रहा है, और उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि सीज़ फायर को बराबर करार करिए।
जी आप बताएं आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम रबनीक है। जैसे कि हमारे मौलाना साहब ने बताया, जैसे कि सीज़ फायर जब से ये बंद हुआ है, तब से हम लोग अमन शांत से जी रहे हैं। और ये जो मौलाना जी हमारे यहाँ पे डेथ हुई, बहुत ही एक नेक इंसान थे, तो उनके जाने से हमें बहुत दुख हुआ। तो जब से ये शेलिंग बंद हुई है,
गुरुद्वारा पे भी, मदरसे भी फायरिंग हुई और गुरुद्वारा पे भी शेलिंग।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। तो जब से ये शेलिंग बंद हुई है, तो तब से हम अमन चैन से रह रहे हैं, और हम होप करते हैं कि आगे भी ऐसा ही रहेगा। दोनों गवर्नमेंट जो मिलकर बात करें, ताकि यहाँ के लोग सफ़र ना हो पाए इस चीज़ से।
बात होनी चाहिए,
जी हाँ, जंग नहीं होनी चाहिए।
जी आप बताएं मौलाना साहब। क्या अब बाजार तो अभी भी पूंछ में ज़्यादातर दुकानें अभी भी बंद है?
अभी तो पूरा शहर अगर देखा जाए तो पूरे शहर में एक अभी खौफ का माहौल तो है, लेकिन उम्मीद यही करते हैं कि जल्द ये कैफियत दूर हो और अमन की फिजा जो है वो बहाल हो। हम यही चाहते हैं कि दोनों मुल्क आपस में मिल करके बैठ करके कोई इसका हल निकालें, इसलिए कि जंग किसी मसले का हल नहीं है बल्कि तो बहुत सारे मसलों को पैदा करती है।
असल में क्योंकि आप ये कहते हैं कि आप ही को इतनी सदमा उठाना पड़ा।
हाँ, हम हमारे एक टीचर और उसके साथ हमारे जो स्कूल है उसकी जो एक टीचर थी, उसकी जो है एक नौजवान बच्चा, एक ही बच्चा था उनको, वो भी इसमें सफ़र हुआ। और इस शहर में देखे आप ये मस्जिद रश्मि सूदन उनका बेटा था, और उसके अलावा हमारे बच्चे जख्मी भी हुए। शहर में जो है हमारा गुरुद्वारा,
One important thing about this madrasa, there are 1200 students, and among the teachers is one Rashmi Sudan, a non-Muslim Hindu. She is teaching here in this madrasa, and unfortunately her young son has also died in Pakistani shelling. And also there is another teacher, his brother has also been killed here. So it is a painful story. It will take long time to heal the wounds of this horrible conflict and the shelling here. But here in Poonch, life is limping back to normal. It's not easy to forget what has happened.
People here are clearly not in favor of war, and that is what India and Pakistan, both sides, are trying to achieve. And all right, my colleague Shiv Arur also with us on the broadcast. He's from Lagma in Uri. Well, Shiv, the military operations chiefs of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other, and what we are also learning is that the next steps are supposed to have been discussed. However, we understand more details will be out in some time from now when the briefing happens.
That's correct, Kitty. We've just got information that the two DGMOs, Major General Kashif Abdullah of Pakistan and Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai of India, have either already spoken or are speaking. It was a scheduled conversation, remember, which was supposed to happen around noon today, decided 2 days ago when that ceasefire understanding was arrived at between the two countries. My guess is it's not going to be a long conversation, or hasn't been a long conversation, because this one is something of a formality just to mark, what the last 2 days have been like. Remember, the first night after that understanding did see violations, did see a drone attack, which we reported live on NDTV while we were reporting. There were several different violations that happened on the line of control and the international border. But last night, the army acknowledged this morning has been the first night that has been largely peaceful, no violations, no escalations of any kind, no drones or any sightings. And therefore, that kind of set the stage for this conversation between the two DGMOs, which we understand, clears the decks, like you said, for what the next steps will be. We're looking forward to details of this conversation between the two DGMOs at the press briefing that will take place today. It's important to acknowledge, however, that even though there were no hostilities last night, India and I'm sure Pakistan as well remain in a state of war alert. The militaries are at a maximum state of preparedness right now, because India has sent out a very hard message that any deviations, even minor, from this understanding between the two countries that was arrived at on May the 10th will attract very, very severe punitive measures from India. So far, India has been responding in the equal domain of Pakistan's violations, whether it is on the line of control or otherwise. But after Operation Sindoor, after India has struck 11 Pakistan Air Force bases, 26 terror targets, cities in Pakistan as well, it's not business as usual anymore. The rules of engagement have completely changed. That is something that would not have been discussed in this DGMO hotline chat, but that is a message that has gone directly to Pakistan already. So the pressure is going to be on Pakistan. The ball is in Pakistan's court to ensure no violations, no provocations of any kind. 2:30 p.m. today is that big press conference. Hopefully it'll be as expansive and detailed as yesterday's.
All right. Shiv, also, I want to know from you, till the time complete normalcy returns to the region in Jammu, Kashmir, everything remains closed, shops, schools, everything is closed?
Pretty much. I'm here in a town called Lagama, which is very close to the line of control in Uri sector, right behind me. And we reported from here a few days ago, when there was a fatality of a woman called Nargis Bano, very close by here, who had lost her life in shelling. Even now, all around me, shops are completely shut. The people from this village have all been taken to Baramulla, which is further, inside in the depth areas, closer to Srinagar. But I can tell you that state authorities and local administration have issued warnings for people not to return in a hurry to their houses yet, and the state will take care of them. And the reason for that, Kitty, is because a lot of possible unexploded, shells or unexploded mortars or ordnance of any kind could be scattered in areas. Not a lot of the ammunition that Pakistan uses is of very good quality, so some would have exploded, some may be lying unexploded, and therefore poses a very, very big threat and a risk to humans returning back to their settlements. So until bomb disposal squads have sanitized many of these villages around me here at the LOC in Uri, it's still going to be difficult to call anything normal just yet. I think it's going to take a few days, if not a few weeks, until people begin to see the rhythm of life returning.
All right. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details. My colleague Nazir also, as well as Aishwarya, with us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, you kindly stay on with us. We have some more information now coming in about this important meeting that has been held at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Prime Minister Modi chaired this key security meeting at 7 LKM, that is at his house. This was an hour-long meeting that took place at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Defense Minister, External Affairs Minister, CDS and NSA have met the Prime Minister. The Tri-Chiefs also met the Prime Minister. And for more details, my colleague Aishwarya with us. Aishwarya, any more details about the meeting? What all was discussed here?
Well, what we know so far is that it was a two-part meeting. First, the Prime Minister chairing that high-level meeting in which the CDS, NSA, Tri-Services Chiefs, Defense Minister and External Affairs Minister were there, and Prime Minister took a stock of the situation. He was briefed about the current developments. Simultaneously, it was the DGMO level talks which were underway. On the other side, after that meeting, it was a separate meeting that Prime Minister took with NSA Ajit Doval and the Air Chief as well, and that meeting lasted for almost 15-20 minutes, and both have now left the Prime Minister's residence. Of course, these high-level talks are very crucial. Prime Minister would have been briefed about how the ongoing situation is, whether there was any kind of movement that was seen yesterday along with the line of control or not, or how much now the effort is to de-escalate, because the announcement has been done. But of course, the main thing is the Indian Armed Forces have been told to be on alert along with the line of control and the international border as well, looking at the Pakistan history. The more details will come as far as what sort of talks went on as far as the DGMOs of India and Pakistan are concerned. But at the moment, the high-level meeting had concluded at Prime Minister's residence.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more developments come in. Meanwhile, this is the latest bit that we're getting at the moment. We'll keep an eye on more updates. Meanwhile, in a big initiative towards saving the precious lives of innocent civilians who've been affected with the heavy artillery shelling of Pakistan, Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police have taken up a major area clearance operation in all those areas that remain affected with heavy Pakistan shelling in recent days. Under the operation, Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police are tracing all the live artillery shells fired by Pakistan that are still lying in civilian areas, and those shells are being destroyed through controlled explosions by bomb disposal squad of the army. My colleague Nazir is joining us on the broadcast here. He's been tracking all the updates regarding this. Nazir, what more can you tell us? A major clearance operation has been taken up. It's a joint operation, we understand, by the Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir Police.
Well, since it has been heavily shelled areas, and there's possibility there can be unexploded material lying scattered in these areas, affected areas. So police has issued an advisory asking people who had to flee from their homes, don't rush back. Don't rush back quickly. Wait for us. We are carrying out clearance operation, sanitization operation. If they find these unexploded shells or any material, they will take care of that. And then people would be asked to come back. So that is the advisory. People who have been, for example, thousands of people have been displaced because of the situation. I saw here in Poonch some people coming back to there and seeing, but because ultimately everybody loves his home. So they want to come back and see the extent of damage, or those which have not been hit by shells. If everything is safe, So people are trying to come back to their home, but government has asked, and police have asked them to exercise caution, wait for a while. We are carrying out clearance operation. Only then you are welcome to come to your homes. They belong to you. But it has been a traumatizing time for the people. Not just they lost their homes, many lost their relatives, they lost their property, businesses. But now they have to wait for some more time before this clearance operation is completed in different border areas of Jammu and Kashmir that were hit by Pakistani shelling.
So Nazir, many families who must have evacuated their homes, who must have left their homes for safer areas, they are still not coming back. This is what the guideline is so far. And where all are these people staying now? There has been, of course, we've seen drone attacks in Jammu area also. Did they move out of Jammu Kashmir? And how soon are they going to be returning?
Well, one good thing is, a good number of people are being taken care of by the government. They have been accommodated in different places like the schools and colleges or the shelter places where they are in a safe, relatively safer location during the shelling. Many people are going to their friends and relatives who live in the relatively safer areas. So when it comes to the challenge, whenever there has been any challenge, people have been helping each other a great deal. So that is happening this time also, that human relation is helping, that is making people help each other. So if people facing shelling, they are going to this area, they have gone to other areas till the time this place is okay. Now the people appear to be confident. They are saying since last 24 hours there has not been any violation, and though I hope it will continue, and that's expected. Both the DGMOs have spoken to each other, again reiterated their position that they will maintain the ceasefire along the line of control and international border.
All right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details there, those visuals on your TV screens of this clearance operation that has been undertaken by the Indian Army and the Jammu Kashmir Police. This army clearance operation is being carried out in parts of Jammu Kashmir where the army believes there could be traces of live artillery shells which could be harmful or could be damaging to the people around and their belongings as well. All right, shifting our focus now, we are learning that BSF Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz received a guard of honor in Patna. The soldier died at cross-border firing at Jammu Kashmir's Arispura sector. His mortal remains were brought to Patna, cutting across party lines. Several leaders, including RJD's Tejashwi Yadav and others, were present to pay tribute to the soldier.
Sir, हम बस इतना ही कहना चाहेंगे. I'm proud of my father. I'm proud of my father, and also जिसने भी देश को अपना बलिदान दिया, जितने भी शहीद लोग हैं, I'm salute to him. बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ. जी बिल्कुल. Thank to all and all my देश कि हम साथ रहने के लिए, and thank for cooperation to all of you.
My colleague Prabhakar also with us on the broadcast here. Those visuals on your TV screens of the last rites that were conducted and guard of honor that was given to the BSF sub-inspector. It's very unfortunate and we've heard those reactions coming in also, Prabhakar, from the family of the sub-inspector. We understand political leaders cutting across party lines also reached for the guard of honor for paying their last respects to the BSF sub-inspector.
Yeah, BSF Sub-Inspector actually Mohammad Imtiaz, who hails from Chhapra in Bihar. His mortal remains were brought to Patna today, and the guard of honor ceremony was held at the Patna airport, which was represented by all political parties. So, be it the ruling coalition, the opposition, Tejashwi Yadav, or the ministers of the Bihar government, also the DGP and all the senior officials, they were all there to receive the body. The guard of honor, the ceremonial function was held there, and then the body has been brought to Chhapra, and as we speak, the final burial is happening with the full state honor at Chhapra. And interestingly, I mean, we are seeing huge crowd on the streets, people actually waving tricolor. raising slogan for Mohammad Imtiaz, who lost his life in this battle. And remember, he was hit by one of the drone attacks by Pakistan, as his family members are confirming. And they had a word with him before he died, actually. So when he was hit, he had a word with his family members. His family members even booked their ticket for Jammu, and they reached Delhi first. Then the flights were cancelled, so they could not actually reach Jammu. But before they could have actually done it, he passed away. He succumbed to his injury. His right leg, we were told, was completely blown off in one of the drone attacks which was carried out by Pakistan. So his mortal remains has been brought to Chhapra, and as we speak, the final burial is happening with full state honor here.
All right, thank you so much, Prabhakar, for getting us all those details there. We have those visuals coming in of the final tributes that are being paid to the late soldier. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister also reached Patna here, where the guard of honor is being given to the BSF sub-inspector. His family members there also, one of his brothers speaking to the media, said that they are proud of their brother, and his sacrifice won't go in vain. All right, shifting our focus now, we understand now Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also now has spoken out. He's spoken exclusively to NDTV on Operation Sindoor and Jammu Kashmir's economy, as he says that it lies in tatters now. There are no tourists, and the valley is empty. Everything is shut. And he's spoken about the impact of the India-Pakistan conflict and also the ceasefire agreement between the two nations. Listen in.
It is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has, by design, unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question, is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
All right, so more updates now coming in at the moment. We're learning 32 airports across northern and northwestern regions of India that were closed due to airspace restrictions in the wake of heightened tension with Pakistan have now reopened. As per India's aviation regulator, the airports including Srinagar, Chandigarh, Amritsar are now available for civil aircraft operations. And we understand the closure was announced Saturday, just 3 days after India began an anti-terror campaign, Operation Sindoor, that involved striking terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is what we are learning at the moment. My colleague Tanushka also tracking the updates for us. We understand now all 32 airports have been reopened now, and the airport authority also has now advised travelers to check the flight status directly with the airlines. Any more updates, any more instructions that have been given, Tanushka?
Precisely, Kitty. We do understand that the decision to resume operations of these 32 airports came after careful consideration and comprehensive conversations with the defense and the aviation authorities. We do understand that the airport authority also deemed it the condition to be stable enough now for the safe operations of all of these airports to reopen for civil flight operations. Remember, these airports were temporarily shut until May 15th by the Civil Aviation Ministry as a precautionary measure for the northern and western region of our country, which were these high sensitive risk zones. To name a few of these airports, these were Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Chandigarh, Amritsar, Porbandar, Rajkot, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, among the other 32 airports. And now they will be opening with immediate effect after the Airport Authorities of India has informed in a notification. Now, in this notification, we also understand that they have also instructed passengers to maintain constant communication in touch with their airline specifically. This is, going to take time, this transition as well. So the authorities are also working on a smooth transition back to normalcy, which also means reallocation of staff, reallocation of slots, and crowd management as well. Remember, these airports, all 32 of them, have been shut for over a week now, and this has caused a lot of disruption with respect to air travel. So naturally now people who will be might wanting to go back home or go return to their places of choice. Airports now, especially from Srinagar to Delhi maybe, and these lines are going to be very
normalcy, but until that happens, of course, India is keeping a vigil, an eye on the activities of Pakistan. Well, now 32 airports, of course, have been opened, but yes, this is going to be a gradual process, with the airport authority also issuing advisory for people to come back or even check with the airlines, with the authorities here before they book the flight or as they go ahead. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. Meanwhile, this is the latest that we're getting also amid India-Pakistan tensions. ISRO chairman V. Narayanan has said that at least 10 satellites are continuously working round the clock for the strategic purpose to ensure the safety and security of the citizens of the country. Well, ISRO chief also highlighted the organization's effort to ensure the country's safety amid tensions with Pakistan. Listen in.
We are having our neighbors, you all know, I need not explain. If we have to ensure safety of this country, we have to really serve through the satellite. We have to monitor the entire 7,500 kilometer seashore area, we have to monitor. And the entire northern part, we have to monitor continuously. Without satellite technology, without drone technology, we cannot achieve that. Today, I am happy to inform that at least 10 satellites are continuously working, 24/7 working for the strategic purpose to ensure safety and security of the citizens of this country.
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Welcome back after the break. The US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that's threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As part of an agreement hammered out in Geneva, the US will lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, and China will reduce the duties on US imports to 10% from 125%. Well, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. Big breaking news that we are learning of. The US and China have now come to an agreement to lower the tariffs for the next 3 months. We understand this comes as a big de-escalation in the tariff war that has been taking place, and that has had an impact on big countries of the world, major countries of the world. As part of this agreement between US and China, it is being learned that the US is going to be lowering the tariffs on Chinese goods to 30%. Well, remember, US had earlier imposed 145% tariffs on Chinese goods, and China is also now going to reduce the duties on US imports to 10%. China had earlier imposed about 125% tariffs on the US goods, but that is going to come down to 10% now. This deal has been brokered between the two sides. We'll be getting more on that in just a bit. My colleague Vishal will be joining us in just a bit. He's tracking all the updates here, but we understand at the moment China and US both have agreed to slash the tariffs, and this is for a 90-day period. This is for a 3-month period. We understand at this point in time, US and China will both be cutting tariffs by 115%, and this is being seen as a big move by both sides. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. There has been a big jump in the global markets. Investors have cheered US-China trade deal, and US futures spiked nearly 1,000 points. Asian markets have jumped over 3%. Also, we are learning now European markets have gained over 1%, while India's stock markets have surged over 3%. This is a big update that's coming in at the moment. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj will also be joining us. Meanwhile, this comes as a big jump in the global markets amid reports of the US-China trade deal. Investors have cheered the deal, and the US futures have spiked nearly 1,000 points. Also, we understand Asian markets have jumped over 3%. European markets have also gained. What we're learning now is that it's about 1% gain that the European markets have had amid reports of the US-China trade deal. Well, remember, US and China have brokered a deal, and they've made substantial progress in the key trade talks that's been taking place between the two countries in Switzerland. US Treasury Secretary also described the discussions as productive and constructive, while China said that the talks that were held between the both sides were in depth and also candid in nature. And White House, I remember, has called it a trade deal, a great trade deal, but also not given out further details. All right, my colleague Sakshi is now joining us on the broadcast here. She is getting us more on that. Well, big jump in the markets here, Sakshi. Take us through details. Sakshi, if you're able to hear my voice, there has been a big jump in the markets. Credit goes to the US-China trade deal. Take us through the details here, Sakshi. All right, I'm being told that Sakshi will be joining us in just a bit. There has been some problem with her line there, but this is what we are learning at this point in time. Professor Arun Kumar is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV once again. How do you see this development, sir?
It's a good development because trade between China and the US, the two largest countries in the world and two largest traders, that will resume. At 125 and 145% duty, the trade had completely stopped. So, that would have moved the world economy towards a recession. Because if these two economies stop trading and stopped or reduce their production, then other economies will get affected. Also, there's a fear that China would have large surpluses, which it would try and sell to other countries, and that would have meant maybe dumping also. China was already discussing with Europe, with Southeast Asia, and even had offered to India that it could have special deals. Now that the US-China trade would resume, 10% duty is still there, but that's not like what it was, and therefore trade would resume. So that's a very positive thing, and that's why I think the stock markets have reacted very positively, because the fear of recession would decline now.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Also help us understand, what does it really mean for India, our markets here, our economy here?
So, the issue is that there was a huge uncertainty. This 90-day pause that was there, we didn't know what was coming at the end of 90 days. And we didn't know what were the concessions that India or other countries would have to give. But I think from the the tariffs that have been levied already, the US economy is already suffering. In the first quarter, it had already declined, even though that was not entirely due to tariffs, but the tariffs coming would have actually made it decline even further. So in other words, the world economy going into recession and the uncertainty, that's what was leading to decline in investments. And when investments decline, then the stock markets decline, the currencies, the financial market, they get into a turmoil, and that's not good for investment.
Yes.
So I think there's greater certainty for investment, and therefore better certainty about growth, and therefore better for the world economy as a whole.
But sir, initially we understand both sides have been quite adamant. Donald Trump has been quite adamant on imposing these tariffs, and China also, in a retaliatory move, imposed tariffs on US goods. It, of course, has been really important for the world economy here in question, as you've been saying. But why for both US and China also it was so necessary to break this stalemate?
You see, USA has been trying to curb China's growth. China has become a superpower. So, in various ways, the US has been trying to curb its growth. Like, for instance, on advanced technology, like on chips, etc. It had withdrawn its software people. It had withdrawn, the selling of the NVIDIA chips and other advanced chips to China. So China had to be stalled by the USA. But the USA realized that it's very heavily dependent on China. And that's why, even though it was levying 145% duty on Chinese goods, it had allowed electronic equipment to be imported from China because it couldn't get it from anywhere else. So I think that Mr. Trump learned very quickly that China not giving up. China was matching US tariffs by increasing its own tariffs. So the President Trump learned very quickly that the USA could not go down this path. And I think this is very important for the world, because he also should realize that the path that he's chosen for the rest of the world is also not the path that's correct. Because even if he goes against India, EU, etc., and we also levy tariffs on American goods and so on, then the American economy will continue to suffer. So therefore, this lesson for the US coming from China is very important for the entire world, because I think now President Trump will change his strategy towards the rest of the world also.
Well, absolutely. That is what is expected, sir. But let's really see how this really goes here. Thank you so much, Professor Arun Kumar, for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing all those details there. This is what we're learning at the moment. Of course, markets have seen a great jump because of reports of the US-China trade deal. However, we understand more details are awaited on that, but both sides have said that this deal between US and China would have big repercussions for the global economy, and that is what is expected in the coming days. All right, shifting our focus now to some news coming in from the world of cricket. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect in an emotional post on Instagram. After the India Test captain Rohit Sharma confirmed his retirement from the longest format of the game. The report of Kohli communicating the same intent to the BCCI emerged, sending shockwaves across the cricketing spectrum. It was reported that the board was in talks with Kohli to make him change his mind, but it seems that the outcome was unsuccessful. Now, Virat Kohli also said that he had never imagined this journey. He said it's not easy, but it feels absolutely right. Well, this is what we are learning now. My colleague Rika is also now joining us on the broadcast here. My colleague Sriram also with us on the broadcast to talk about Virat Kohli's departure from Test cricket and what impact it's going to have on Indian cricket. Rika, you've been covering cricket, you've been covering sports for a very long time now. What's your assessment? Was it expected or is it shocking for all?
Well, Kitty, since you broached the topic, yes, I have been lucky to cover the entire span of Virat Kohli as a Test cricketer, as an ODI cricketer and a T20 cricketer. Well, it is surprising but not shocking, as one would say, because, Virat Kohli has not been in a great run of form in Test cricket of late. At the peak of his career, his Test average hovered around 70. It was 68.75, but over the last few years, I would say over the last 2.5 years, the average has gone down to 32.56. Virat Kohli has been plagued by what the English press has been calling off-stumpitis, which means that he has been getting out by chasing the balls outside the off-stump. It is something that had plagued him during the last tour of England and even during the tour of Australia. Virat perhaps thought that another English tour will be difficult if his mind and body is not in sync, and perhaps thought it was the right time to call it quits, even though if he had played another series and scored another 770 runs, he would have been in that vaulted company of greats who have scored 10,000 runs in Test cricket, like Sunil Gavaskar, like Sachin Tendulkar, Kumara Sangakkara, Ricky Ponting, all of whom are Virat Kohli's heroes. He leaves, a great legacy, a great impact on Test cricket. In fact, from the time Virat Kohli became the Test captain, India really envisaged picking 20 wickets in both innings of the Test match. He created a bevy of Test fast bowlers who would give him that advantage as a captain, having picked 10 innings in each wicket, which is 20 innings in a Test match. Virat Kohli really dominated Test cricket between 2016 and 2019. He scored 30 Test centuries, 31 were his half centuries, and of them, he converted 30 of them into Test centuries, which in itself is a phenomenal record.
In the Test format, and of course, lot to his credit here. Gautam Gambhir also has reacted to Virat Kohli's Test retirement, saying that we will miss you, cheeks. Atul Vasan, former Indian cricketer, also with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Vasan, not just Gautam Gambhir, I mean, a lot of reactions, of course, coming in. Everybody is going to miss Virat Kohli on the field when it comes to Test cricket. It's a big loss for Indian cricket. How do you see it?
I don't think so. It's a loss because he came, he thrilled us. He created this huge aura and legacy for Indian cricket because Sachin went and we got Virat. So we are so lucky to get these one in a generation players, one after the other. And I'm sure there's somebody lurking around the corner. But let's just look back and enjoy and what he delivered and what he gave to all of us. It was just not cricket, and I think we all know that Virat's total was bigger than the sum of his parts because he changed the context, how we actually consume the sport in India, and the sport where it is now, cricket stature in India is partly because of Virat, because one superstar, one a legend or one icon, takes the game forward, and that's it was Kapil Dev winning the '83 World Cup, and now Virat. But just like a tinge of sadness that we could have seen one big send off like the Tendulkar, full, because when he just turned up to play for Delhi, even the Ranji Trophy game, the ground was full. So imagine this guy is a magnet. And that's why he brings, and this will be lost economically for world cricket, not just Indian cricket.
Absolutely. Rika also wants to come in, yes.
Atul, it's very interesting that you talked about Kohli being once in a generation player. You said Sachin went, we got Kohli. Once Kohli goes, who's the one you are going to be hooked to watch Test cricket?
I just hope that Test cricket was actually sustained by players like Kohli, and I think if we don't have players like him, and we keep on losing players, because the next generation, you can see that the low-hanging fruit, people are becoming famous, rich, playing T20 cricket, and not many people, or even talented players who've got that quality, not actually willing to go that extra yard, because, that cap, the Test record, and all the players, if you ask, we judge players and we look back and we see what he has done in Test cricket, not in T20 or even one-day cricket. So I mean that is it. So we need to develop players who are made for Test cricket to ensure that Test cricket survives. But even sadly, players who are in that mode, like Pujaras and Hashim Amlas and all, they don't get picked for these franchise cricket and they lose out financially. So I think unless a system is made where players who've got that quality are compensated by the boards, that they should not actually just yield to that easy money. I don't think so that Test cricket is going to survive too long.
I haven't answered my question. After Kohli, who next? That once in a generation Indian
King is dead. Long live the king. You can't. I can take many names, but I don't think so that this will be repeated. Because the next phase of cricket worldwide is Test cricket people will not be playing Test cricket for too long, and these records will stand forever.
Mr. Vasan, what many are also saying that Virat Kohli could have waited till the England series before retiring. That was what was being expected.
Why? Because he's made up his mind. There are other issues also. There's life outside cricket also. He's got 2 young kids, and the kind of pressure on him, the kind of the timeline he has to devote to cricket. I'm sure that he decided that enough is enough, because even if 700 runs and reaches 10,000, he's not going to make Kohli a better player. We all know what he's delivered, and even that one more test series. But I think he would have added a lot of value in England because of the conditions and all that. And if just his presence, you were saying about his records and all, I think that was actually quite churlish to just say his average had dropped and all. But his just presence is actually worth more than what is delivered in runs.
Well, Atul, Virat Kohli is one of the most loved cricketers across the world. The Australians love him and think that he is one of their own. The way Virat Kohli retired from Test cricket, does it remind you of Gilchrist of 2008 when he just decided to retire after having played 96 Tests on having dropped that catch of VVS Lakshman?
Not really. I think there are some players who just know when it is time. And there's a saying cliche in cricket. That retire when people ask why rather than when. And most cricketers, I mean 90%, 95% of cricketers go ranting and raving, and they just are bitter because they just, when they leave the game. But some players decide that they want to leave at the top when people really want them to play, and I think they are respected more. And why just Adam Gilchrist? In 96 Test matches, even if you play 4 Test matches, we remember Donald Bradman getting out on duck in the last inning. If you would have got that run and 100 average, what was so special? But now 99.96 is better number.
But, those 770 runs from 10,000 run club, Virat Kohli easily was one of those cricketers who could have entered that, Hall of Greats. And everyone's saying that he had those 2 years or 3 years of cricket left in him. Would you say
So
that
you
it is
mean to tell me
India's
that
loss not to have...
now he hasn't entered the Hall of Fame because of not getting 10,000?
Not in that club, Atul, for sure.
So what is so special about that club? Because he is in his own club, and people know that he was way above many players who got to 10,000. But what he changed the game, and I think that is more important than just those numbers.
Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of Virat Kohli's legacy, what would you say is the biggest? Is it the way he has inculcated the culture of fitness, or the fact that he invested in bowlers who could take 20 wickets for India in test matches, or that word that he used for Indian cricket, which was intent to win?
No, I think he just coincided with that, Indian whole psyche, Indian culture. We were submissive for far too long. Then suddenly his aggressive persona, and you said he was most loved. He was most hated also. And I don't respect people who everybody loves, because that shows that you never stood up for something, and you got to respect any person who's got enemies also, because you can see that he took stances, and I think his fitness dogma on the Indian cricket, and this is just a superstar thing, and the value he brought through IPL also. But I'm sure board will miss out on a lot of endorsements and all, because just one guy can bring so many people to the stadium and to watch the television, and I think it'll be financial loss also across the board.
What about the English Cricket Board? Would they be mourning right now after this news?
I think they should get him on the commentary thing because he's moved to London anyway. So,
right. It was the British press who came up with this word for Virat Kohli and the ill that was plaguing him. They called it off-stumpitis after he was getting out to chasing balls outside the off stump. Would you say that got into his psyche, off-stumpitis?
not really. I don't think so, because he's the kind of player who actually played those shots from off stump onto the onside, because that was his class. But when you get beyond a certain age, you lose that fraction of a second. And I think if his kind of a game was all touch game, he was not very technical in the copybook style, but he was very natural. So I think if you're like that, it's very hard when you lose that fraction of a second. But in spite of that, he has had the quality to actually just fight through and grit through. And he showed us in glimpses that, he's, in spite of what he used to do with his own unique style, he can manage. And, if you just rate him by the number of runs compared to what he was doing earlier, I think that'll be a disservice.
Atul, he has been rocking the run charts when it comes to IPL, and there perhaps would have been no doubts that Virat Kohli could have scored runs in England too. Are we missing some story in between about Virat Kohli's retirement? Is it more than what really meets the eye?
Not really. I don't think so, because if it was a few months ago, when there were some issues, then I would have thought so. But now I'm sure it's more to do with his family life, his personal life, and he wants some, some space for other stuff to do, because I think cricket takes a lot of time, and Test cricket needs a lot of intense bandwidth. And I think at this point, he just wants to enjoy it and don't want to take that extra, that burden and headache of Test cricket.
Right. Thank you very much, Atul, for joining us at this hour and sharing your thoughts. With that, over to you, Kitty, for the rest of the news.
Thank you so much, Rika, and Atul Vasan for joining us here on the broadcast here and sharing all those inputs there. With that, it's time for a quick break. Yeah, more continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claims Prime Minister Modi chairs a high-level meeting with top government functionaries and all three services chiefs. This is after the first night of calm at the border after several days. Also, a key briefing of the government at 2:30. A big relief for flyers and a big step in return to normalcy after the India-Pakistan truce. All 32 airports that were closed in border states are open. The BJP says India sent a strong message with tough measures against Pakistan, striking at the heart of terror.
The Congress has once again pushed for a special parliament session where Operation Sindoor can be discussed. Support grows for the trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who was the face of all the updates on Operation Sindoor. Viciously trolled online. His family also attacked. The BJP says absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary. And a big relief for the stock markets across the world, and indeed markets as US and China have agreed to roll back their tariffs by 115% and stock markets rise. And it's the end of a cricketing era. Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after a legendary 14-year career, says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Let's get you all the latest updates. The Prime Minister today chaired a key security meeting with all top ministers there, as well as the services chief. The NSA too attended this meeting. This comes after a night of calm at the line of control and international border following the ceasefire that was announced between India and Pakistan. And today, so this high-level meeting, which took place for nearly an hour at the Prime Minister's residence. In a short while from now, at around 2:30, a key briefing will also take place by the government, and in which more details will be revealed. Now, this is after the first night of calm along the line of control and the international border, as many of those who are living along those areas have now started returning home, though there is a sense of caution as well. Authorities asking people to be cautious about unexploded shells that could be found in the area. So those checks are currently taking place, but Operation Sindoor, as the government said, was a massive success, striking at the heart of terror in Pakistan, indeed also at the air bases. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya, who's been tracking all these developments and the key meetings that have been taking place. It was nearly an hour-long meeting, Aishwarya, that took place at the Prime Minister's residence today, and at 2:30 we're expecting that briefing.
Well, that's right. A high-level meeting at Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told that this was a two-part meeting. Of course, the first meeting that we have got the visuals from the Prime Minister's residence. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Tri-Services Chief, NSA, CDS, all were the part of that meeting, and Prime Minister took the stock of the situation as far as the current developments alongside the line of control and international border is concerned, and how things are panning out as far as the Jammu and Kashmir region is concerned. Prime Minister was briefed about all of those developments. After that, a separate meeting for 15 minutes went on with NSA Ajit Doval and Air Force Chief and Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And certainly it was updated to Prime Minister about how the things have went on. It was expected earlier as being announced by the Foreign Secretary that at 1200 hours on May 12th, there will be the DGMO level talks, but it had been delayed as of now. But, at 2:30 p.m. is the time that the DGMO level officers would be briefing the media about the ongoing operations, how the de-escalations are going on. But remember, yesterday after the briefing done by the commanders of Army, Navy and Air Force, there was a press conference from the Pakistani side as well. And once again, as usual, there were some fake propaganda, the news which that they showcased was absolutely false, fake narratives being paddled once again by the Pakistani army. The Indian armed forces have given every visual proof of how these strikes went on as far as the Indian armed forces are concerned. They have given evidences of their air bases being attacked, at what scale they have been attacked, and these were controlled and non-escalatory in nature. That's being very specifically being told yesterday as well, and today as well. You know how things went on. Of course, the statement which came out from the Indian Armed Forces that with no hostilities on both the side. Last night, things went very normal. We have seen the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir region, Rajasthan, alongside with Punjab borders as well, that things are very calm, and all of these things had been briefed by the top officials to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and all eyes now would be at 2:30 p.m. Briefing with the DGMO levels officers at National Media Center.
Right, and Aishwarya, do stay on with us. As you said, that briefing took place yesterday where we were told 100 terrorists in fact were killed and high-level targets, but now some more breaking news coming in, more revelations regarding India's strikes inside Pakistan, and now it has been revealed that the IF also hit Karachi. During Operation Sindoor, it was the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Main Pak cities, they're hit by Indian forces. Now, yesterday, remember, Rajnath Singh, as well as the briefing that took place in the evening, talked about the strike at Rawalpindi, which is a big shock to Pakistan, to the fact that with such precise strikes were made deep inside, right next to Islamabad. But now this big revelation that the Indian Air Force also struck inside Karachi. This is the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Now, if you remember, the night of the big strikes, where there was a certain amount of confusion also regarding where all Indian Air Force had struck, where our missiles had reached. Now, yesterday at the briefing, it was revealed about the air bases that were destroyed due to the precise missile strikes by India. But now this revelation, let's go across to Shiv Arur, who has been tracking these developments. And Shiv, now the Indian Air Force confirming that during those strikes, Karachi was also hit, this base in Karachi was hit, this Cant area.
That is correct. This is a huge update that we're getting right now. Remember, this was mentioned by Air Marshal A.M. Bharti, the Director General of Air Operations, in his press briefing yesterday. But most people missed it because he only mentioned Malir Cantonment, but he didn't mention Karachi, where Malir Cantonment is. So, very few people actually put two and two together. Now we know for sure that the Malir Cantonment is in Karachi, and an air defense site was actually struck by missiles. This is a huge update because, Karachi is of enormous importance. It is one of Pakistan's biggest and most crucial cities. And the addition of Karachi to that list of bases and cities that were struck by Indian Air Force missiles fired from Indian Air Force fighter aircraft means that every major city practically in Pakistan in some way or the other was hit. Its military installations were hit. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi, Faisalabad, and Sialkot, all of these are big cities, and now Karachi gets added to that list. Remember, Gargi, the reason why Karachi is also important is because the Navy yesterday said that it was completely primed and ready for a strike on Karachi. This would have been, assets on the coast, the harbor, energy installations, economic installations, the port itself, which the Navy confirmed they had targeting information about and were primed and ready to strike in the event of any escalation. But it looks like Karachi was already locked as far as a strike was concerned, and we can confirm now that the Malir Cant that the Indian Air Force mentioned in yesterday's briefing was in Karachi. What damage has been caused over there is not clear yet, but an air defense installation at the Malir Cant in Karachi appears to have been destroyed. That's what the Indian Air Force said on record. This is a very, very big update to that list.
That's right, Shiv. In fact, yesterday the big talk was the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base and in Rawalpindi.
That is correct. The Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, the air defense installation at the Lahore airport, which was initially dismissed as some kind of Pakistan army exercise, a radar facility in Sialkot, and now the Malir Kant air defense installation in Karachi. With this and with more information coming out, I'm wondering whether we know everything about the airstrikes, Gargi, because frankly, this is this adds not only a new dimension to the complexity and the reach of the Indian Air Force's targeting systems, but it also sort of broadens the map, expands the map to all parts of the country. Karachi is in the southern part of Pakistan, in the Sindh area. You've had the Bholari air base where, our missiles apparently struck very close to some nuclear installations. It looks like phase 3 of Operation Sindoor was an all-out escalation by India to really, really pin down the Pakistan military. And just from a psychological perspective, Malir cantonment in Karachi, Gargi, may be just another addition to what is already a very, very impressive list. But Karachi, remember, has a great deal of significance for India. It's a city and a harbour that was bombed by the Indian Navy during the 1971 war and therefore carries a huge amount of historic significance as well. It is the economic nerve center of Pakistan. It's one of their largest ports as well. And therefore, for India's missiles to land in a cantonment installation in Karachi itself is a very big deal. Not to mention the fact that this was an air defense installation, Gargi, that was targeted, which means that the aerial and airborne air defense protection of a large city like Karachi may have actually been compromised in this strike.
That's right, Shiv. And during the briefing, it was also emphasized how there was no, civilian area that was ever targeted, how these were very precise strikes. And that is something that is really, is something I'm sure is going to be studied going forward, the kind of strikes that were conducted by India and the absolute precision and how, as you said, these various air bases, Rawalpindi, and now it's revealed that in Karachi also this strike taking place. And, maybe today at that briefing that we're expecting in around 15 minutes from now, we'll have more details regarding the strikes.
I agree with you. I think today's briefing, which starts in a few minutes from now, should have more visual information. Remember that we still haven't seen, 27 images as part of a very, very detailed presentation were put out yesterday, Gargi, establishing the damage inflicted by Indian missiles in Chaklala, in Murid, in Sakar, in Noor Khan, like you mentioned, the Chaklala base, Rafiki, and other places, Lahore, Sialkot, as well as the terror sites. But battle damage assessment is still awaited in some of the other bases which the Indian Air Force has acknowledged they hit, but those maps and satellite images haven't come yet for various reasons. They should be coming anytime. Sargoda also came quite late yesterday. It was an update. So we should be expecting more imagery, I'm guessing, at some point today. Skardu in the northern areas, the Malir cantonment in Karachi are two that come to mind. There could be some other battle damage imagery that will be shared as well.
As we've said, the fighting is now over. It's a ceasefire right now, but it is a battle of perception as well. And to see the manner in which all these, revelations are made, the way the DGMOs have spoken about the kind of operation that was carried out under Operation Sindoor. You're there in, Jammu and Kashmir. It's been the first night of calm, and one is hoping to really consolidate on this ceasefire and that this continues for the sake of, the local people also now returning home. But so Shiv, this is very interesting that now more and more, facts are being revealed about Operation Sindoor, even as though that hotline, is there, that, there will be communication at the DGMO level over the ceasefire and after the first night of calm that we've seen in several days.
You're absolutely right. Very interestingly, Gargi, I had a conversation with a contact of mine in the Air Force, and he said, if you're impressed by the amount of information that has been released in public in this press briefing, imagine the wealth of data and operational information there actually is with the Air Force pertaining to these historic strikes on all these places, which we now know also includes the Malir cantonment in Karachi. It's incredible to actually think about,
Right.
how much data data has
Shiv, as
actually
you're
been
talking
gleaned
about that,
in this
and you know,
unprecedented attack.
you said this was something that most of us missed during the briefing yesterday. So let's just take a look at that key part where Air Marshal Bharti mentions this Malir Cant.
Up to the task. In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Cant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala. These were suitably addressed, and thereafter his drone attacks continued even till morning, which we countered, and during the daytime there was some respite. Here I would like to bring out another aspect. What we found was that while the drone attacks were being launched from somewhere close to Lahore, enemy had allowed his civilian aircraft to also continue to fly out of Lahore. Not only his own aircraft, but international passenger aircraft, which is quite insensitive, and we had to exercise extreme caution, even at the cost of some tactical disadvantage, to ensure that there is no damage to any of the civilian aircraft.
All right, so there you have the Air Marshal's statement, which it seems, Shiv, you also missed it when they announced that 11 key Pakistani air bases were struck during that operation, and it's after that that the ceasefire was arrived at, and it's after that the Pakistan reached out, and you know the US says that they assisted in this entire exercise. But yes, so we struck such key cities, near such key cities, precise strikes at air bases, at you know, only military installations at this Cant in Karachi.
You know, Gargi, to be very honest, I'm going to be studying the names of military cantonments in Pakistan to connect them with cities, so we, you know exactly what has been struck. Because I think you're right. I share your sentiments right now about the fact that this is a target list that continues to keep expanding. I think at today's press briefing, Vishnu, our colleague, is going to be there, and I'm sure we'll try and get a question in on precisely the nature of the damage, you know, that was inflicted on some of these key sites. Remember, striking military installations is one thing. Striking military installations in big cities that are key to, you know, citywide defense, air defense. This was a surface-to-air missile site, or SAM site, as Air Marshal Bharti said, is a very, very hostile act, and it now makes sense. It's kind of dawning on everyone
you know,
why
Shiv, as
Pakistan
you said,
sort of picked up the phone and asked for this ceasefire.
Near nuclear command centers, I mean Rawalpindi, etc., those strikes, and that's what today at the press conference the BJP just held. They said it's for the first time that you've gone into you know, a nuclear country and managed to strike so many you know, prime targets there, and this really was the turning point. And it's after this that the ceasefire was announced, and Pakistan, you know, reached out, and the ceasefire announcement came through.
Correct. There were at least 3 bases, Gargi, which you rightly mentioned, where Indian missiles struck very close to, you know, nuclear command elements. You know, either establishment command and control, or possibly even, you know, nuclear launch sites. These included Chaklala, like you said, in Rawalpindi, the Bholari base, which is towards the south, and also the Sargodha base. These 3 bases are known to be proximate to elements of the strategic command of Pakistan, which is basically their nuclear authority. And that is what really rang the alarm bells, because an intelligence alert had rung through the defense networks of Pakistan, suggesting that India would try and take out some nuclear elements as well. Not attack actual nuclear weapons facilities, but the command and control infrastructure, which is very, very valuable to the Pakistan military. And that completely rattled and spooked them and is said to be the tipping point, forcing them to, ask the United States to intervene. And as we've reported, the sequence of events after that is basically the US telling Pakistan, Gargi, to pick up the hotline that is established between the DGMOs and get on a conversation with your counterpart on the other side and come to some kind of an understanding to cease hostilities, because the US, in some ways, and not to make it too simplistic, was basically saying India is in full war mode right now. I don't think even we can call them off, so you had better pick up that phone and try and come to an understanding. And that's precisely what happened, Gargi.
All right, Shiv, thanks so much for joining us with that big breaking news, a strike in Karachi at that Cant area. And we're hoping for more, details of this at 2:30 during the briefing that will take place. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. It's been a night of calm in Jammu and Kashmir along the LOC and other border areas. And now an exclusive interview with the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who talks about how the economy of the Union Territory is now in tatters. There's no tourist, valley is empty. And also the immediate priority for the government is the return of the people and also helping them rebuild their homes.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has by design unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling. And it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
Welcome back. In just a short while from now, we're expecting that key briefing by the DGMOs to take place. There you can see the chairs are set, the media is all there. NDTV's Vishnu Shom is also there, where we're expecting that briefing to take place and more revelations regarding Operation Sindoor. Remember, yesterday there was the briefing where they spoke about exactly where all India had struck inside of Pakistan, how every city of Pakistan, in a sense, every key city had been struck during the precise airstrikes by India, and that is what was really the turning point of the hostilities and the conflict that took place between India and Pakistan, and after that was when the ceasefire was arrived at. So we will be tuning in for that key briefing in just a short while from now, but let's get you updated on all the developments that have taken place since the morning, and the big cheer really for travelers, air travelers, is that the 32 airports that were closed across northern and northwestern regions of the country due to the hostilities and the restrictions and abundance of caution have now reopened, is what India's aviation regulator has said. It is going to take some time really for the air services to absolutely normalize, but these airports included several key airports like Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar. Well, let's go across to Tanushka for more. And Tanushka, that's been some great news today, and really another big step towards normalcy in these border states is the reopening of the airports.
Right, this is a welcome relief for all the passengers, and definitely with these 32 airports being reopened, this comes in from the Airports Authority of India in a notification wherein the closure, temporary closure of these 32 airports in the northern and western region of our country has been lifted, which means that from now, with immediate effect, these 32 airports should be resuming with their civil flight operations. Some of these airports were that of Jammu, Leh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Porbandar, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, to name a few, and these will start off with their operations. Now, of course, the authorities are discussing with respect to the smooth transition back to normalcy, and this does involve a reallotment of staff, crowd management as well, and understanding how can this be a smooth process for both the airport authorities, respective airports, as well as the passengers. Now, the Airports Authority of India in its notice has said that passengers are advised to maintain constant touch and communication with the respective airlines on the updates with respect to their flights.
To where the briefing is taking place that key briefing is taking place on Operation Sindoor. Let's just listen in there. You can see all the Vice Air Admiral and Pramod and all have gathered for that key briefing. Let's listen in.
नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है जाना ढोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindoor. Like yesterday, we'll have the opening statements by the three senior officers who are here with me. You all know them well now. However, for those who were not here yesterday, let me introduce you to them. In the middle, we have Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, Director General Air Operations, who will provide insights on the air domain. To his right is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General Military Operations. He will cover the land aspects. And to my immediate right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, the Director General Naval Operations. Following these briefings, we will be having a few question and answers. May I now request the DG Air Operations to commence the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ, वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था। This brings me to the point, how have Indian forces managed to minimize the damage to both civilian and military infra in the country, in spite of the unrelenting efforts by the Pakistani forces? Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired man-pads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the OSA AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. Another highlight has been the stellar performance of the indigenous air defense weapon system like the Akash system. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that putting together and operationalization of this potent AD environment has been possible over the last decade due to unwavering budgetary and policy support provided by the Government of India in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment and weapon systems. Some of the results achieved in countering the enemy threat vectors over the last week are now being shown on the screen. Shown on the screen is the probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which we have brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems. As far as our offensive actions are concerned, yesterday I had already shared some details about the targets engaged by the Indian Air Force. The composite picture of the Indian Air Force targeting so far is now shown on the screen. As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. I would now hand over to the DGMO to cover his portion.
धन्यवाद एयर मार्शल भारती। मैं आज आप सब के साथ भारतीय सेना के एयर डिफेंस मेजर्स जो कि हमने इंडियन एयर फोर्स के साथ मिलजुल कर तालमेल में लिए उसके बारे में कुछ बातचीत करूंगा। इस विषय में मैंने कल भी कुछ टिप्पणी करी थी, लेकिन आज मैं इस युद्ध के अहम एस्पेक्ट के बारे में आपको थोड़ा और पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहता हूं। हमें एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के एयर डिफेंस की कार्रवाई को एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आतंक की गतिविधियों का कैरेक्टर जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहा था। अब हमारी मिलिट्री के साथ साथ मासूम सिविलियंस जो कि अपना बचाव करने में विफल थे, उन पर भी हमले हो रहे थे। 2024 में जम्मू सेक्टर में शिवखोरी मंदिर को जाते हुए यात्री और इस साल अप्रैल में पहलगाम में मासूम पर्यटक इस खतरनाक ट्रेंड के विशेष उदाहरण हैं। पहलगाम तक पाप का ये घड़ा भर चुका था। उसके बाद जो हुआ उसके बारे में हम कल विस्तार में बातचीत कर चुके हैं। क्योंकि आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे, हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। आपके सामने इस ग्रिड को एक तरीके से दर्शाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से कितनी लेयर्स, रडार्स, काउंटर अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, उसके पीछे शोल्डर फायर्ड वेपन्स, हमारे विंटेज एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स जो कि काफ़ी सालों से हमारी सेना में हैं। एयर मार्शल भारती ने भी उसके बारे में बात करी। और लास्ट में हमारे मॉडर्न एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम्स। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टीयर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए। ये जो डायग्राम आप अपने सामने देख रहे हैं, ये मुझे एक इंसिडेंट की याद दिला रहा है। और मैं आपको इस उदाहरण के ज़रिए से एक ये एस्पेक्ट हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं स्कूल में था तो तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल से ये 70 का दशक था और उस समय इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में, आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के दो बहुत तेज़ गेंदबाज जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेज़ी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट, इफ थॉमो डोंट गेट हियर देन लिली श्योरली मस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज़ को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम ज़रूर गिरा देगा। जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहाँ पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूँ। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनआर्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindoor has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments, and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To talk about the air defense capability, the Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains, that is air, surface and subsurface, through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest, to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The carrier battle group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the carrier battle group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध
और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया. Over the past few years, and most importantly, immediately after the cowardly incident by Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attack at Pahalgam, we had validated our anti-missile and anti-aircraft defense capability in a complex threat environment using cross-platform cooperative mechanism. Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space. The Indian Navy maintains a credible capability to detect, identify, and neutralize any aerial platforms that threaten our units at sea. To sum up, the Indian Navy's dominance thus ensured that, should we choose to, we can strike at will. Thank you, Shamdo Varna, Jai Hind. May I now hand over to Director General Air Operations for further proceedings.
Thank you, Pramod. I think a lot has been said, and I would only end by saying and emphatically state that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise. और अंत में यह मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सभी मिलिट्री बेसेस और सारे इक्विपमेंट और सिस्टम्स ऑपरेशनल हैं और ज़रूरत पड़ने पर अपने अगले मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं और तत्पर भी हैं. शुक्रिया दोस्तों, और यदि कोई अभी क्वेश्चंस हैं तो हम लोग तैयार हैं उसके लिए.
Ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, I'll request you to raise your placards, which most of you are doing. Again, repeating it, anything which is confidential in nature will not be responded to. And as you are aware, the DGMOs, all three of them, have got an important assignment after this, which you also are very well aware of. So we shall not be taking too many questions today. I started with both the ends yesterday. Today I'll start from the center, 237. 237. And I'll request you to please maintain, I'll ask you, I'll come to you.
हेलो हेलो सर, मैं आवाज़ आ रही मेरी? हेलो सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से आपके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के ठीक पहले एक वीडियो हमने स्क्रीन पर देखा जिसमें राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की कृष्ण की चेतावनी की प्रमुख पंक्तियों को उद्धृत किया गया और सीधे सीधे दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया कि याचना नहीं. मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने के ठीक पहले राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की जो कृष्ण की चेतावनी है उन पंक्तियों को सामने रखा गया और कहा गया कि याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या मरण होगा. कल शिव तांडव स्रोत के जरिए दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया था और आज राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इन प्रमुख पंक्तियों के जरिए ये किस तरह के डिटरेंट को क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, किस तरह के मैसेज को दिया जा रहा है, इसको थोड़ा इलेबोरेट करके अगर आप बताएं तो जाहिर तौर पर ये संदेश और व्यापक तौर पर जाएगा. और एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा यह है कि ड्रोन अटैक को लेकर जो बातें सामने निकल कर आई हैं, एक बहुत हाइप क्रिएट था टर्किश ड्रोन को लेकर, TV2 और उसके तमाम ड्रोन को लेकर. ऐसा लगता है कि वो हाइप और ओवररेटेड ड्रोन जो है वो भारत में धराशायी हो गया. एक मैसेज दुनिया को चला गया कि अब हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर में इसकी औकात नहीं बची है.
ओके, ऑल राइट. ओके, थैंक यू. आपने क्या नाम बताया अपना और किस एजेंसी से हैं? न्यूज़ नेशन से. बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी हिंदी सुनकर और हिंदी कविता सुनकर. तो मेरे कलीग ने अभी बताया, आई थिंक आई मेंशन्ड ये हैड टू बी चाइनीज ओरिजिन. आई वुड लाइक टू करेक्ट माई सेल्फ. The Yeha drones are of Turkish origin. So that comes to your question. All right. चूंकि आपने शुरू किया श्री रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की कविता से, हमारे राष्ट्र कवि रहे हैं, और क्या संदेश दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी। और जहां तक ये टर्किश ड्रोन्स का सवाल है, आपने देखा किस तरह के रेकेज यहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स हमने दिखाए हैं, चाहे वो टर्किश ड्रोन्स हो या और कहीं के भी ड्रोन्स हो। हमारे काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम्स, हमारे ट्रेन्ड एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेटर्स पूरी तरह सक्षम हैं, और हमारी देश की जो इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटी है काउंटर यूएस के लिए, उसने दिखा दिया है कि चाहे किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, हम उसको काउंटर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और मुझे बोलने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपने खुद ही अपनी आंखों से देखा है हमने इनका क्या हश्र किया है। धन्यवाद।
All right. 226.
Sir, Aditya Raj called from TV9 Network. Yesterday, the DG ISPR came out with a press conference, and while you have been continuously providing satellite images and proofs, undeniable proof really, of the airstrikes that happened and the damage that is caused, there's no evidence coming in from the other side. What do you think is there? Are they trying to bluff their people? Are they trying to build some kind of a propaganda for the anger that domestically is there in Pakistan? And secondly, related question, you mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. The brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, who was killed. Pakistan DG ISPR is trying to build a propaganda where he's saying that Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf from Lashkar-e-Toiba was at the entire funeral, but he's saying that he's alive, and they're trying to confuse the people because the two names are similar. The Jaish chief, who is the brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, and the Lashkar guy who was with the Pakistan army at the funeral. So could you clarify what has really happened? Because there is a lot of propaganda and information warfare happening from the Pakistan side. Thank you.
I think the first part of the question you have answered yourself. I need not delve more on it. Why they are doing what they are doing, information is not forthcoming from there. Obviously, that is expected, and they would do whatever it takes to assuage their people and minimize whatever information about the damage comes out. Here, I would like to clarify, as I said yesterday, our fight is with the terrorists. Our fight is not with the Pakistan military or Pakistan civilians. So that is very clear, and we are very clear in our targeting. So coming to the second part of your question as to what media or what propaganda spin the other side is trying to make out a story. Well, it is for them to answer, and it really is not a military question for us to answer here. We've done our job. We have done what we're expected to do, and that is it.
I'll come this side, 249.
सर, मैं पूनम पांडे हूँ, नवभारत टाइम्स से। पाकिस्तान ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उसमें एक सेंटेंस उन्होंने यूज़ किया था कि दिस इज़ न्यू आर्ट ऑफ वॉर। तो हम सब ने देखा, शायद पहली बार देखा कि किस तरीके से आसमान में दोनों एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट थे। क्या आप बता सकेंगे, क्योंकि हम जो लगातार जब कवर करते हैं हम देखते हैं 2016 में के बाद ड्रोन का जो पूरा वॉरफेयर में रोल है वो दिखा था, तो हमने भी वो दिखाया, और किस स्तर की ये वॉर थी? अगर थोड़ा आप क्लैरिटी दे सकें कि कितने एयरक्राफ्ट उनके इन्वॉल्व थे, लगभग कितने हमारे थे, क्या इसे अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जो जंग हुई है आसमान में वो कहा जा सकता है? और ड्रोन के रोल पे थोड़ा और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि 2016 के बाद जिस तरीके से बढ़ा है।
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कल कहा था कि इस लड़ाई के डिटेल्स अभी हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसमें काफ़ी कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स होंगे, कितने जहाज थे दोनों तरफ से, किस तरह की लड़ाई हुई. These are questions of technical details which we may not be able to share firstly, and which we may not be able to share to explain to you the way it needs to be explained. Suffice to say कि yes, ये एक दूसरी तरह का warfare था, and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी. हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है और टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. हम भी उस एडवांसमेंट्स के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे एडवर्सरीज भी हिस्सा हैं. सो इट इज़ अ कैट एंड माउस गेम एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी. So that is what is going to happen. So if you ask, was this different? Was this engagement different? Definitely it was different. And a lot of new aspects have come out, but we were prepared for it, we were trained for it, and we were equipped for it. That is the only aspect that I can share with you at this time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last question, 161.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. Snesh Philip here from the print. So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As I said yesterday, as I said earlier and yesterday, it is difficult to take everybody's questions, and the DGMers have to reach somewhere right now. So thank you for coming. Please send in your questions on paper. We will definitely answer them. Thank you.
Key DGMO briefing on Operation Sindoor. Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Well, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck the terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists and they made it their own fight. He said Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. We understand now India also has been continuously providing proof of the strikes carried out with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage that have been recovered. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. India has also confirmed that a Pakistani Mirage was destroyed in Operation Sindoor, but how much damage has been incurred on the other side, they haven't really given out details very clearly. But yes, photos and pictures have been given as proof. Those videos also on your TV screens in earlier briefings also they were provided, and more information, more evidence is being provided by the DGMO here in this press conference. All right, so the press conference is over now. My colleague Shiv Arur is also joining us on the broadcast. He is in Uri in Jammu, Kashmir. My colleague Vishnu will be joining us in just a bit. Shiv, India clearly reiterating and emphasizing on the fact that Pakistani army has been responsible for their own losses. This was said before and once again emphasized in this very briefing, clearly saying that our target, our aim was the terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And how Pakistani army really responded, it's their own fault.
Very correct. The Armed Forces briefing that's just gotten over had the senior commanders of the three services emphasize repeatedly, not once, not twice, but thrice, that the enemy here was the terrorists and this was not an operation against the Pakistan military or the Pakistan people. That is a very important shift, considering it comes just 48 hours after the Indian Air Force bombed at least 12 military bases in Pakistan, which we now know also includes a military cantonment surface-to-air weapon system in Karachi. I want to quickly just go through the big takeaways from this hugely crucial press conference, the second in 2 days by the armed forces. Number one, the armed forces have confirmed that every single Indian military or Air Force base is intact, operational and ready to continue operations if deemed necessary at short notice. That is a huge clarification coming in from the armed forces, because there's been all sorts of misinformation and rumor mongering over damage to different places in the country, military installations. Number two, the Indian Navy giving us more information at this press conference about its operations. The INS Vikrant carrier battle group that we know was deployed in the North Arabian Sea, we now know officially and on the record from this briefing, had basically started flying its fighters, its MiG-29K fighters, which forced the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan Navy aircraft to remain confined to the Makran coast of Balochistan. They were not able to fly over the ocean. So that is a huge, huge pressure tactic that was built upon Pakistan. Number three, this is for the first time at this briefing that the Indian Air Force, Army and Navy have revealed pictures of failed Chinese systems, whether it was missiles, whether it was air defense systems, whether it was Turkish drones as well. Imagery was put out officially for the first time so far that was confined to open source and social media. Number four, a large part of this briefing was dedicated to talking about the Indian integrated air defense system, which included indigenous homegrown systems like the Akash and the anti-drone system developed by the DRDO. And this was given a huge amount of attention. Its efficacy and trial by fire has happened.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Finally, of course, the Indian Armed Forces saying that India's offensive posture continues against Pakistan.
Absolutely. I'll just come back to you, Shiv. Well, India has also clearly said, even as there has been a night of calm yesterday, India has also made it clear all military bases, systems, equipment remain fully functional and if needed in future will be ready for operation. My colleague Vishnu Shom also joining us on the broadcast. He is at the NMC where this key press briefing was held. Vishnu, big takeaways from this briefing. India clearly saying what happened on between India and Pakistan, and Pakistan clearly siding with the terrorists. What has happened is Pakistan's fault.
Let me explain to you what exactly took place at this press conference. Now, over the last couple of days, we've been talking about India's airstrikes into Pakistan, whether it's air bases or against terror training hubs. Another key part of this, as important, were India's defenses. Now, India operates an integrated air defense system. It is integrated between the Army, Air Force and the Navy. There were several incoming Pakistani strikes which were thwarted. And at this press conference, there was video evidence and there were photographs of drones and rockets and missiles which were launched by the Pakistanis, which was demonstrated. It is as a result of the successful deployment of all sorts of surface-to-air missiles, of air defense guns, indigenous systems among them, that we were able to thwart the threat which was coming in. Had that threat not been thwarted, then there would have been a lot more damage on the ground, whether in military bases or in civilian areas. It was as a result of India being able to maintain the integrity of our ground resources, our forces, our Air Force on the ground and at our bases, that we were able to launch comprehensive airstrikes on several Pakistani air bases, whether they were cantonment-related radar facilities, command and control hubs, hangars at air bases. Very significantly, while this was brought out in the press conference yesterday, it's a point that needs to be mentioned again, that Karachi, or the cantonment over there, was one of the hubs which was struck. Remember, the attack on Karachi in the 1971 war was something which was, it's a story which is the stuff of legends as far as we are concerned. But there's been another strike on Karachi, and not just that, but other major Pakistani centers as well, not least of all Rawalpindi. One final point before I take anything else you have is that the Director General of Air Operations denied that nuclear sites of Pakistan or sites where they house nuclear weapons were struck by the Indian Air Force, contrary to claims which have been made online.
Absolutely. As you've also been mentioning earlier here, Vishnu, that and this has been reiterated in the press conference here, that Pakistani military bases were also hit. Some damage was also caused to the Pak army bases. But if something major would have happened, well, India was all ready to strike them hard.
Yeah, so I think what the manner in which we need to really summarize this is to explain that, number one, there have been very successful strikes against a series of Pakistani air bases. There have obviously been very successful strikes against the terror hubs, whether in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, in Muzaffarabad, and in several other centers, just some close across the line of control. But beyond that, we were scaling up our attacks. We were progressively escalating our attacks and responding to what Pakistan was doing. Remember, it was never India's intention to escalate further. In fact, on day one, after carrying out our attacks on Bahawalpur and Muridke and those other areas which have been terror hotbeds and the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba, our Director General of Military Operations reached out to his counterpart and said that, look, we have done what we've had to do, and the reason that, and what we need to tell you now is that we don't want to escalate. At that stage, the Pakistanis rebuffed that offer and said that no, there would be a Pakistani response. But it was that Director General of Military Operations who then called up his Indian counterpart 2 or 3 days later and said, no, let's get into a ceasefire situation. The bottom line the government believes is that it was because of the success of India's strikes on Pakistani air bases that Pakistan arrived at that conclusion.
Absolutely. It wasn't really what India had wanted in the first place, but it was Pakistan's provocation that led India to strike hard. And it would have gone to another level if the ceasefire agreement wasn't reached upon. But India has very much made it clear at this point in time. Also, Prime Minister Modi also said that if any other sort of escalation happens in the future, we are ready to give them a befitting response. Shiv Arur, my colleague, continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Shiv, as I've been saying, that India has, of course, made it clear that their military units, their installations are ready in case, Pakistan doesn't mend its ways, comes back to what it is known to be doing.
And I can confirm that in all my travels here in J&K, Kitty, that the Indian armed forces are not seeing this ceasefire as, a cessation of hostilities, as some kind of a trigger, to back down on their operational alert. This country, let's be very clear about it, is on war alert right now. We haven't scaled back even an inch since that understanding was arrived upon 2 days ago. The Director Generals of Military Operations will be speaking in a couple of hours from now. They're scheduled to have that conversation where they assess what the last 2 days have been like since that understanding was agreed upon. But let's remember, and you're right, the offensive alert, the long-range strike alert, the operational readiness alert across all of the 3 armed forces, its military bases, including those that Pakistani misinformation had suggested had been damaged, are all ready to jump into the next phase of escalations if deemed necessary. India has also made it very clear that even the smallest deviations, Kitty, smallest of provocations or escalations from the Pakistan side, will probably attract an inordinate or an incongruous reply. It will not be equitable. It will not be within the same domain. It will be punitive from the start, which means it will be much more damaging. To give you an example, if one line of control post gets fired upon, 10 line of control posts will probably be destroyed as a punitive response. That's the kind of template we're looking at right now. That's the kind of mood the military and the political leadership of India is in right now after having arrived at that ceasefire. I'm here at the line of control, Uri, the last village in Tilabari, where people still haven't returned. That's going to be the next phase, but the country remains on war alert.
Absolutely. Well, Shiv, we understand now, till the time normalcy actually returns to Jammu Kashmir, other parts of India, we understand in Jammu Kashmir there has been a major impact of this conflict between the two sides, and people are still, waiting to return to their homes. But we will keep an eye on the developments there. Thank you so much, Shiv and Vishnu, for getting us all those details. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the big development now coming in. We are learning that India, in this very press conference that was held just a while back, has made it clear that it has hit the military bases in Pakistan and much damage has been caused. But what has also happened at this point in time is Pakistan's doing. Indian armed forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was speaking to the media, addressing the DGMO conference, saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. We understand, Vishnu. Let me come back to Vishnu Shom, my colleague, who's been reporting from the NMC here. Yes, Vishnu, we understand, how the future strategy would also have been planned out in that important meeting that was held, the military hotline conversation also that was held between the two sides.
Kitty, let me just come in and offer a couple of key points of what has actually taken place over here at this press conference. And the key point which is being mentioned over here are two or three. We need to understand the context of what has happened. In as much as India has spoken about offensive operations, the focus of this press conference was to speak about defensive operations. Had those defensive operations not been successful, in other words, had we not been able to defend against incoming missiles, incoming drones, or incoming rockets, then the damage on the ground which would have been sustained, whether in military areas or in civilian areas, would have been problematic for India. If we look at what has happened in Pakistan, what they have been talking about yesterday and today is the very specific damage which has been incurred, which has taken place in military bases in Pakistan, which has prevented the Pakistan Air Force from being able to operate in the manner in which they would have liked. This is perhaps the primary reason why Pakistan came to us and said, let's get into a ceasefire agreement. I cannot stress enough, the damage done to the Pakistani military bases has sent a very strong message. Yes, selective areas were struck. These were precision strikes. But the fact that our BrahMos missiles went through, presumably our Scalp missiles went through, and our Hammer missiles went through, and the Pakistanis were not able to defend it, perhaps gave the Pakistani military leadership a reason to take pause and reflect on what has just happened. If India is able to strike across the frontage from Karachi in the south to Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters essentially of the Pakistani military, then if there were more attacks coming in, if India were to saturate these bases, then the Pakistan Air Force's ability to fight would no longer exist. So I think that is the significance of what has happened in what has been conveyed to us yesterday. And this is actually part two of that, because it's all linked up. We made it clear to them that they no longer would have the ability to fight us, but we were able to ward off their attacks, which is why we were able to fight.
Absolutely. So the next steps would also have been discussed between the both sides, we understand, in that conversation that happened earlier?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by next steps, but that would have likely been India's game plan to move into an escalation. Yes. After the ceasefire agreement, there is another conversation which is going to be taking place between the Directors General of Military Operations. That's going to be taking place today. But in terms of whether India would escalate to a larger area, that would have taken place potentially had Pakistan not agreed to a ceasefire. Now, Pakistan did agree to a ceasefire. There were certain violations. However, by and large, in the last 24 hours, by and large, it has been peaceful. The Directors General of Military Operations holding their press conference in a little while, holding their conversation, I should say, in a little while from now is important, because there is a sense that they might reinforce the existence of that ceasefire, which is essential in ensuring that there is relative peace between both sides. Because if there isn't, government sources have told us that India will keep striking. It's not as if Op Sindoor is over. This is a point that has been mentioned, and I'd like to reiterate, Op Sindoor is not over. it's still very much in place. Our forces have not stood down. They remain on alert. Therefore, this is something that will be conveyed to Pakistan. I am fairly sure that, look, you need to maintain that ceasefire, which you have wanted, or else you have seen what we've been able to do. We may do more.
Absolutely. All right. Vishnu, stay on with us. We have, Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav also now joining us on the broadcast. We will continue to get more information about the situation here. We understand now this briefing is over already, but important points that have been reiterated by the forces here, clearly saying that the fight wasn't against Pakistan's civilians or its population. It was against terror. It was against terrorism and terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is why the terror camps were struck on May 7th. But it was Pakistan that's responsible for what has happened. They sided with the terrorists and they made it their own fight. All right, let me go across to our guest here. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you read this entire situation, sir? Of course, we've seen the ceasefire agreement came into effect, and after that, last night also, there has been much calm on the LOC, but India clearly reiterating that if Pakistan resorts to any such, nefarious activities in the future, it is definitely going to give a strong response.
Kitty, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata Ki Jai to all our viewers. Now coming to your question and proper, you see, as Tome has told, the Op Sindoor has not stopped. It is only the military content of Op Sindoor, there is a little pause. So therefore, what is happening now? Politically, Pakistan is, politically they have done nothing much and they are in a corner. What do they explain to the population as of now? That there was a war, they started, they escalated it, and now they are the one, all their bases, they have been destroyed, and the Air Force is virtually grounded, thereby giving, creating a space for Indian Air Force to take on in case there is a violation of any ceasefire hereafter. The second and the most important point here is, India has conveyed one point very clearly, that any act of terror would be treated as an act of war. What is the implication? Implication is that should Pakistan indulge in any other terror act within Indian boundaries or any state or hinterland, India would be free to carry out military operation deep inside their territory. So that is a very big danger and very big worry for Pakistan. Secondly, this entire game plan is for water. And by suspension of Indus Water Treaty, India has put Pakistan on notice. Now, by going in for military ceasefire, that is not resolving that part of it, which is the most important aspect for the Pak economy. So it is a state of checkmate politically, militarily, and diplomatically. So Pakistan is in a corner. It is for them to see now how do they proceed hereafter. Do they mend their ways or they continue fighting with us, and in case they do that, they are doomed for times to come.
But sir, there is a very interesting saying about Pakistan that we've been reading and hearing since a few days once again, that whenever Pakistan loses, it comes back. It wants to come back to attack India, and we have to be on our on guard. And we have to be cautious, and that is what in this briefing also it was very much made clear that all our military units are ready and very much in place, and our forces are ready in case Pakistan comes back to attack us.
Kitty, you're right. Pakistan has always, their intentions are to conserve the military power, and by agreeing to ceasefire now, at the back of the mind is to conserve the military power to fight another day. They would like to reorganize and recoup themselves and upgrade the technology in times to come so as to come back to the India. So they want to conserve the military power. All right. So their intentions are not very pious or anything else. So we have to read in between the line what are their intentions. So therefore, the way we have taken our stance as of now, our government, that act of terror would be treated as an act of war, and IWT continues to be in state of animation. And as far as military is concerned, we are on full alert. So it is a difficult time for Pakistan.
But Pakistan, yes, absolutely, sir. You're right in saying that. But Pakistan is literally crippled when it comes to even if they think about hitting India once again. There has been the satellite images, also the evidence that is being provided here by the forces here on a day-to-day basis clearly shows how significant damage has been caused to their bases, to their military units and sites. Pakistan, as I've been saying, at this point in time, doesn't really have much of an option.
Absolutely correct. If you have heard this press briefing by DGMO, the Army DGMO, he has said that the Indian armed forces have got backing of 140 crore people. So that is a very big strength, despite the fact we are multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilingual society. Wherein this cannot be said regarding Pakistan. You see, Pakistan internally is a divided society. Baloch, they are fighting for the independence. TTP and the Pathans, they are also not cohort with the Punjabis. So, and Sindhis are also not very happy with Punjabi stance of diverting the water to the southern Punjab and making new canals. So it is a divided society altogether, and this operation, what they have done in Pahalgam, is primarily was to create a situation wherein they can gather the entire nation together, but that has not happened. So there's a vast difference between India and Pakistan, their societal stance as on date, and the way they are trying to fight this battle.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV and sharing all those inputs there. We hope we get to talk to you again very soon. But we understand at this point in time as well that this is a sensitive situation. And of course, this is important to note that last night has been a night of calm and peace on the LOC. We hope that continues to prevail in the coming days as well. But India has very much made it clear in that press briefing also that was held by the military heads of our armed forces of India that in case Pakistan tries to strike on India, Pakistan attempts to target us, we will give a strong and befitting response to Pakistan, one that they will never forget. Well, that is the message that comes across from our forces. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking and get you more. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled.
Welcome back after the break. Amid the India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well now. Pakistan tried to do a copycat press conference as in India's, but without giving any proof of the claims that it made. Now the international media is also taken on Pakistan for its baseless claims. My colleague Arjun is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, international media also mocking Pakistan now for the claims that it has been making, but without any evidence, Arjun.
That's absolutely right. You know, for perspective, just hours after India's armed forces, in fact, released verified footage of targeted military operations, the Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, you know, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this event quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, you know, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation, you know. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. You know, commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan's claims remain unsupported and unsubstantiated. The contrast has left Islamabad facing uncomfortable questions, and rightly so, from the global community that also demands clarity and accountability, especially in matters where military engagement is, you know, in the picture. Now, as security mounts, as scrutiny rather mounts, Pakistan's information strategy desperately finds itself in an increasing difficult position. Back to you.
Absolutely. Well, also, this is not the very first time for Pakistan. It has been the subject of mockery many times in the past. And once again, we've been seeing, as India, of course, has been doing these press conferences and giving proofs and evidence of the strikes that have been carried out for the last 4 days. Of course, there has been some sort of calm last night, but we are all prepared. Well, Pakistan also tried to do that, but Pakistan hasn't given even one single proof to back its claim, and that is why it has now become the subject of mockery from international media as well. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news. In another big revelation, DG Operations for IAF, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. Air Marshal Bharti told the reporters earlier that strikes were carried out at Malir Camp in Karachi as part of the Indian military's measured and calibrated response to Pakistani aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile site at Malir Cantonment in Karachi. Well, all big Pakistani cities were hit, but this is very much significant now that strikes were also carried out near targets, at targets near Karachi.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Camp. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
All right, we have more information now. Prime Minister Modi also had chaired a key security meeting at the 7 LKM, that is his residence. This was about an hour-long meeting that took place at Prime Minister's residence, where Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, CDS also met the PM. Well, Tri-Services Chief also had met the Prime Minister in the meeting, where we understand the future course of action was the focus. Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, and all three services chief attended this high-level meeting at Prime Minister Modi's residence earlier today. And while Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out now exclusively to NDTV, he said that Jammu Kashmir economy lies in tatters now. There are no tourists, the valley is empty and everything is shut here. He's spoken on Operation Sindoor, saying that our immediate purpose has been served, but we hope that things will improve from here on. Listen in.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed. And yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has, by design, unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question, is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time we were saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1 lakh a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
There is definitely going to be an impact of this conflict on the economy and tourism of Jammu Kashmir. But we do hope that things improve very soon, and the centre also has assured that all efforts will be made in that regard. Now, former Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also spoken to NDTV and said that Pakistan has had a dubious history of distraction, and there has been an unprecedented reach demonstrated by India. We have drawn a new red line. There is nothing token about our capability. Listen in to this exclusive conversation we had with him.
And joining us now on this broadcast is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister, and Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor, is also joining us on this. Mr. Chandrasekhar, starting with you, of course, there are a lot of reasons for India to cheer, because India has managed to send a strong message to the world that there will be a new rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. Operation Sindoor has been a massive, massive success, and India has significantly managed to demonstrate its military and strategic prowess. What are your thoughts, sir?
Look, I think it's very clear that Pakistan has had a long, dubious history of trying to distract its own people from its failings and its slide towards a failed state by occasionally having these terror attacks against India, targeting innocent Indians to try and blackmail India and shift the narrative into a narrative of Kashmir and India, and as this general, this very, very dubious general tried to make it a Hindu-Muslim thing recently over the last 10-15 days. But what has happened this time around, I think, is that India has demonstrated that while Pakistan and its generals can try and do whatever it needs to do to distract its people, there will be severe cost imposed on them by the actions of India. And these unprecedented type of destruction that we have seen on 11 Air Force fields of Pakistan, the reach that India has demonstrated deep within Pakistan is certainly drawing a new red line, which is that you can still toy with terrorism if you think that is very, a smart thing for you to do. But be prepared to have severe costs imposed on you. And India has demonstrated that there is nothing token about what India is capable of doing. It will impose severe costs on Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment if it continues to play terror and use terror as some sort of a war against India.
All right, more information are coming in. We're learning 32 airports across northern and northwestern regions of India that were closed earlier due to airspace restrictions in the wake of heightened tensions with Pakistan have now reopened. India's aviation regulator has said that these airports include Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar and are now available for civil aircraft operations. The closure was announced on Saturday, 3 days after India began an anti-terror campaign, Operation Sindoor, which involved striking terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And while the NCW and Association of Indian Diplomats have come out in strong support of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and his daughter, who've been relentlessly trolled online, the NCW has said that trolling of the Foreign Secretary and his family is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Association of Indian Diplomats also backed Misri, calling him a distinguished diplomat and thorough professional. The trolling was such that Vikram Misri made his account on X private.
Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IAS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindoor in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
A few hours ago, the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, has been, has faced relentless trolling. And so have the two women officers, Sophia Qureshi and also Vyomika Singh. They were the face of communication for these 4 days that we have seen. How unfortunate do you think it is? I mean, to target a diplomat who has been working tirelessly, to target two officials who were presenting the decisions and actions taken by the executive and also by the military?
Well, I think it's very, very sad because we can say without any hesitation that these three have been a remarkable face of our determination, the clarity of purpose, determination, and the sense of confidence that they gave. All three of them have been remarkable, and I see no problem there at all. There are people in the country who will troll anybody for decisions that are taken at a higher level and decisions that are taken in the enlightened self-interest in modern times. We are not a country of jingoists. We are a country that believes in protecting its rights and its sovereignty, but it's also a country that believes in the nature of diplomatic interaction with the world. And constraining our top officers by putting this kind of pressure on them is very sad, really very sad. I would just salute them, and I believe that the best that we can offer to them, we should truly proud of the work they've done.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Welcome back after the break. The US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that's threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As part of the agreement hammered out in Geneva, the US has agreed to lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, and China will reduce the duties on US imports to 10% from 125%. And there has been a significant jump marked in the global markets. Investors are now cheering the US-China trade deal. US futures spike nearly 1,000 points, while Asian markets have jumped over 3%, while European markets have gained over 1%. Well, news from the world of sports now. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect in an emotional post on Instagram. After India Test captain Rohit Sharma had confirmed his retirement from the longest format of the game, the reports of Kohli communicating the same intent to the BCCI emerged, sending shockwaves across the cricketing spectrum. It was reported that the board was in talks with Kohli to make him change his mind, but it seems that the outcome was unsuccessful.
Virat Kohli using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and a nice flurry to finish it.
And well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla has been honored. Those visuals on your TV screen.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Indian Armed Forces reiterate that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that Pakistani military was responsible for any loss that was incurred. Forces say all military bases are intact. We are fully prepared. Big relief for flyers. India-Pakistan. Amid the truce, all airports have now opened in India for flight operations. 32 airports were shut amid the tensions. Adani-made drone has been used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs build this drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. And it's been the best day for markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty have been up nearly 4% each. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli has announced retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kati Bahel. In a key briefing by the DGMO on Operation Sindoor, Indian Armed Forces today reiterated that Operation Sindoor had targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistani military was responsible for the losses incurred on their side. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, addressing the DGMO conference earlier, said that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists and they made it their own fight. Well, it was also said that Pakistan's Chinese air defense system had failed, while India's air defense system was multi-layered and could perceive the threats from the enemy. Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. Also, we understand now India has been continuously providing the proof of the strikes that were carried out against Pakistan, with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage recovered, and satellite images also that have been given out. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. Listen in to what was said in this press conference first.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Well, Director General of Air Operations Air Marshal A.K. Bharti also now confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Listen in.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Air Marshal clearly denying the rumors of action at Pakistan's Kirana Hills, clearly saying that we don't know what is there and we did not hit that facility. All right, my colleague Vishnu Shom as well as Shiv Arur joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, if I could come to you first. The key takeaways from this briefing, we understand this is also important, the bite that we just played out of the Air Marshal clearly saying, denying the rumors that have been floating around about India's action at Kirana Hills.
Well, I think we need to listen to that soundbite in its totality. And while he did on record deny that India had struck any nuclear weapons depot of the Pakistani armed forces, he did begin that statement with a smile on his face. And there is video to suggest that, there were certain strikes which took place in the vicinity of an area which is believed to house Pakistani nuclear weapons. But as you can understand, none of this is publicly disclosed, nor is it confirmed. So we will take the Air Marshal's denial at face value, particularly since crossing or hitting targets which might have a nuclear implication in terms of hitting a depot with nuclear weapons or anything of that sort crosses a massive red line, which I don't think the Indian Air Force intended to do.
Also, Vishnu, we understand India has also made it clear in that press conference that if Pakistan actually tries to engage in any sort of nefarious activity in the future also, we are all ready, all set to give them a strong response. Our military units are all ready as well.
Well, that's been the Indian position now for the last couple of days. In fact, right after the ceasefire, they made it absolutely clear that Operation Sindoor remains operational, and that if there is some sort of a hit which comes in from Pakistan, we will respond immediately. So he wasn't saying anything new over there. In fact, in speaking to very senior sources last night, I was led to believe that the situation that now exists will be the new normal, that Pakistan cannot expect a return to normalcy. Therefore, if there is any attack on terror, an Indian military response can never be ruled out.
Absolutely. That is what something India has been saying time and again. Well, this was a second press conference that was held in a matter of 48 hours, we believe. Let me go across to my colleague Shiv Arur also. Shiv, we understand, there has been, last night has been a night of calm and peace at the LOC, but we do hope that continues to remain, that continues to prevail. At the same time, we understand India also making it clear if any sort of action comes from Pakistan, we are all set. But, an important point that I also want to make here, Shiv, is that India has been continuously giving proof of the strikes that have been carried out, with more picture of the debris and wreckage also that has been found. At the same time, the other side has only been making false claims and has been the subject of mockery from the international media as well.
You're right. There's a huge amount of misinformation that's come in from Pakistan. And today there's evidence to suggest that China has been helping fuel this disinformation. For example, just about 15 minutes ago, we got to know that China has been peddling old satellite images of certain Indian Air Force bases to suggest that damage has been caused there. But these have been proven by open source experts to be from, March and February, long before Pahalgam and long before Operation Sindoor, definitely. And therefore, China appears to be trying to assist Pakistan in selling, a story of fantasy to its domestic audience. It's a familiar playbook. Both China and Pakistan are similar that way. They try and sort of hypnotize their domestic audiences to a reality which is obviously not real. This is a country that's had a dozen frontline air bases in big cities being attacked in the last 48 hours. And therefore, misinformation is something that they need to resort to because the reality is so agonizingly painful. On the other aspect that came out from today's Armed Forces briefing, hugely important, that the first officially released pictures of Chinese, failed
Big
Chinese
breaking news
missiles
now coming in at the moment. We're learning Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation today. Prime Minister Modi's address is going to be at 8 p.m. on Operation Sindoor. This is what is expected. The first address after Operation Sindoor. This is big. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking at 8 p.m. He is going to be addressing the masses tonight. This is what we are learning at the moment. What Prime Minister Modi is going to say, that of course remains to be seen. All eyes will be on that. But this is his first address post-Operation Sindoor, and this is big. Prime Minister Modi will be briefing the nation first time after Operation Sindoor came into play, and we understand now the tension seemed to be between India and Pakistan continues to be, it seems to be withdrawing, but at the same time, India has made it clear that we are all ready, all set to give a befitting reply to Pakistan in case of any misadventure by the neighbor. But we understand now Prime Minister Modi will be speaking to the masses, will be briefing the nation at 8 p.m. This marks his first address after Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi has been continuously monitoring the activities in the last 4 to 5 days. And we understand that this key briefing comes at 8 p.m. Just a day before the ceasefire agreement between the both sides came into effect, and normalcy at the moment seems to be returning at the LOC. This has been a night of calm and peace as we witnessed last night, but we do hope the situation continues to remain the same in the coming days as well. All right, my colleague Maria Shakir also now joins us on the broadcast here. Maria, this is big. First address of the Prime Minister post-Operation Sindoor at 8 p.m.
Yes, that's right. And this will be an address to the nation. And it certainly becomes significant because, we have had DGMO's address 2 sets of press conferences where details came in of the kind of, military action which was taken by the various forces. During the course of Operation Sindoor, we do know that Prime Minister was monitoring all the movements and all the details through the night. And thereafter, we have seen series of meetings being held at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he has met all the administrative heads in terms of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, the 3 chiefs of the various services, CDS and others in attendance. That has been happening almost on a daily basis, sometimes twice or thrice in a day as well. So he has been very hands-on, taking all the calls necessary at whatever point that was needed. Now it is time to communicate to the country as to what India has done and what India has managed to achieve. In terms of the information and communication, I think Prime Minister Modi's art of communication is very well known, and he understands fully well as to how should he tell the country what has been achieved through Operation Sindoor, which was carried out to avenge, Pahalgam terror attacks, and post that there was military action against air bases, which was carried right inside Pakistan as well. So India first, taking defensive move and then going on an offense is what we know about. But overall, I would say that, remember, Prime Minister Modi had famously spoken from Bihar, Kishanganj in Bihar, where he had said and communicated directly to the entire country, saying clearly that he will track, identify and ensure that each and every perpetrator of that heinous crime, the dastardly attack which happened on Indian soil, is punished. And that was a promise he made to the people of the country. And at that time, Mr. Modi was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians. And right now, when he addresses the nation, he will be able to communicate effectively, which is needed at this point, as to what was the objective of Operation Sindoor and what India managed to achieve through Operation Sindoor, and where do we go as a nation from here onwards.
Absolutely. So far, we've seen the heads of military, the chiefs had been addressing the media on the operations that have been carried out, the strikes that have been carried out against Pakistan. And that definitely has come as a big reassurance from our forces. But Maria, this also, Prime Minister Modi's message, as you've been saying, is definitely going to be very significant. While he is going to be talking about the operations that have been carried out, there is also going to be a sense of assurance coming in from the Prime Minister as people have been really tensed. There has been, of course, tensions at the LOC as well. People had to move out of their houses, and normalcy now seems to be somewhat returning once again.
Look, Kitty, I think more than that, the sense of relief is there among the people of India.
Yes.
But Prime Minister Narendra Modi communicating to the citizens of India at this point, and the time that has been chosen is 8 p.m., becomes very, very significant. Mr. Modi is an effective communicator. Throughout the COVID times, when there was the health emergency, he would address the nation repeatedly, try to really assuage the sentiments of a country which was worried about its future. Right now, diplomatically, militarily, action has been taken against Pakistan. Where do we go as a nation from here onwards is something that will be communicated by the Prime Minister. We do know that a new normal has been, set in place. Operation Sindoor was perhaps the defining moment, or in terms of the inflection point strategically. It was a new red line which has been drawn between India and Pakistan, that every time if there is an act of terror, India will go and, not only retaliate and target the terror bases, it will go ahead and target even the military installations in the heart of Pakistan. all that message having been communicated to the global audience, I think the moment is now for the Prime Minister to tell the country, India at large, as to how he sees Operation Sindoor. It was a promise that he made not once but repeatedly to the citizens of India post Pahalgam, post April 22nd, when we lost 26 of our citizens. He had famously said then that India was united like never before, because those who lost their lives came from 16 states of India, and hence it was a nation which was mourning. Right now, there is a sense that, that post the dastardly attack, the government of India stand, the move which has been made by the armed forces is a message which has gone loud and clear. Now what next is something that we'll wait and listen to the Prime Minister himself when he addresses the nation at 8 p.m.
Yes, absolutely. Prime Minister Modi also at the same time, we understand, has also given out a strong message to the army on Pakistan's escalation if that happens in the coming future, saying that we will have to give a strong response to them. There will be cannons for bullets. Well, that was the messaging that came out from Prime Minister Modi earlier. So he's given a free hand to the forces as well, Maria, in case of any sort of escalation. But we do hope that's not something that we get to see in the coming days.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, throughout those 15 days before the Operation Sindoor was carried out, the message was that there would be action. That Prime Minister had given a full freedom to carry out any, operation across the border to counter the terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil to the armed forces. They were given complete operational freedom to decide the time and place of their choosing. He has been very, very hands-on. We do know that on the morning at 1:44 a.m. that night, when we came to know that Operation Sindoor has been a success, Prime Minister Modi was up through the night, speaking to the CDS, was in touch with the Raksha Mantri, and was getting all the details that was needed. This is the point when we have moved on from Operation Sindoor, which is now ongoing, although the defense forces continue to maintain. But at this point, I would say, when there is the kind of misinformation which is almost flooded online by the Pakistanis and the Western media, there is a need for the Prime Minister perhaps to communicate to the country, and also through that address to the nation, to the world at large, as to how effective these 4 days has been. That India is not an aggressor, as we have been saying. The first act, or the original act of aggression, was on 22nd of April. And thereafter, both militarily and non-militarily, India's Operation Sindoor has been a massive success.
Absolutely. And that's a very important point that you've touched there. We'll come back to that in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya Jain also now joining us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, big update now coming in, big development. We're learning now Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Any more details coming out?
Well, since the Pahalgam terror attack, I've been covering multiple meetings that Prime Minister was chairing. He was closely monitoring the entire situation panning around. He was briefed on a regular intervals by the tri-service chiefs, the CDS, NSA, Defense Minister, or the External Affairs Minister. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi had given several directions. I remember the Prime Minister's office sources told NDTV that at last yesterday, on Saturday, I beg your pardon, the sources have indicated that Prime Minister had stated that any further or any future terrorist activity will be considered as an act of war, and if that happens, then India will retaliate accordingly. There was an entire narrative that was said by Pakistan that was busted by the Indian Armed Forces during these press conferences, and it was, of course, the Congress party party, which was on the other side, demanding a special session of parliament, Prime Minister to address the all-party meeting as well after the successful Operation Sindoor concluded, and as Indian Armed Forces stated, that justice is delivered. The sources in the Indian Armed Forces also indicated that there were more than 100 terrorists which were killed. Specific targets were neutralized. For 35 to 45 Pakistani armed soldiers died in this entire Operation Sindoor, and India achieved its target. India achieved its objective of Operation Sindoor. But of course, there were many questions that were raised in the past few days by many in the country or externally as well. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will himself come out, address the nation, will tell about the objectives being achieved out of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the government was always in a view that India will only hit the terror camps, the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, and India had only retaliated when Pakistan army came and targeted our civilians, our base, and it was a retaliatory measure that Indian Armed Forces opted. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be directly giving out that strong message that terrorism will not be tolerated.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. It was under the directions of Prime Minister Modi that the operation was carried out. We understand his leadership, of course, is being lauded, but at the same time, we understand Prime Minister Modi will be now speaking at 8 p.m., giving out, we understand, speaking about the Operation Sindoor and giving an assurance to the people of the country as well about the misinformation as well that has been going on in the media since some time now. This information warfare that has been continuing from Pakistan, about that also much needs to be cleared. But yes, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and this big story. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from
Welcome back after the break. Amid the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces deployed in the Operation Sindoor against Pakistani terrorists was built in Bangalore Ceasefire. The unmanned aircraft system is made by Adani-owned Alpha Designs. The Ceasefire flies like an unmanned aircraft system and strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long-range precision tactical strikes. The Ceasefire has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy, low-altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can identify, track, and engage operator-designated targets using a 5 or 10 kg warhead housed within its fuselage. These suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, based in Bengaluru, and Elbit Security System of Israel. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More coming on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
It is stumps for Virat Kohli in Test cricket. One of the most loved cricketers of our generation has walked away after 9,230 runs in 123 tests in 14 glorious years in whites. In the interim, he captained India in 68 tests and won 40 of them, becoming India's most successful test captain as well. He stopped 770 from the test club of 10,000 runs. Virat leaves behind a Virat-sized hole in Test cricket. Of his 30 Test tons, the most recent 100 not out came in the first Test against Australia in November last year. It was his first in 15 innings across 16 months. And so cricket's greatest showman leaves the grandest stage, not with a final century, wave of a bat or guard of honor, but with a post to his 271 million Instagram followers. He'll be remembered as the man who dragged the Indian Test side into the 21st century. We will discuss on this show what made Kohli retired and what happens now. But before that, let's dip into this tribute by the International Cricket Council. Well, we'll get you that video in a little bit from now, but at this hour I'm joined by senior journalist Sharda Ugra and Gautam Bhattacharya on the show. Sharda, Kohli leaves behind a Virat-sized hole. Tell us, what is really the story? He is really close to that 10,000 run club, and considering it's Virat Kohli deciding to walk out of Test cricket at this juncture, it seems a little unbelievable.
Yeah, Rika, it's not unbelievable because we had heard stories that he was thinking of this. I mean, these are just stories. It's not like he was speaking to me personally. But there was a sense that the selectors were trying to convince him to stay, particularly for the England tour. He's had I think, Indian Test cricket has taken a bit of a beating in its last 2 series. We lost to New Zealand at home.
Ask Mir to publish with the audio.
And we lost to Australia, and both Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who were the sort of the pillars of their team, they didn't have the kind of results and the scores and the performances that they wanted. So this was coming, but maybe I think it was thought that one between either Rohit or Virat would go to England. It was assumed to be Virat, and he's decided that no, he wants to call it a day, and there's no more of this. And the thing about 10,000 runs, 10,000 Test runs, what you say is true, but he's still up there amongst the the top 4 Indian Test batsmen in history.
I'm also actually joined at this hour by Atul Vasan, former India cricketer. Atul, we were talking a little while earlier about Virat Kohli leaving a big hole in Test cricket. Tell us a little bit about, the impact it is going to have on the cricket verse, on the Test verse, so to say, now.
Yeah, I think they're the last of the, the breed who actually brought back Test cricket into relevance, because, you will never get to see players like this, who are so proficient in all the formats and, literally geniuses. And I think lost Indian team, yes, because once somebody goes, it's not the runs he was getting in the last 3 years, it was the presence of the mentorship, that he was there, he gives that assurance. And I think that was much needed. But, the whole world has lost a cash cow. People come and throng to the stadiums to watch him play. And he's like a magnet, because he brings this kind of passion. And he's got so many people to join, to watch cricket all over the world, not just India. And I think his persona also just adds to the picture because he just saw the runs. And I think even if he would have got 10,000 runs, I mean, he wouldn't have become a better player. And he is the last guy to actually play for these numbers, because a lot of people judge. But when you compare all the formats and, the low-hanging fruit, the T20s, and then you see the kind of cricket is dished out, I don't think so any cricketers who are big stars in the shorter format are willing to go the hard grind which needs to go and where Tendulkar and Virat have reached.
I'm also joined by former India cricketer Dilip Doshi, who lives in the UK. Dilip, the next tour that India is looking forward to is in the UK. How is the British press now reacting to this sudden announcement by Virat Kohli?
First of all, I thank you for inviting me. And just a small correction. I used to live in the UK. I'm just visiting. I live in Mumbai in India.
Okay.
That's one. And secondly, more importantly, when I learned this morning that Virat has retired from Test cricket, it made me very sad from the point of view that he is one of the truly great players that I've ever seen. And I would pay actually money to go and see him. And I think he has brought so much stability to Indian Test cricket team that the others around him have rallied and started realizing that Test cricket is the proper form of cricket. Virat always, if you look at his career, he has always led from the front. Irrespective of whether he was a captain or not, he has an inherent leadership quality of taking the burden on his shoulder. Even if he hasn't scored runs, he would be encouraging the bowlers, running around the field like the youngest player in the team. So I think his enthusiasm and his love for the game would have rubbed off on many, many youngsters who have played with him. And let us hope that his being with a lot of them have inspired many other youngsters to reach higher levels. As Atul was saying that after Sachin, if there is one cricketer that people flock to see, it's Virat. And this is across the world. And I think I don't like to compare people, but Virat has won many games on his own and batting second many times. His quality of his batsmanship and chasing runs has been phenomenal. So I just feel that Test cricket is deprived of a great spectacle. But you also understand that Virat has done enough, and he is left at when he is at his peak.
Okay, on that note, let me go over to a fan of Indian cricket, Test cricket, Rishi Chabra. Rishi, now that Virat Kohli leaves the stage, who is that one man you are going to flock to the stadium for?
Rika, very difficult question because, you know, honestly, the kind of aura that Virat Kohli had created in this Indian cricket team, it's going to be unmatched when it comes to the batters. But, credit to him, he's taken a call on his retirement at his peak. We all saw the kind of, performance that he had in Australia. He wasn't scoring runs. So definitely that was something playing on his mind. But if you talk about, the current players, I think there's just one player who can match the aura of Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah. So, there's a lot to look into the future. I'm sure there will be someone who will live up to the expectations of the fan and the, spectators. But it's going to be very difficult to fill Virat Kohli's shoes. It's going to be next to impossible.
Right. Let's quickly listen into Mr. Rajiv Shukla, who has also reacted on Virat Kohli's announcement of retiring from Test cricket.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket in Test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in Test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Because besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
Sharda, the way Virat Kohli decided to walk away, there was no century, no celebration, no guard of honor, just an Instagram post to his 271 million followers. How would you read into that?
I think fans will be upset that there is no farewell. I think this is a new age of social media communication with the fans of how many ever hundreds of millions he has. And that's the way he's chosen to do it. It would have been nice had there been some kind of match where you knew this was going to be the last sort of time that you see a cricketer like him playing Test cricket for India. But this is also a reflection of the generation at which these players are operating in. They said, look, this is what we want to do. We want to play one-day cricket. We want to play a white ball cricket more. And that's the choice we're going to make. And in a way, both Rohit and who just quit about 5 days ago, and Virat have sort of followed in the footsteps of MS Dhoni, who also sent off his retirements in these through social media posts and things of that, and sudden announcements. He's still playing 2020 cricket. So you'll see them around. You won't see them in India whites, and I think Kohli will be missed particularly in that. More than, I mean, that's just in my head. I think he'll be missed in that format quite significantly.
Atul, let me go over to you. These are not the days when any cricketer anymore needs a benefit match. So a final match, a benefit match will not be played. But will BCCI for its own fans want Virat Kohli to play in India one last time?
No, I think we'll see him play cricket in some form, but that is these old traditions actually just fade away, and Sharda is right. Actually, is the day and age we live in, and they are not big fans of tokenism, symbolism. So I think what he has done, he felt it right. Yes, if he could have given a roadmap that okay, I'll play, this is my last series. That time also is gone because. Players live day to day, and I think he's realized that he's got 2 kids. He is taking too much of bandwidth because Test cricket is hard. It's just not the time you spend playing a match. It's before and after that, and then that grind actually is something which I don't see any of the other players, the big stars of shorter formats, going for. And I think that's why I feel that who's gonna get these these fans back to Test cricket. We need players like him, and that is why world cricket is poorer. In revenue-wise also, I think monetary-wise, we lose a lot of moolah because, you know, he brings people, and I think eyeballs will be less. So it's a loss all around. But I mean, he is beyond the place where he needs a farewell match, and we'll see him play in other formats. He is probably going to aim for the Olympics. That's where he's heading to.
Right. In fact, you know, I was with him during one of the discussions when he was asked whether he would like to come back for the Olympics. He didn't say very clearly whether 2028 is one last time when we would see him in the T20 format or not. Of course, he's retired from the T20 format, but in some ways, he did express his keenness on coming back for that one last match if India reaches the final of the Olympic Games. Going over to Mr. Doshi, what would you really say has been Virat Kohli's biggest legacy in Test cricket?
Virat has always played to win. And this is what I admire most in any sportsman. But, you know, he didn't mind losing if he was trying to win. As you can remember, some series back in Australia, Australia set up almost impossible tasks, but we got very close to it, and Virat fought from the front. So the greatest asset that Virat had was a self-belief in himself, willingness to win at any cost meaning sporting manner, and of course he raised the standards of people around him. And as I said, that he played for a good result, and this is the most sporting behavior from a great cricketer. And I remember that there were times when people would be quite happy to close the shutters and have the game as a draw, and not Virat. And this is one of the things I admire the most. And I hope that there will be some younger players who will take the cue from him and follow in the same vein.
Let's also talk about Virat Kohli's contribution in grooming the fast bowlers. Gautam, would you say that, you know, his foresight in grooming the fast bowlers to take 20 wickets is what also gave India that, you know, that aura in Test cricket which they were missing before?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that pace battery comprising of Bumrah, Shami, Ishant, and Umesh to some extent, and the fitness culture. I mean, when we are discussing about Virat's legacy here, the manic, almost the manic obsession for fitness. I mean, these two things had also been two of the biggest, you know, part of his legacy in the way he brought about or he played his cricket. Absolutely.
Sharda, while he also revolutionized the culture of fitness in the Indian dressing room, he's also been criticized for that, for, you know, pushing other cricketers to follow what he is doing.
Rika, every captain has their own personality, which they bring into how they, you know, how they run the dressing room. And following Dhoni, who was much more sort of quieter, he was, you know, Virat was the absolute opposite of it. And particularly in Test cricket, as everyone is pointing out, he made a real push to try and make sure that India succeeded and was successful overseas. We'd had these two very bad series under Dhoni, 4-0, 4-0. So Virat tried to turn that around, and that. But captains just bring that to a particular to a dressing room. You can't have a cookie cutter sort of a type that follows everything, and it's almost like teams sometimes get the captains that time seems to require. So after Kohli's time, you had Rohit, who had a different way of you know, working with players, working with the team. Captains have something like a 4 to 5 year shelf life, and I think that's about the best amount of time that you get when people then start sort of pointing fingers and saying things. It's just his personality, and he wanted to be that way. And he wanted everyone to be super fit and push and be intense and everything. It's just it's what makes Virat Kohli who he is, and which is why he was so successful in his own career.
Atul, if we are to talk about Virat Kohli's regrets when it comes to Test cricket, should we say the series in England, which we almost won, but we couldn't close it out because of COVID? When India eventually went back, he wasn't the captain anymore, or the fact that he couldn't win a World Test Championship medal?
I don't think so, because if you have not been able to do something, probably 300 runs in Test cricket and all that, you can just. But I think this is just wishful thinking, because I don't think he looks back at the series where he could have won or didn't win. Actually, the loss against New Zealand in India is the probably what must be actually bothering him the most, because the way the whole team played. And but when you have done so much, been there, done it, got the T-shirt, you actually look at the good times. You don't actually now cherry pick what could have happened. And he's not the kind of player or the guy to actually just dwell over something which has gone past. He wants to live his next phase of life is starting. He wants to enjoy the family life. He's superbly fit, and I'm sure he's going to find a lot of things to occupy himself.
Mr. Doshi, you belong to a generation of cricketers when Test cricket particularly, was termed as a gentleman's game. Now, Virat evolved from being a brash teenager, a brash cricketer, to King Kohli. How do you look at his personal transformation?
Well, Virat started very young, almost as a teenager or soon past it. So there is certain exuberance in a young person and the willingness to win. Now you have to look at different times. In our times, a lot of cricketers and India as a country did not have the self-confidence that the young India has had in the last 30, 35 years. And so whatever Virat represented the current young modern India. And he wanted to win, and he wore his heart on the sleeves, as they say. And I think as he grew up and he controlled his emotions more. But I would say that Virat's greatest asset was that despite his personal failure in a game, his enthusiasm to win and to encourage the fellow team members was infectious. I think that is a great asset in a team man. Everybody knows about Virat Kohli's fitness, his greatness as a player, his willingness to fight and, lead from the front. But these things, when you are down yourself as a great player and questions are being asked in public and by the press, he didn't allow that to really interfere with his thinking. And he was single-minded in his approach for the team and the Indian cricket. So this is where I would say hats off to him.
I think his wife, Anushka Sharma, beautifully put out a post saying it was not just those wins, there were tears too, which the world wouldn't have seen, and she has, and there were moments of defeat, not just a victory, that together they have experienced, and the lows. It was not just the highs, but the lows. Rishi, coming to you, there are a lot of talks about either Shubman Gill or Rishabh Pant taking over as the next Test captain. What is that one trait of Virat Kohli that you would like for the next captains to imbibe?
Rika, it has to be the intent. I mean, we've seen the kind of intent that Virat Kohli brought into the team, be it while he was batting, while he was, in the field trying to pull up the entire team. So I think that intent and, obviously that fitness level as well. So these two things that, would be very, as fans, we would be keen to see in the next upcoming captain. But as we've all seen, I think chances are that Shubman Gill will lead the team in the future. So really hoping that he can live up to the expectations and do well for the team.
Gautam, coming back to you, while Virat Kohli has had many partnerships, would you say his partnership with Ravi Shastri was what really, transformed India's fortunes in Test cricket?
Yes, I mean, if you look at that period, he took over at 2014, and then there was a bit of a, like a transition when Anil Kumble came in. But then again, subsequently from 16 to say about 19, this is the time during which coincided with the golden phase of batsmanship. Say sometime around 16 to 2018, he had hardly put a foot wrong. In fact, I was looking at some of his figures. Those 3 years, he had scored over 3,600 runs daily. Right. And that was the time. Yes, I mean, they couldn't, win a ICC championship title, that's fine. But then again, it was the most productive time when they fed off each other. Their philosophy was somewhat similar.
Right.
Yeah. their philosophy is somewhat similar, and it was definitely a productive time.
Yeah, before I wrap up the show, I'll have to ask all four of you your favorite Virat moments in Test cricket, and I'll start with Atul. Your favorite Virat moment in Test cricket?
Well, I think what defined him and what actually started him off and showed people that he's not your run-of-the-mill. He's different. Is when he showed the finger in Australia. That's for me.
Okay, Mr. Doshi, your favorite moment, Virat moment in Test cricket?
I find the win in Australia a few years back, when he was willing to chase runs and Pujara and him fashioned the victory, that was possibly a pinnacle in his career, because not many teams have won in Australia.
Gautam, yours?
Mine, you see, when he was young and he just started, there were doubters about his potential as a test batter. 2013, it was wondrous. I think it was 113 and it was some 90 odd against an attack which still had Dale Steyn. I mean, there was a guy who showed the spunk, and this was if there's one guy, if you took one guy who enjoyed pace and bounce on the wicket, challenging conditions, he showed that he had it in him and he had a right.
Rishi, what would be yours?
It has to be the first series win down under, because the kind of situation that we were in, COVID, and then a lot of players getting injured, and then the reserve players coming in. So definitely that has to be one series that Virat will always be remembered for in Test cricket.
I have to tell you my favorite Virat Kohli moment in Test cricket. It was the win in Joburg after India was down and out 2018-2019 series. The way India came back under Virat Kohli, and it was his phenomenal captaincy that helped India come back. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the show. And that is not all. Virat Kohli is being talked about in all circles. Virat Kohli was even being discussed by the DGMO today earlier in the day during the press conference, and he spoke about not just his contribution but citing an example how today, in today's world, in changing times, how pertinent this gentleman, this legend of the cricket is, as he signs off. Listen into this soundbite.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली. कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं.
Off the mark with a gorgeous cover drive to the boundary for 4.
That's a proper Virat Kohli special. Up there, cover driving, extension of the elbow. Beautiful to watch. What a shot.
Off his toes, there are few better sides in the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli. You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored.
Oh, that's a super shot. Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump, forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
All the kind of shots that went off Kohli's bat when he was at his best.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. more exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that
The Prime Minister is addressing the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. There has been an all-important DGMO briefing for the second straight day. The video proof of strikes at the Pak air bases has again been put forward. Forces again reiterate all military bases are intact. We continue to be fully prepared. The Pak Army, they say, is responsible for their losses. The DG Army Ops also has mentioned a cricketing reference.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone, Sky Striker drone, made in Bengaluru. It is the best day for the markets in the last 4 years. Both the Sensex and the Nifty are up nearly 4% each. US and China have agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer the US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli is announcing his retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. He says he's walking away with a heart that is full of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. I'm Deepti Sachdeva. You're watching NDTV, and our top focus is what is expected in just the next 3 hours. The Prime Minister, for the very first time, is going to be addressing the nation. He's going to be speaking to the people directly, and this is his very first address post the Operation Sindoor that has been a huge success, where we have ensured that we've hit at the terror targets, where we've also ensured that our military might has completely pummeled Pakistan. Let's open this up with the very first perspective that we'll get in from our guest, Amitabh Tiwari, who's just going to join us, along with our team of reporters, Aishwarya Maria. Both are tracking that story. And I must tell you earlier, for the second straight day, we've also seen that all-important DGMO briefing, again reiterating the kind of losses and reversals that Pakistan has suffered. But for the very first time, when you will have the Prime Minister speaking, Maria, what could this entail?
Look, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, which happened on 22nd, Prime Minister's first address to the country and also to the world came in from Bihar, where he said that the terrorists and their perpetrators, basically saying that the handlers, will meet the fate beyond their imagination, and that the forces and he will ensure that they are punished, they will be tracked and then punished thoroughly. So, you know, the message was loud and clear that there is something that India is planning and that the Prime Minister will be walking the talk. Thereafter, we heard, the details emerged of Operation Sindoor, where Indian forces actually decimated the terror launch pads and also, you know, the heart of terror in Pakistan, which had Muridke and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. And then the second part and the third part of Operation Sindoor had India going ahead and targeting military bases inside Pakistan and trying to send a message that that when it is about action, a new normal is being set, that there is a need for new engagement between India and Pakistan. This is for the first time, Deepthi, as you pointed out rightly, Prime Minister will be speaking in the context of Operation Sindoor. Becomes particularly important because Prime Minister Modi has been extremely hands-on. When details emerged roughly around 1:44 a.m. that night about Operation Sindoor's success, we were told by the sources who were right inside the Prime Minister's office that the Prime Minister was monitoring each and every aspect of this crucial operation, military operation. Through Operation Sindoor, India has sent a message that it can set that new red line on terrorism and that this war against terrorism is something which is ongoing. Remember, Prime Minister Modi was the one who had famously said that this is not an era of war and that India is being forced to take action against Pakistan terror outfits. It started again as as responding to an act of terror, and then it was about military action when Pakistan carried out those indiscriminate firing along the LOC and disturbed our international border as well. So having said that, I think this is the right time, post-ceasefire, when there has been no action whatsoever. It was a peaceful night and the DGMO talks have happened as well. It is for the Prime Minister to communicate to 140 crore Indians as to what really happened and how he sees the success of Operation Sindoor and how should the country be seeing, because there is a misinformation campaign which is ongoing. The Pakistanis and particularly the Western media is going all out to question India if it had actually achieved anything out of Operation Sindoor. I think a Prime Minister's address to the nation will answer all those questions.
Absolutely. Maria, for the moment, why don't you just stay with us? I'll take this to Aishwarya before we get an Amitabh also into this conversation. Because, Aishwarya, the message is not just for all of us. It is not just for us here in India, for also people in Pakistan. But I think also a lot of those people who have been doing a lot of monkey balancing over the last, many perhaps years, where you've seen Pakistan launching that proxy war against India. So I think there is also going to be that message for the world that this is a new India. And keeping in mind that, Kashmir again is a bilateral issue when it comes to both India and to Pakistan, and we will talk to Pakistan only on our terms, Aishwarya. Is that also a thinking that you've picked up from your sources?
Well, and remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing a public rally in Bihar, he switched from Hindi to English and gave a strong message to the world as well, that how India is going to hit the terror camps in Pakistan and will neutralize the terrorists who had been given a safe haven in Pakistan. A loud and clear message was sent for the first time after Pahalgam terror attack by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who also lauded the Indian Armed Forces, given free hand to Indian Armed Forces to go ahead and neutralize the terrorists. India was not, at any point of time in a position of being aggressor. We were retaliating to what Pakistani forces had been doing, and our only objective of Operation Sindoor was to demolish those terror camps back in Pakistan, and we had proved so. Remember the statements coming from the Indian Armed Forces. The objectives of Operation Sindoor had been achieved. It's a successful Operation Sindoor that Indian Armed Forces had conducted, and justice is delivered to those who lost their lives, the loved ones, 26 innocent citizens who lost their life. And then India decided to hit those specific targets of the terror camps, the terror infrastructures back in Pakistan, and then we were just retaliating to what it has been coming from Pakistan in terms of drones, missiles, and what Pakistani army went onto a scale to hit our civilians, and Indian armed forces retaliated. I had covered multiple rounds of meetings that Prime Minister took at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and the messages that came in. First, of course, after that all-important meeting that Prime Minister chaired, Prime Minister stated that a free hand has been given to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister also stated that he believes in the professional abilities of Indian Armed Forces, and it is time to track and punish them. The second message was loud and clear after, the diplomatic talks were and was engaged, and it was a DGMO level talks that happened after, and soon before that, Prime Minister chaired an all-important meeting. The sources in the Prime Minister's office also categorically stated that a message, a straight line has been drawn, a message has been sent across to Pakistan that if in the future there is any sort of terror activity perpetrated by the terrorists out there in Pakistan, then it will be considered as an act of war, and India will retaliate accordingly. India will act accordingly. And now, after the entire narrative being said by the Pakistanis, the Pakistani media, the Pakistani armed forces, the message would be coming directly from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That will certainly set a tone, and the red line that India has drawn as far as the terror activities from Pakistani soil is concerned, that will be the last word. All eyes would be at 8 p.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the nation.
Oh yes, we are, close to Amitabh, 2 hours, 51 minutes away from that big address. But clearly with the expanse, Amitabh, of what has happened in the last many days post the attack in Pahalgam, and also the position that Narendra Modi and India has taken vis-a-vis terror, whether this was about the Balakot, this is about Uri, everything else. There is a larger messaging, Amitabh, that goes out. What in your expectations could be what the Prime Minister could today be saying? And, clearly you will be looking at a larger political impact of India versus the rest of the world, where we say that anytime now you inflict pain or, such kind of a cowardly attack on India, we are smart enough, we are capable enough to respond in kind.
Yeah, clearly the Prime Minister, all the Indians are eagerly awaiting the Prime Minister's speech today. And if you recall, even after the Balakot airstrike, the Prime Minister had addressed the nation. So clearly after this Pahalgam attack, we had seen that from Bihar, the Prime Minister had promised that the perpetrators of this terrorist act will be avenged and will be taken to task. Now, clearly, I think in today's address, what we are likely to see is that he could list out what were clearly the objectives of the Operation Sindoor, what have been the achievements which have been partly addressed in detail by the DGMO briefings and the daily MEA briefings, and also clearly as to giving a future warning to Pakistan, because we've also said that any act of terror from now on will be considered as an act of war. So he could lay down the clear expanse of this entire military operation, our objectives, our achievements, and how in future Pakistan needs to be wary of our strength. The message is also not only to the Indian populace, it is, as you mentioned, it is also to the people in Pakistan and also to the global audience as such, that today's India is not dependent upon any country. It would, while it does not on its own act against anybody, it would definitely react and react very strongly against the perpetrators of terrorism, and it would not leave anything to chance for the territorial integrity of the country. So that message is very clear, I think. And of course, the today's world, the wars are not fought only on borders. It's also an era of social media communication, misinformation, fake news, etc. What a clear communication helps is that it assuages the sentiment of the people and give them clarity as to what has happened and what has not happened, because we have been living in a fog of miscommunication and misinformation, and we have clearly seen that the pressers by the DGMOs have bought a lot of clarity, have brought a lot of clarity to the
Yes.
people of India and also to the world. So people will be expecting these things largely from the Prime Minister's address today.
Yes, I think Amitabh, you make a very good point there because we haven't just called out Pakistan's bluff, Aishwarya, its fake factory, fake propaganda and everything else because this is India not just speaking in thin air. I mean, we are putting out the evidence. We are showing them the before and after. And I think this is also a strategic change that has happened under this government that the moment you're dealing with Pakistan, which is a rogue state, that still has, some kind of support in China, in Turkey, let's put out the evidence. Let's then see that which are those countries that stand with Pakistan because clearly there has to be a larger messaging that goes on to the world, Aishwarya.
Well, and I got this information from the top government sources a few days back that this time India had all the visual evidences recorded. There is a documentation of the evidences that how India has hit those terror infrastructures. There is technological advancement, data intelligence team has been set up to document all the visual evidences and time and again in the press conferences, be it Operation Sindoor Phase 1 or Phase 2 or Phase 3 or the DGMO level press conferences where we have seen those evidences being shown to the world. It's just not about telling Pakistan but to the entire world that how Pakistan is a safe haven of terrorism and how India has hit them deep inside the Pakistan's mainland and Pakistan occupied Kashmir as well. And in the future, if anybody will ask us the proofs, the evidences, then certainly we have all of that kept, be it the international organizations where Pakistan will of course go and will cry in front of them, be it the United Nations or the OIC, it will be Pakistan who would be going, but India have all of those proofs now. We have documented them and India can show to the world, and that's where India, technological advancements, the kind of radars that we have used and specific instructions being given. I remember Border Security Force issuing that video where India neutralized 7 terrorists at the Samba sector, and that was a proof that was shown that how Pakistan was giving cover fire and terrorists were trying to infiltrate into Indian territory. And all of those evidences clearly shows that how Pakistan, was giving, shelter to terrorism, and also, I remember when the press conferences were done, it was also showcased that our civilian airlines were used as a shield to when the Pakistanis were sending off the drones, missiles towards the Indian territories, and how they have stooped down to this low. So clearly Indian, armed forces had been giving proofs, showing to the world how Pakistan has been the safe haven for terrorism, and they will continue to isolate on every front in the near future as well.
Yes, I think that's obviously a fair point. And Amitabh, as Aishwarya was sharing this information, I just took this opportunity to figure out that how many times has the Prime Minister spoken on Pahalgam. So I think these are 3 important times. Kishangan's speech is what, all of you also alluded to. So that is one. Also in his Mann Ki Baat address, the Prime Minister did speak about this. So, there has been that regular conversation. And then there was a statement in front of the Angola president on May the 4th. But for the very first time, when you have the Prime Minister today speaking post the success of Operation Sindoor, Amitabh, there has to be a lot of, I think, importance attached to this. Keeping in mind his very stern position he's always taken vis-a-vis Pakistan. We've said we as a country, talks and terror will never go hand in hand. We've also, in fact, drawn our own red lines. And this time again, I mean, not to say that the terms of engagement with Pakistan, Amitabh, have again changed.
Clearly, the terms of engagement have changed, and the Prime Minister, the people would also like, because there has been a lot of debate internally as to why this ceasefire took place, etc. So I think he would also speak on those aspects because, as you mentioned, that there are 2 clear strategic objectives of the government. One is that the talks and terrorism cannot go together, but India is also a peace-loving country, and it has said in the Russia-Ukraine conflict that that it is not an era of war. Correct. So I think he will clearly explain as to the number of targets we have hit, the objectives we have met, and clearly this was a time to have a ceasefire. The terms of engagement have clearly changed. Now Pakistan is fighting on many fronts, not only the armed conflict, or but also it has now the problem of the Indus Water Treaty, it has international pressure, it has also economic issues to deal with a recent bailout package by the IMF. So the Pakistan is now circled around by many problems, and clearly with this clear communication, what we have established is that these are the targets we have hit, these are the casualties, these are the number of before and after scenarios. So it is a very clear message also to the a section of the Western media which is still biased, which is still carrying out articles and op-eds in favor of Pakistan. So it's all this misinformation and miscommunication which is happening in this chaos, all this I think will be brought to finality with this speech. And also I think it is very good in a sense that he has come at the end of the conflict, correct? So he's not taking credit during the conflict. He is giving the people who have fought on the battle, on the borders, to get a chance to speak on the various aspects. And only at the successful conclusion of the operations Sindoor is that when he will be speaking. So there's a subtle message in that also, because he had earlier said that he had given a free hand to our armed forces to deal with this.
Oh yes, and Amitabh, in the last bit, it seems like you've just read my mind, because this is the question I wanted to bring forward to both you and to Aishwarya, that look at how you have a country like India that has dealt with this versus a country like Pakistan that is the aggressor, that is the hotbed of terror. Because in Pakistan, Aishwarya and Amitabh, both of you and our viewers would agree that instead of the military, you also had the deep state, calling a lot of shots. You had Shahbaz Sharif, who was merely a puppet. And, every time he came out, he only had misinformation to speak about, or playing the victim card, not recognizing the proof that India has put out. So, keeping even that in mind, Aishwarya, the fact that you will have Prime Minister Modi today speaking at the end of it after, one night of relative calm at the LOC, again is a statement that India has exercised maximum restraint. We haven't escalated the situation, we haven't caused any kind of provocations.
Well, and it's a bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan that there will be no kinetic action, no firing along with the line of control and the international border. All other decisions that the Indian government has taken, that will continue to go on. The DGMO level talks that will happen later today will have a single agenda as to how de-escalate things, and no other agenda as being reported by many Pakistani outlets, the media outlets over there, that they can talk about IWT or the other things as well. But India had made it clear that only and only single agenda that will happen as far as DGMO level talks are concerned, that how to de-escalate things and how this this bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan will move forward. It is, of course, at a time when within the country as well, the Congress party is asking for an all-party meeting that should be chaired by Prime Minister. Externally, many of the Western media, clearly bashing the Indian side, although the Indian government has been giving proofs after proofs, the Pakistani media creating a fake narrative. It will all come to a full stop after Prime Minister will be speaking and will be telling the world, just not the country, that India will not tolerate terrorism at any point of time in any form, whether coming from Pakistan or from anywhere. It could be language that Prime Minister can use, could be in English as well, to address the world in large. As India had not been an aggressor in this position, they have retaliated. India had specific targets. They have not hit the civilians out there. We have, we have a measured attack on the Pakistani mainland as well as Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and Prime Minister and will certainly laud the Indian Armed Forces, who had done a tremendous job as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. And as the DGMO Rajiv Ghai stated, that justice is delivered and something that will directly come from the horse's mouth. We have heard from the military, we have heard from the officers in charge, the commandos, and now it will come directly from the horse's mouth as to what India has achieved through Operation Sindoor.
Oh, absolutely. Amitabh, before we actually move, I think this is a good way to look at the things, because much of the difference that you have seen between India and Pakistan is also the fact that here, unlike in Pakistan, you had the entire country standing with the Prime Minister. The opposition also, apart from those questions that they've been asking, they've said that we are with the government. Let's go all out to teach Pakistan a lesson. And look at how Pakistan was responding to what Shahbaz Sharif was saying. Some of his own people were actually calling him quote-unquote weak, when they listened to his address. There were so many memes about him. And this is why, to even people and the world, that draws an equivalence between India and Pakistan, I think it will be very important to hear what the Prime Minister says.
Clearly, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan today. In 1999, when the Kargil war was fought, India's economy was 5 times that of Pakistan. Today, it is 11 times that of Pakistan. And militarily, we have clearly shown that we are way superior to Pakistan. We can go and hit more than 100 kilometers inside Pakistan along the international border, and no Chinese equipment or help could probably help Pakistan. So there is clearly, it is visible to the world. It is just that the old age biases are not dying. In India, the entire populace was with the government. All the political parties were with the government. In Pakistan, we saw many people were clearly not believing what the government was saying, because neither Sharif's speech nor the DGMO's presser, which was seen as a copy of what we had held here, had any concrete evidence to show, because they were just blabbering of their achievements, but they had no concrete evidence to show to their populace or to the entire world as to what they had achieved, because they had not achieved anything. So now let's wait for the Prime Minister. I think there are important signals which will be given to the entire world, to Pakistan, and also will come to know as a nation as to what were behind the scenes activity of this ceasefire, and what was his logic of agreeing to this ceasefire, and what is the road ahead with respect to Pakistan.
Absolutely. So we are a little over 2.5 hours away from that big but all important address. Aishwarya, I'll let you go for the moment, and Amitabh, we look forward to coming back to you again as and when we have more updates on the entire story. But gentlemen, thank you so much right now. But let's also keep in focus what the day today has looked like. Remember, for the second straight day, you had the DGMO speaking about what's happened, with proof, with evidence, point by point, putting out details of how Pakistan has been hurt. Remember, the Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only the terror camps in Pakistan and in POK, and that it's the Pakistan military that was responsible for any kind of losses that they say that they have incurred. Now, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, while he was addressing the conference, said, and I quote him now, that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May the 7th. But he said it's Pakistan's military that sided with terrorists and made this their very own fight. Something, again, that is not surprising. Now, what we've also heard so far is that a lot of this Pak Chinese air defense system completely bombed. It failed. While India's air defense system is multi-layered, it could perceive the threats from the enemy, and all this was also detailed as a part of the briefing today, images of which you see on your screens. Then Air Marshal A.K. Bharti continued to also tell us that Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pak military bases with precision. That is the operative word. He also said that India continuously is providing proof of the strikes that are being carried out, with more pictures of the debris, the wreckage that has been recovered, and at the same time, there is absolutely no evidence, zilch, that Pakistan is wanting to put out. Now, India has also confirmed that Pakistani Mirage has been destroyed in Operation Sindoor, the Pak military bases have been hit, and there is considerable amount of damage that has been caused. But it would have been hit harder in case there was a major escalation, a position that India continues to maintain. Let's get you highlights of day 2 of this all-important briefing.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground. courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
And during this entire press conference, there was another important and a telling moment. This is when the Director General of Air Operations, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, actually confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at the Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Do remember, Pakistan and its fake news factory has been peddling this misinformation, and he, in a very subtle manner, actually said, we did not hit there, whatever there it is.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
So I'm sure Pakistan must have got the message. Let's move on to get you more analysis of why this day has been so significant. Obviously, we are building up to the Prime Minister's key address at 8, but before that, our colleague Shiv, who's been on ground zero getting you his reportage, now tells us his important takeaways of day 2 of the briefing and why, again, this was a huge success for our forces.
A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace.
And with this, it's time for us to head into a quick break. But on the other side, this is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues. And do remember, we are building up to the Prime Minister's big address at 8 today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The Prime Minister is all set to address the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. It was day 2 of the DGMO briefing, where the video proof of strikes at Pak air bases has again been put out for the world to see. They've also reiterated that all military bases are intact, we continue to be fully prepared, and it is the Pak army that is responsible for all their losses. The Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. It is the best day so far for our markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty both are up nearly 4% each.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. Now, in another big revelation, the DG Operations for the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, has confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. And accordingly are also these images that you see on your screens. Now, the Air Marshal also told reporters that strikes were carried out at the Malair Cant in Karachi as a part of the Indian military's quote-unquote measured and calibrated response to Pak aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile that, remember, is called a SAM, site at Malair Cantonment in Karachi. And also the assertion is that all big Pak cities were hit. Now, Malair Cantonment, for those of you not very familiar, is a cantonment town of the city of Karachi in Sindh. You're looking at those images also on your screens. Our colleague Shiv also gets us more insight into why this was such an important target and what more do we know about the ops so far.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malair Cant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malir cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindoor. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy, in its briefing yesterday, had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malir Cant in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger.
But let's also tell you how the last few hours really have panned out. It was the first peaceful day and night in Uri, and NDTV, remember, continues to report from ground zero. On your screens are multiple images that come in from Rajouri, from Akhnur, and a lot of other sectors in Jammu and Kashmir, essentially reiterating and underscoring normalcy. There is peace after 18 long days of hostilities. The sense of calm continues, people going about doing their normal businesses. But again, when it comes to Pakistan, there is only that much. Remember that you can trust that rogue state. Let's get Shiv again to help us decode how the last few hours have been, what are the preparations still on ground zero, and what could be the road ahead.
Hello and welcome to this very special ground report from the line of control in Uri. That is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, less than a kilometer behind me near the Indian Army's last post. We have permission to report from here, and we are reporting after the first day and night that has gone without any hostilities since tensions began between India and Pakistan 18 days ago. Over the next half hour, we're going to bring you the highlights of the Second Armed Forces briefing, talks between the two countries, and how much bigger India's military operation against Pakistani targets really is than we ever imagined. The laughs of children, the sounds of livestock, birds twittering away. These are the sounds of normalcy one would imagine, even in this forward village, the last village before the line of control in this Uri sector of Kashmir. But it's going to be a while before the people of this final frontier settlement actually return. Some have because they have no choice, but most are still in the depth areas, in safety, still fearing Pakistani shelling. And there is another danger, the fact that there could be unexploded shells and ordnance in different parts of this village. State authorities and administration have warned all villagers to make sure that they do not return until everything is fully sanitized. Normal? That's not a word you see very often or hear very often in places like this. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a few months, maybe in more than a year.
And our next ground report, ladies and gentlemen, is coming in from the Poonch sector, where we are also trying to bring to you ground reality. There is an eerie calm at the LOC post the ceasefire, but what you still see around are deserted streets, houses still locked, people still not very clear whether they can return back to their homes or not. The locals here are recounting the Pak shelling horror. Even a madrasa in Poonch was earlier hit by Pak shells. And you have seen a lot of damage there visible in also these pictures. And they say that this has been the worst firing that they have seen and experienced and lived since the 1965 war. The locals there, though, are still continuing to pray for normalcy. Nazir has been on ground zero and he tells you more.
I'm in Poonch, which has suffered massive damage due to Pakistani shelling, and Pakistan is just behind these mountains. But here in Poonch, you can see Indian flag tricolor flying high. And what happened here, when Pakistan started shelling, they shelled this madrasa also. This was the under construction part of the madrasa, and first shell landed here. You can see this. And then another shell hit the residential quarters rooms of the teachers of this madrasa. And in this room, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal was killed. another teacher was also injured in shelling from Pakistan. So when we talk about Poonch, it is Gurdwara and a madrasa that were hit in Pakistani shelling. But after killing of Maulana Iqbal, some of the news outlets tried to show that perhaps they use his picture and showing a terrorist from Pakistan has been killed in Muzaffarabad. And that is what has hurt the people, students in this madrasa who are patriotic, who are nationalists. I'm joined by Maulana Saeed. Saeed साहब, आपको भी बहुत उस वक्त हुआ जब ये बम गिरे इस पे कई लोग?
एक्चुअली हुआ ये कि 6 तारीख को जब ये
7 तारीख को
6 तारीख की शाम को जब हमला हुआ, रात को जब हमला हुआ तो उस वक्त तो खौफ हिरास का आलम था पूरे पुंछ में। जब सुबह 7 तारीख की सुबह को हम चूँकि यहाँ पर हमारे पास लगभग हॉस्टल में 1200 करीब बच्चे और बच्चियाँ हैं, तो हम
इसमें आपके यहाँ ये बड़ा मदरसा है
जहाँ ये गर्ल्स यहाँ ये बॉयज़ का मदरसा है और साथ में गर्ल्स का है। तो दोनों इदारों में लगभग जो है वो 1200 बच्चे बच्चियाँ जो है वो ज़ेर तालीम है जो हॉस्टल में रहते हैं।
तो बम जब गिरा बच्चे यहीं थे?
हाँ, बच्चे नहीं, उस वक्त ये हुआ कि ये कोई लगभग 8 और 9 बजे के बीच का वक्त था। बच्चे उस चूँकि हम तैयारी तो सुबह से कर चुके थे कि बच्चों को हमने डिस्पैच करना है, इनको घर घर इनको एवोकेट करना है और घर घर भेजना है इनको। हम उसी तैयारी में लगे थे। हम बच्चों को निकाल रहे थे, उनके लिए गाड़ियों का अरेंज कर रहे थे, उनके पेरेंट्स आ रहे थे, हम इंट्रीज कर रहे थे। हम इसी काम में थे कि किसी तरह से जितना जल्दी हो सके हम बच्चों को घर घर
यहाँ से
निकालें और घर घर भेजें। तो मैं अपने ऑफिस में था, मेरा ऑफिस यहाँ से कोई बमुश्किल 100 मीटर दूर है। तो बहुत ज़ोरदार धमाके की आवाज़ आई, पूरा ये इलाका थर्रा गया।
आपके मदरसे के बिल्कुल बाहर ये है, दिस इज़ द ट्राइकलर विच इज़ फ्लाइंग वेरी हाई एंड इट इज़ राइट नेक्स्ट टू द पाकिस्तान LOC. The Pakistan is on the other side of the mountains, and this madrasa has borne the brunt of this Pakistani shelling. And three teachers of this madrasa have been killed, including Maulana Iqbal. Thank you so much, Saeed Saab, and we feel very sorry कि आपको इतना नुकसान पहुंचा. Not only there's huge damage to madrasa here, but also it has 3 teachers and have been killed. 3 students have also been injured in this madrasa during Pakistani shelling. 2 days after the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, I am walking through the lanes and by-lanes of Poonch city, which has been the worst hit by Pakistani shelling. The town is like a ghost town, and you can see here almost every house here in this lane remains is closed. It's like a ghost town. You just see, wherever you go, you see houses are locked. Look at this house, locked. Look at this side, right side, locked. But there are some people who would be here. And let me talk to you, sir. Namaste.
नमस्ते
सब बताएं, इतनी सभी मकानों को हम देख रहे हैं बंद पड़े हैं, अभी क्या डर है? 2 दिन हो गए सीज फायर को।
वो तो डर है, इनको शल्लिंग को इनकी कैजुअल्टी हुई है और लोग मरते हुए इन लोगों को देखा है। एक मकान में 2 आपने देखा है, सिंडिकेट मल्ला है, वहाँ में 2 एक ही जगह पर खड़े थे, वो उन्हीं ऑन स्पॉट वहीं पर उनकी डेथ हुई। तो जब ये इन लोगों ने देखा तो जो मौजूदा जनरेशन है उन्होंने सोचा यहाँ पर तो रुकना बड़ा मुश्किल है, के लोग यहाँ से चले गए। आप देख रहे हैं कि तकरीबन मैं तो जो मेरा अनुभव है ये भी यहाँ के काउंसलर मेरे के लिए यहाँ पर तकरीबन
ये मुझे बताएं कब आ जाएंगे लोग वापस?
ये जो आज की मीटिंग जो DMGO की जो मीटिंग, हाँ, इनकी जब जो मीटिंग जो हो रही है इसमें को क्या डिसीजन लेते हैं। अगर
आप बुजुर्ग हैं, आपने इतनी शेलिंग कब देखी थी लास्ट टाइम पे और आपने कितने जगह देखी?
देखिए जी, मेरा नाम बेहरलाल दत्ता है और मैं POKJ का रहने वाला हूँ और वहाँ से रिफ्यूजी होके यहाँ पर आया हूँ और 47 से यहाँ पर आ रहा हूँ। मेरी एज इस वक्त 84 years, I am still feeling myself as a young man.
Okay.
That is why I
84.
हाँ 84 और that is why I
तो आपने सारी जगह देखी होंगी?
सारी जगह देखी। 40
इतनी शेलिंग कब के बाद हुई?
ये तकरीबन साहब 65 के बाद।
साहब सभी मकान बंद है यहाँ? सब मकान
90% मकान यहाँ पर
90% मकान बंद,
90%
डर था। लेकिन अब तो सीज फायर हो गई, अब
मगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से यहाँ पे कोई इंतजाम
लेकिन आज चीफ मिनिस्टर तो आया है, अभी शहर में
चीफ मिनिस्टर ने आके आज विजिट की है, मगर
आज अभी वो शहर में ही है।
हाँ, अभी वो शहर में, मगर यहाँ पे 90% लोग बाकी हैं।
अच्छा 90%
लोग यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है।
तो अब आ जाएंगे वापस?
देखो अगर हालात ठीक रहे, अभी कंफर्म कुछ नहीं है, सीज फायर का अभी कोई कंफर्म नहीं है।
अच्छा, so people appear to be the amount of shelling this town has faced. Clearly, it would take some time for people to come to terms and see things are now will be actually improving, which is in fact improving. There have been no firing since yesterday, but still I can show you in this town, as he's saying, 90% population. Most of the houses are locked here in this Poonch town. Shops are still closed, but one good thing is that for last since 2 days now, there has been no violation of ceasefire, yet still people say they are waiting for the second meeting of DG MOs so that they would be reassured that there would not be further violation of ceasefire.
So this is about what locals are feeling and how they're experiencing whatever's been happening both in Uri and in Poonch. Let's move on to get you more details now. Now, amidst the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces have deployed in Operation Sindoor against the Pakistani terrorists was also built in Bengaluru. This is Sky Striker. This is the unmanned aircraft system that is made by the Adani-owned Alpha Designs. Now, what is the Sky Striker? You're looking at a descriptive image on your screens. This actually flies like an unmanned aircraft system. It strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long range, precision and tactical strikes. The Sky Striker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy, low altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can actually identify, track and engage the operator designated targets using a 5 or a 10 kilogram warhead housed within its fuselage. Now, these suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, that is based in Bengaluru, and the Albit Security Systems of Israel, which you're looking right now on your screens. And now let's shift our focus to other key stories, because we are also talking about what's been happening in the world. Now, the US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that is threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As a part of an agreement that was hammered out in Geneva, the US will now lower tariffs on Chinese goods to a 30% from an existing 145%. And what China will do in return is that it will reduce duties on US imports to a 10% from the current 125%. Now, Vishal, this clearly is good news. This tells you that there is progress being made. And this also tells you that, playing hardball, Disha, can only take you that far. But what happens from here on? What are the other details, the modalities that you believe can interest our viewers?
Absolutely, Deepti. So it really shows that US President Donald Trump's really hardball, as you mentioned, when it comes to trade and trade deals and this tariff turmoil that he's really imposed on the world, saying that countries must come on the table and agree to his terms, really won't work for everyone. And China really showed that with now US and China finally agreeing to slash the tariffs. Even US President Donald Trump over the past couple of weeks had been reiterating and saying that this level of tariffs was really harmful for the trade between the two countries, and hence it is crucial that they come to the table. And now they've finally decided to slash tariffs. So it is US will reduce tariffs to 30% on Chinese goods from a whooping 145%, and China in turn will reduce tariffs from 120% to now a mere 10%, which is a huge shift. It's almost 115% slash in tariffs in total. But this announcement really came after 2 days of long negotiations between the top officials from US and China and Switzerland, and this is just the first step when it comes to reaching some sort of trade deal, which both countries will continue to have conversations about. And both US and China really called it a constructive meeting. And we really have to wait and see how these talks progress and how it's going to really impact India. Because to remind our viewers, US and India are also currently in talks to reach some sort of trade deal, which will hopefully reduce the impact of the American tariffs that are currently on pause. And now if these tariffs have really been reduced, the US tariffs on China have been reduced to such a low extent to mere 30%, it really does impact the Indian Indian market as well. And Indian products could now be affected in a detrimental sense. So we really have to wait and watch to see whether this is, the US and China have called it a temporary slashing, but we have to see whether it's a permanent move as well.
Oh yes, 90 days is what they say, Disha, and in a brief statement, in fact, they say the importance of a sustainable, long-term and mutually beneficial economic and trade relationship. It's a joint statement. But clearly, as Disha was just underscoring, what this has done is that this has soothed a lot of tempers for the moment. You've seen a direct relation to how the markets today have responded. Let's get you those details. Also, where the investors are cheering the US-China trade deal. The US futures has spiked nearly 1,000 points. Asian markets are up about 3%. Indian stock markets have also surged over 3%. The European markets are also faring better. They have gained over 1%. So this is exactly the kind of sentiment I think that you see prevailing vis-a-vis the fact that you have both US and China that have been able to seal that deal. Remember, there have been negotiations in Geneva, and like Disha also underscored for us, you've seen a lot of hardball initially being played by the US, but finally these two economies have decided to lower down tariffs, and this, they say, is going to be for the next 90 days, within which they will continue to discuss this issue and thrash the other differences. And now let's get you back to Pakistan, a lot of Pakistan propaganda and how that has boomeranged. Because amidst all this India-Pak conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well. Now, what Pakistan tried to do is that they put out a copycat press conference, but without giving any kind of proof. No images shared, no details shared, unlike what you've seen vis-a-vis India. So the international media has also now taken on Pakistan, and they are questioning those kind of briefings. The foreign press also says that there is no proof. It's only bluster. Baseless claims that have been made without any kind of proof. Arjun decoding what we know on the story so far.
Released verified footage of targeted military operations. The Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this even quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. Commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan.
Let's move on now to get you a quick breaking update. In fact, on your screens, you're reading more details. The BJP is planning to launch nationwide Tiranga Yatra. This begins starting May the 13th. In fact, this is a yatra that's expected to go on for at least 10 days from the 13th to the 23rd of May, where the idea is to crisscross the entire country to reach out to every citizen, highlighting the achievements of Operation Sindoor. What we can tell you is that senior leaders, including Shambit Patra, Vinod Tavade, Tarun Chugh, could be among those coordinating this campaign. Top BJP ministers and other leaders could also be leading these yatras across various regions of the country. So May the 13th is when this yatra begins, continues for 10 days. The idea is to go out and tell people more about the success of Operation Sindoor.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Second day of briefing by the Director General of Military Operations of all the three forces. Video proof of airstrikes at the Pakistani air bases revealed. Forces say all military bases intact and they are fully prepared. DG Army Ops, in fact, they talk about how the Pakistan Army is responsible for their own losses.
Ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani made a drone used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds drone. In fact, Sky Striker drones are made in Bengaluru. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14 years of career for India, says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the Prime Minister had addressed the country via his public meeting in Bihar post the Pahalgam terror attacks, where he had said that he will trace, track and identify and punish each and every terrorist and their perpetrators and ensure justice for the families of those who lost their lives in Pahalgam. through the Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister had been extremely hands-on. He had been holding regular meetings with the Raksha Mantri, with the External Affairs Minister, getting all the operational details from the Chief of Defence Staff and also from the 3 services chief. He was constantly in touch with the National Security Advisor, who was briefing the Prime Minister on a regular and hourly basis. Now this address to the nation becomes very, very crucial because there are a lot of questions being asked and a barrage of social media misinformation which is going on as well. Aishwarya is joining us live at 7 from 7 LKM. That is where all the activities has been, Aishwarya, in the last few days. Prime Minister Modi, even on the night of Operation Sindoor, was taking minute-by-minute update, and thereafter series of meetings. We have visuals of one such meeting which is currently on our television screens, but even that meeting which was chaired by him, in which secretaries of all departments were in attendance, the civil defense preparedness, all that has been a case in which the Prime Minister was leading from the front.
Well, that's right. After cutting short his trip from Saudi Arabia when Pahalgam terror attack happened, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who first ensured at the airports itself that what sort of developments have taken place. I remember Foreign Secretary, NSA, Ajit Doval, all were there at the airport. The first meeting happened at the airport itself, and later we saw back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister keeping updated and also the Prime Minister was briefed on regular intervals. He was monitoring the entire situation since the time Operation Sindoor was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. We got to know about multiple source-based information as far as the Prime Minister's message to the armed forces are concerned, or what had been the final straight line that was drawn to Pakistan. Remember, it was the Prime Minister who gave a clear-cut message to the armed forces that the entire country is behind them. Prime Minister believed in the professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces and had given free hand to the Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister stated from a rally in Bihar that he will track, the Indian Armed Forces will track, identify and punish the terrorists, the perpetrators sitting across the border. And of course, the last message that we got from the Prime Minister's office, as far as the sources are concerned, they stated that in the future, if there is any terror activity on the Indian soil, then it would be considered as an act of war. It is, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving top instructions, being briefed by the top security officials, but there is on the other side, on one side, the opposition demanding a special session in the parliament, Prime Minister to chair all party meeting. On the other side, from Pakistani media, from Pakistani armed forces, fake narrative was being spread throughout. A campaign was launched, and now we will hear directly from the horse's mouth, from the Prime Minister, about the achievements, about the objectives being achieved of Operation Sindoor, how successful it was, and Indian Armed Forces proved it, that they have gone inside the Pakistan mainland, inside the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and neutralized the terrorists over there. It was 100 or more terrorists that was killed, with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers were died in the entire operation. So key objectives, the justice is delivered, is the larger message that is coming in, and now from Prime Minister, who would be addressing the nation at 8 p.m.
That's right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. We are counting down to that crucial address to the nation by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Joining us now is Shashank, former Ambassador of India. We also have Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of Indian Navy. Ambassador Shashank, the question here is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had clearly said that terrorism can not really go, there is zero tolerance to terrorism. And I think in the last 5 days now, and of course there is ceasefire, Do you think it's important for him to communicate to the country as to what happened, and that is the reason why this address to the nation becomes important?
Well, we have had the discussions between the DGMO of Pakistan and other DGMO and other operations in charge from Navy and Air Force. So I think that is the level at which all these actions have taken place so far. I think people of India would like to really know from the Prime Minister as to what is the overall picture about, number one, tracing the terrorists and their supporters and promoters, up to what extent, to what time, and secondly, what happens to the other economic diplomatic measures which have been taken already, that do we go back on them, or is ceasefire is only because there were certain reasons why the ceasefire had to be achieved by accepting our goals having been achieved, that now that we can go and put a halt to it for the time being, but not go back on the other measures which have been taken. Thirdly, we have to see whether any more terrorists would be handed over by Pakistan, that there would be a change of behavior on the part of Pakistan establishment, that supporting terrorists, they would now be handing them over to India or to other countries wherever they have committed the atrocities. So I think these are the major issues which we have in mind. And finally, of course, for a very long time, we have been saying that India and Pakistan have been dealing with the issue, they will sort it out. Now, suddenly, the first information about the ceasefire came from the United States. Of course, we know that they were keeping in touch with everybody, but it would have been better because Pakistan has been able to show that they are now put on equal terms with India, which perhaps is not the true situation.
All right, Captain D.K. Sharma, this address to the nation by Prime Minister Modi. I can see Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt also joining us. Welcome to this broadcast, General. But yes, Captain Sharma, address to the nation by the Prime Minister after a successful operation, and also ensuring that there has been ceasefire, there has been a largely peaceful night. Last night was peaceful, no action whatsoever, no skirmishes reported either. So do you think this is the right time for the Prime Minister to communicate to the world and to the country in particular as to what really happened?
Maria, good evening to you and all the fellow panelists and also to the viewers. I think it is the right moment. The nation is with bated breath from the last 48 hours when the ceasefire was announced, are waiting for the highest leadership to come and convey what has happened. And suddenly, when we were expecting that we will go all out to, finish the terrorism in our neighborhood, suddenly we called for truce and ceasefire came in. So people are waiting for, some answers. And I'm sure the most popular Prime Minister of the country will now talk to us and will share some thoughts that why did it happen and what is the way ahead. Because as such, we know all the three forces are deployed, briefings are happening. And you saw that tweet from the Indian Air Force that Op Sindoor is an ongoing process. It has not been called off. It was just a temporary ceasefire till 12 o'clock today. And now I believe that talks at the DGMO level got little postponed, and now they're happening as we are talking. So some outcome will come from there. So I think it is best that now the top leadership addresses 140 million people of this country who are waiting with bated breath to know the truth behind the things or the facts.
All right. Lieutenant General Bhatt, we are counting down to that crucial address by Prime Minister Modi. What are your thoughts on that, and how crucial is it at this juncture?
Oh, well, if the Prime Minister had decided to talk to the nation, this means the situation which started on 22nd after the Pahalgam attack, and by our robust, controlled response and our message to Pakistan after we had taken on and attacked the 9 terrorist camps of Pakistan, that we had achieved what the Prime Minister wanted to. Thereafter, there was some escalation for some time, And now the indications are that the situation presently has stabilized. In such a scenario, where a lot of activities has happened in the last 72 to 96 hours, and the nation was nearly on the verge of war, and of course, operations short of war were conducted, it is very important that the Prime Minister speaks to the people and conveys his thought on the entire operation and what is there for the future.
Let's actually play the sound bites now of the briefing which was carried out by the DGMO, DGAO and DGNO. These are the officers who were in charge of Operation Sindoor at multiple fronts, from the Indian Navy to the Indian Army and Indian Air Force. And then I come back to
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side.
आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे। हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए।
We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure, and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Okay, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, let's talk about air defense preparedness and how firm and impenetrable they are as far as India is concerned. I think India this time in this DGMO press conference has made a difference between how the actions move from defense to offense and how the entire process or India's military strategic move shifted from 7th, when actually Operation Sindoor happened, to intervening night of 8th and 9th, when India went ahead and targeted the military bases right inside the Pakistani mainland.
So, as you have already mentioned, our initial operations were carried out with a clear-cut aim of targeting the terror infrastructure of Pakistan, which we effectively did on the first night. Thereafter, the response of the Pakistan Army and armed forces, and especially using drones and missiles to attack our air bases on the first night, and thereafter even tried to attacking our cities, was what was responded in a restrained manner, but very effectively. Firstly, by neutralizing the enemy's drones and missiles, and what we are so happy and proud of, that the effective air defense of the Air Force and the Army was able to prevent that there were no losses anywhere to our side. Not only that, we were able to inflict punishment on the adversary by destroying his air defense infrastructure and also targeting his number of his airports, which you would have heard when the DG Air Operations mentioned today in his briefings. We were able to effectively hit military targets and punish Pakistan. Send a clear message of India's resolve, India's strength, ensuring, however, that the strikes were precise and not escalatory.
Okay, so Captain Sharma, a little more elaboration on how India's messaging has been that Operation Sindoor was a mix of military and non-military action, and it certainly has sent a message of deterrence. A new red line has been drawn. Whether the ball is in Pakistan's court, if they, God forbid, another act of terror happens, then India is ready to go an extra mile. This is the new red line, a new normal between the two countries.
Absolutely, Maria. It is very clear now. Any act of terrorism will be taken as act of war, and there is no ambiguity in that part. Insofar as the further actions today or hereinafter, should the other side try and get into any kind of misadventure, they are very well aware that we have not pulled back. We are there. We have been told to be there. Their deployments are on. And let me tell you, you see, the Navy was not seen in action. And I'm not, in a competition or trying to, draw comparisons between what Air Force did or the Army did. We were all in sync. And as you have already brought out, that the loitering munitions which were used on day one, there was a concerted effort from all the three services, and the best of the things were used and utilized. And you saw the result on the first night, that within 15 minutes, we were able to destroy 9 camps, which were spread apart almost from end to end, around 200, 250 kilometers. Having said that, you see, now the point is that we are in a position of strength. We are deployed, we have shown them their AD cover has been blown, the radars and everything have been taken out by the Indian Air Force. And they also know it, that the Indian Navy is deployed just outside. I'm very sure that the Pakistan ISR capability, whatever they have with their P3s and the works, they know that Indian Navy is spread out and deployed all across the Makran coast. And we are tactically placed beyond their weapon ranges. And should there be a need, the attack will come, and a multi-pronged attack will come, as the DGNO has already spelled it out, that the CBG is there. We have a big air defense cover. We have a bubble created, the safety bubble, and in which you will have the fighters, you have the shore-based strikes coming in, and of course, all the ships with the latest weapons, BrahMos, the sea-launched BrahMos, the air-launched BrahMos, and the works. So it is up to them now that, whatever they did and who did it, they know it all. Everything is known to them, and I don't think they will now, ever try and do what they did on the 22nd of April.
Ambassador Shashank, the final thought from you. There is a lot of narrative building which is happening from Islamabad and Rawalpindi on expected lines. Of course, this is how narrative is the optics. It's a battle of optics which is happening. Do you think there has to be more effective communication while we have it this way, that the 3 DGMOs sat through one press conference yesterday, another today? It was about a very professional communication. And what we have seen from the Pakistani side is a lot of bluster, which is very departure. That's not how soldiers in India function. But then that's how the neighbor is.
Yeah, well, I would say that Indian spokespersons have been talking to the Indian people, whereas the Pakistanis have been talking to the international media, particularly those who would be friendly to them or who are made friendly by all kinds of inducements. And then they are giving all wrong, distorted information, which is then spread all over the place. Because Pakistan has for a very long time been the favorite child of particularly the Western countries, and they were getting huge amounts of money, whether through the international channels or through the bilateral donors. Only lately they have gone to China, and so there they are trying to set up all kinds of new artificial intelligence and networks and all kinds of other communication networks with the Chinese help. So therefore they feel that it's at the international level that they have to try to project their position. Because I don't think people in Pakistan have any trust in their own leaders, particularly the military leaders who have been killing their own people by using helicopter gunships, by using all kinds of violent means and human rights violations. And so therefore, it's a question of that here we have complete trust among our own people. Pakistan has lack of trust among themselves. And you have seen that when some of these terrorists whom we had been searching, or America had been searching for a long time, others had been searching for a long time, finally they were neutralized. Who were present at their janazas? All the top military leaders were present there. All the terrorist leaders were present there, which means that there's all this talk that they are not traceable anywhere, or all these activities have been stopped in Pakistan. This is all a charade, and the international media laps it up because of this kind of press conferences which are being organized by the Pakistani spokespersons. I'm quite sure that they are giving all kinds of inducements to the international media to get a favorable projection there. So I think this is what is the major difference. But of course, I think our Prime Minister, who is very highly regarded all over the world, will have the last say. And I'm sure that once he comes out with the statement for his own people, that would be also setting the score right as far as the international audiences are also concerned, particularly international leaders.
Right, Ambassador, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt and Captain D.K. Sharma. During the press conference, the Director General of Air Operations, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, spoke about Kirana Hills and said clearly that Indian Armed Forces did not target their military at Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Let's listen into that soundbite, and here's a special report by Shivarur.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Very very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace. It is not without reason that the Indian Navy is called the Silent Service. For 18 days now since hostilities began, very little information has emerged of what the Indian Navy has been up to. At yesterday's briefing, we got the first official word of how the Indian Navy had caged in the entire Pakistan Navy to harbour or close to port, and that Karachi had been on target. Now we know even more from today's briefing. The INS Vikrant Carrier Battle Group, an indigenously built aircraft carrier and its constituent elements, including submarines, aircraft and warships, had confined the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military aircraft to the Makran coast of Balochistan, basically meaning that the Pakistan military was unable to perform or conduct any overseas operations because of the presence of the Indian Navy's INS Vikrant, its aircraft, its MiG-29Ks, and all the other elements that were part of it. Another example of how the Silent Service was keeping Pakistan pinned down. There has been a huge amount of offensive misinformation weaponized by Pakistan and also China about damage inflicted by Pakistani drones or missiles on Indian military and air bases in different parts of Punjab and Kashmir. The armed forces today, very importantly, clarified that not only is there no damage to any military base or air base in Punjab or in Jammu and Kashmir, but that each and every one of those bases is intact and is fully operational and ready to leap back into operations as part of Op Sindoor, should they be deemed necessary to actually continue. This is a huge deal because one would imagine that in such a high energy exchange, including air warfare, there might be some damage somewhere. But whether it is Adampur, Pathankot, Amritsar, Avantipora and Srinagar, no damage has been reported, and that's been confirmed on the record by the armed forces. This also means that operational readiness is not a joke.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
And another big revelation from that DGMO press conference was DG Operations for the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, confirming that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. Air Marshal Bharti told reporters that strikes were carried out at Malin Port, Cant in Karachi as part of the Indian military's measured and calibrated response to Pakistan's aggression. This included a surface to air missile site at Malir cantonment in Karachi. All big Pakistani cities were hit. Malir cantonment, remember, is a cantonment town of the city of Karachi in Sindh.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malirkant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malir cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindoor. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy, in its briefing yesterday, had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malirkant in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger.
And news just coming in that the crucial DGMO level talks has just concluded. This was, of course, after the ceasefire. Vishnu Shom is joining us live from the newsroom. We'll try and get details in just a bit. Remember, this talk began roughly around 5 p.m. and continued for over 1.5 hours. So it's good 90 minutes conversation which has happened between the two DGMOs, the DGMO of Pakistan and India. The talk has ended. This is the talk on day 3 of the ceasefire. But we'll try and get details from Vishnu, who will be joining us in just a bit. This was a crucial talk between the Director General of Military Operations of the two countries. And it lasted for 1.5 hours. And now it appears that this entire talk has come to an end. Let's move on to other stories now. This is a ground report of NDTV from Pooch. There is an eerie calm at LOC post-ceasefire, deserted streets, houses locked, and locals recount Pakistani shelling horror.
I'm in Poonch, which has suffered massive damage due to Pakistani shelling, and Pakistan is just behind these mountains. But here in Poonch, you can see Indian flag tricolor flying high. And what happened here, when Pakistan started shelling, they shelled this madrasa also. This was the under construction part of the madrasa, and first shell landed here. You can see this. And then another shell hit the residential quarters rooms of the teachers of this madrasa. And in this room, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal was killed. Another teacher was also injured in shelling from Pakistan. So when we talk about Poonch, it is Gurdwara and a madrasa that were hit in Pakistani shelling. But after killing of Maulana Iqbal, some of the news outlets tried to show that perhaps they use his picture and showing a terrorist from Pakistan has been killed in Muzaffarabad. And that is what has hurt the people, students in this madrasa who are patriotic, who are nationalists. I'm joined by Maulana Saeed. Saeed साहब, आपको भी बहुत उस वक्त होगा जब ये बम गिरे इस पे कई लोग?
एक्चुअली हुआ ये कि 6 तारीख को जब ये
7 तारीख को
6 तारीख की शाम को जब हमला हुआ रात को जब हमला हुआ तो उस वक्त तो खौफ हिरास का आलम था पूरे पुंछ में। जब सुबह 7 तारीख की सुबह को हम चूँकि यहाँ पर हमारे पास लगभग हॉस्टल में
Breaking news coming in. We just broke the story. I think Vishnu Shom is joining us live on this. Vishnu, of course, the details will emerge a little later, but for the benefit of our viewers, just explain to us when was the last DGMO talks and how crucial are these, hotline conversations?
Well, these hotline conversations are absolutely important. While there has been some sort of contact which is open between the missions, the Pakistani embassy or High Commission over here and the Indian embassy over there, etc. It's the Director General of Military Operations and his Pakistani counterpart who have that hotline which is always open. So when India went in with our strikes after the Pahalgam terror attack, our Director General of Military Operations called up the Pakistanis and said that, look, we don't want to escalate further. They were rebuffed at that stage. But then as a result of India's persistent military operations in targeting several Pakistani air bases, their Director General of Military Operations called us up and said, look, let's get into a ceasefire situation. And then that ceasefire situation, apart from the first day, has by and large held. There was supposed to be a review of the ceasefire situation today. Presumably that has taken place. The conversation between the Pakistani and the Indian DGMO has taken place. But we've been told to wait until there is some sort of a statement, some sort of clarity on what exactly has emerged in these talks.
All right, Vishnu, thank you so much. In fact, our reporters who have been reporting from the front line continue to get us reports from the ground of near normalcy, but also a sense of hope that this is how things will remain. Here's another ground report.
We have been traveling in various border villages, and right now we have come to one of the villages in border area that is only 3 kilometers away from that international border. We will talk to these people who show that there is total normalcy, and we will talk to the leaders who have come here. So BJP leader is with us. So sir, we have been seeing that you have been roaming from one village to another village. Finally, you have come to another village. Have you seen that the people are totally peaceful? There is total normal life.
Your question is quite right. At the moment, earlier there was a great panic. But now we are sitting in Jalalabad constituency, which is again a border area, and a village called Tandiya Kadim. So, ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ 1.5-2 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਹੀ ਹੈ. We are from the international border. But today people are very in upbeat mood, and their morale is very high. Because उनको ये भी मालूम हो गया कि जो सीज़ फायर हो रहा है ये पाकिस्तान की रिक्वेस्ट से हो रहा है. हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल जो ऑपरेशंस हैं आर्मी के, उनसे बात हुई. आज 12 बजे की मीटिंग थी, उसका भी रिज़ल्ट आ रहा है. लेकिन मोदी साहब की वन थिंग वाज वेरी क्लियर. उन्होंने ही सेड कि भी ही कैन कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ एनी अदर थिंग बट कैन नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ ऑन पाकिस्तान्स एटीट्यूड to train the terrorism, to give them the funding, to train them and then send them to India कि जहाँ हमारा अमन चैन भाईचारा वो ख़राब करें.
अब देख रहे हैं airports have been resumed, all the services have been resumed. So here the people, they have already migrated from a border area to the safer places. Have they come back?
Of course they are very much back. बहुत कम families थी जो गए हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादा हमारे लोग जो हैं वो बॉर्डर पे जो रहने वाले हैं. they always stay at the border. Whether it was, I remember I was very small when 1965 war was there, then 71 war was there, and now मेरे साथ ये मुजाहिदिया जी हैं और इधर राना हमारे यूथ लीडर हैं, हमारे मंडल के प्रधान भी हैं, बहुत से लोग मेरे साथ आए हुए हैं. और जो भी बॉर्डर के गांव हैं ना, वहाँ से बहुत कम लोग माइग्रेट किए थे, लेकिन जो किए थे वो वापस आ गए. उनकी मजबूरी थी, कुछ बच्चे छोटे होते हैं, कुछ उनकी घर की मजबूरियां होती, इसलिए उन्हें जाना पड़ा, लेकिन दे आर बैक टू देयर हाउसेस.
And amidst the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces deployed in the Operation Sindoor against Pakistani terrorists was built in Bangalore, Sky Striker. The unmanned aircraft system is made by Adani-owned Alpha Designs. The Sky Striker flies like an unmanned aircraft system and strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long-range precision tactical strikes. The Sky Striker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy low-altitude missions powered by electric propulsion. It can identify, track and engage operator-designated targets using a 55 or 10 kg warhead housed within its fuselage. These suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design based in Bengaluru and Elbit Security Systems of Israel. And amidst India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well. Pakistan tried to do a copycat press conference, but without giving any proof of its claims. The international media is also taken on Pakistan.
Released verified footage of targeted military operations. The Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this event quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. Commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this as Pakistan's claims remain unsupported and unsubstantiated. The contrast has left Islamabad facing uncomfortable questions, and rightly so, from the global community that also demands clarity and accountability, especially in matters where military engagement is, in the picture. Now, as security mounts, as scrutiny mounts, Pakistan's information strategy desperately finds itself in an increasing difficult position.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360.
And it is stumps for Virat Kohli in Test cricket. One of the most loved cricketers of the nation has walked away after 9,230 runs in 123 tests in 14 glorious years in whites. In the interim, he captained India in 68 tests and won 40 of them, becoming India's most successful test captain too. He stops 770 from the test club for 10,000 runs. Virat leaves behind a Virat-sized hole in Test cricket of his 30 Test stunts. The most recent 100 not out came in the first Test against Australia in November. Last year, it was his first in 15 innings across 16 months. And so cricket's greatest showman leaves its grandest stage, not with a final century, wave of the bat or guard of honor, but with a post to his 271 million Instagram followers. He will be remembered as the man who dragged the India Test side into the 21st century. What made Captain Kohli, in fact, past Captain Kohli, retire, and what happens now?
Off the mark with a gorgeous cover drive to the boundary for 4.
That's a proper Virat Kohli special. Up there, cover driving, extension of the elbow. Beautiful to watch. What a shot.
Off his toes, there are few better sides in the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli. You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored.
Oh, that's a super shot. Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump, forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
Those are the kind of shots that went off Kohli's bat when he was at his best.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket in test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Because besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली. कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं.
I must salute him for his tremendous contribution to Indian cricket, and as a coach I'm really proud of him, what he has done for the country and what example he has set for the youngsters, you know. So but emotionally, yeah, it hurts that we won't be seeing him in whites again for the country, but I really appreciate and backs his decision fully. So hopefully this time he'll be there to win the World Cup for India, and he'll be 100% committed to it.
देखिए, लग रहा था ये होना तो था ही, पर ऐसे एकदम से होगा ये मुझे लग नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि मुझे लगा था ये टेस्ट सीरीज़ खेलेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह की फॉर्म में है और जिस तरह की मेंटरशिप की इंडियन टीम को ज़रूरत है, और स्पेशली इंग्लैंड का दौरा हमेशा एक लिटमस टेस्ट रहता है. बट मुझे लगता है कि अगर सोचा है, सोच के किया होगा और इतना कुछ अचीव करा है तो बिल्कुल सही है. आई एम विद हिम, बट थोड़ा दिल उदास सा है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता था कि एक बड़ा सा मैच होता, फेयरवेल होता, टेस्ट मैच. लास्ट दफ़ा इंडियन टीम में विराट कोहली टेस्ट मैच खेलता हुआ नज़र आता तो मज़ा लगाता, पर बुरी यादें हैं कब से, जब मेरे पास पहली बार हमारी एकेडमी में आया था 12 साल का, तब से, और अब इतना कुछ अचीव करके एक वन ऑफ द लेजेंड्स ऑफ द गेम.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. post this entire tension and conflict on Operation Sindoor. DGMO briefing, video proof of the strikes at Pakistani Air Force bases, all military bases and facilities of India intact.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani Defence made drones used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds drones. Sky Striker drone made in Bengaluru. United States-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer United States-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14 years career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ankit Tyagi, Shua with NDTV. The top two stories of the day at this moment that we are talking about, of course, the briefing by the Indian Armed Forces exposing Pakistan's lies and the surreal world, the make-believe world that the Pakistanis are living in as far as the successes of Operation Sindoor is concerned. The other big story in just less than an hour now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first address on Operation Sindoor. Remember, this is the first time that the Prime Minister would be speaking after India commenced punitive action on Pakistan under Operation Sindoor on the night of 7th of this month, while Pakistan and punitive action was taken on the terror infrastructure of Pakistan, and then the further escalation and how Indian Army responded to, in fact, safeguard the territorial integrity and safety of the people of this country. So both these very, very important events which are going to take place. I will first focus on what the press conference of the Director Generals of Operation of the Air Force, Army and the Navy, in fact, spoke about. They not only yesterday when they presented the proofs and visuals of the destruction that Pakistan had to face in India's punitive strikes. They also spoke about, our airfields and military installation, the safety of those, and they are completely operational, and the Indian Armed Forces are absolutely ready if there is any further escalation or any misadventure by Pakistan. Now, the DGMOs of both the countries, as it was discussed and decided earlier, have spoken. So we have a confirmation that the DGMO of India and Pakistan, as it was discussed earlier, the understanding which was arrived that they will speak on the 12th of May. They have spoken We'll get you the details as soon as they in fact start trickling in. All our sources in the defense, in the Indian Army have said that, very soon we'll know exactly what the conversation was like. Remember, last evening was the first evening in the last few days that there was no significant action as far as the line of control, the international border and the skies, the airspace between India and Pakistan is concerned. Let me first very quickly play out for you at this moment some reactions and the press conference which was addressed earlier by Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, who in fact spoke about India's punitive strikes on Pakistan.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side.
आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे। हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए।
We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Let me very quickly at this moment bring in for more perspective on what we heard and how things are at this moment. I'm being joined by Air Marshal Anil Khosla, former Vice Chief of Air Staff. He's with us at this moment. So thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you very, very comprehensive, detailed, press conferences and briefings by the DG operations of all the three wings of the armed forces. Particularly what stands out is two things, sir. Number one, India's capability, the integrated air defense system that worked with absolute wonders, as far as Pakistan's attacks were concerned, and how easily we were able to make these ingresses and attack Pakistani Air Force bases, sir.
It stands out both offensive and the defensive capabilities. And our capabilities have increased over in the last decade in leaps and bounds. And there are still gaps as far as capacity is concerned, but that is also being addressed. But if you see from Balakot to now, there's so much of difference in capability enhancement of the three services. And this is a classic, example of what is showing. It is showing, air defense-wise, we've been able to neutralize whatever projectiles were thrown at us from across the border and LOC, small or big. And there's no negligible damage on our side. And we have been able to engage their targets, military and terror, basically terror infrastructure, the ecosystem, at far ranges throughout their country. And with very great precision, with no collateral damage, and that with a big standoff ranges. That is a big message to Pakistan. If you notice, I'll just take 30 seconds more. The last strike which we did, where we got fed up of him escalating slowly, and we indicated, if you see what briefing has been given by the three DGMO, DGNO, and DG Air Ops, we targeted airfields all over Pakistan, even in the heart of Punjab, as far as Karachi and other places, show those red dots. And if you see, notice the type of targets, from runways to hangars to command control centers to AD radars to surface-to-air missile centers. If you see the kind of targets which are in this, indicates that we can take on every type of target system in your military targets. Yes. We can take on wherever you are. That is the message which went on.
I also want your expertise, sir, on the fact, like we were talking about the defensive capabilities, we'll come to the offensive one in just a moment, about how, top-class performance there has been, and especially of the indigenous air defense weapon systems like Akash, SAM and anti-drone systems, which are being manufactured, which are being made inside our own country, something that Pakistan dearly misses, isn't it? Everything that they have is exported largely from China, while our indigenous systems are also, have shown in this, at least in this skirmish, that they are top-notch.
You're right. And if you see other wars also, Russia, Ukraine, as well as Israel, Hamas, two things stand out. One is that you have to be self-sufficient. You have to be Atmanirbhar. Nobody is going to come and give you. Nobody is going to give you latest technology. You have to have your own defense industry going so that you can scale up the production as and when required. And these, which the government has initiated, and a lot of results are showing. And these weapon systems which were inducted, the indigenous one, this was a baptism by fire, and they performed well. So I'm sure all the military as well as the defense industry is reading the occurrences very, very carefully, and will improve upon it, implement all the shortcomings or gaps if there are any. And the best part is that in future, our defense industry will grow and improve on all these weapons, and that is a good sign.
A big worry for India also is, of course, we share a very, I won't call it hostile at this moment, but of course, China standing on the other side, which is, of course, one of the biggest sponsors and supporter of Pakistan. What do you make of the largely Chinese weaponry that was on display from the Pakistani side, and the way we handle it? It also has lessons, if God forbids there is any conflict as far as China is concerned, for us as well.
Yeah, so it's not only India. I think the whole world is looking for Chinese equipment and their performance, because the Chinese, country where there's a lot of enigma attached to it. It's a very, very secretive country. And there are a lot of claims have been made by China in every field in terms of technology, in terms of weapon systems, in terms of platforms, in terms of equipment, and the performance which they claim that they are latest and they are better than even American or US weapons and systems. So the whole world is watching how will they perform. And the and Pakistan Army has almost whatever percentage you want to call it, 70, 80 majority is Chinese equipment. So the whole world is watching, and so will we be. At the moment, the exact details are not there, and in the public domain, they shouldn't come out. Also, I think the military will study in detail how they have performed. And with our friend, we have a lot of friendly countries where we do exercises with this, and information will be exchanged with them, and we will come. Picture will become clearer that how they performed as compared to the rest of the world.
My last question to you, sir. As somebody who, of course, led the Indian Air Force, I just want to understand from you, what are the big takeaways for the Indian Air Force, from this conflict, and how are those going to be implemented if there is any escalation further from the Pakistani side?
At the moment, I think it's too early to draw conclusions. And once detailed analysis is done of the events, the Indian Air Force, I can tell you from my past experience, every event which happens, every exercise which takes place, and every live event like this which takes place, it is studied in detail, and the lessons are drawn at different levels, tactical level, strategic level, gaps in our equipment, and improvements required in organizational every aspect under every vertical which is related to military operations. And these lessons are converted into to-do list and addressed and monitored till the time they are completed. So in this case also, the lessons will be drawn out. The biggest lesson at the moment, I think, which is not known also to everyone, and is that we have capability-wise, we have grown quite a bit. We have every type of capability. You've seen the example in terms of reach, in terms of standoff, in terms of precision. All sort of capabilities. But capacity is another issue which we need to address, which everyone knows. That is a war endurance we need to improve, because we have a situation on both our borders which are not very, very user-friendly.
So thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to NDTV. Very important to learn from experts, because remember, every conflict, every war or any kind of exercise is also an occasion for the armed forces to build on from there, because every conflict then becomes very, very different. Let me also bring in at this moment Lieutenant General Rajinder Singh, former DG Infantry, and Lieutenant General Rameshwar Roy, Defence Analyst, former Corps Commander, Jammu and Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you so much for speaking to us at this moment. Let me start with you, General Singh. What are your big takeaways, sir, as this conflict now, at least we have had one night of relative peace and calm across the line of control, the international border and of airspace. Now, there will be a lot of talk about what are the big lessons that the armed forces have drawn from this entire live action.
Ankit, the big takeaways, as I look at it, are actually mainly four of them. First and foremost is the takeaway about our decision-making process. It would be quite clear to Pakistan that India's decision-making will be swift and it will be firm. The second big takeaway is the might of the Indian armed forces, about the Air Force, Air Marshal Khosla has just now talked about. And I would only like to add one thing, that it clearly proved the efficacy of our integrated air defense system. It also proved the efficacy of our capability to go and strike deep into the enemy territory and take out their air assets. Another important facet, which was quite clear to one and all, is the fact that the kind of integration between the armed forces which we were able to achieve was quite evident. Now, the third important point was that in this operation, it was quite evident after seeing 100% strike on the enemy terrorist camps, that the intelligence that we got about those terrorist camps was absolutely top rate. We were able to pinpoint as to where the terrorists were located, and out of those 28 so-called terrorist camps, it was identified that in 9 of them these terrorists are located, and the pinpoint locations were given to the armed forces so that they could strike them. They could strike them with precision and with absolute professionalism and efficiency. The fourth and the last takeaway of this particular thing is that the nuclear bogey of Pakistan has been called. And I think Pakistan will know once and for all that it is not easy to take India for granted.
Lieutenant General Rameshwar Roy, it's very intriguing because there was a lot of, let me say, intrigue about the Turkish drone systems that were provided to Pakistan and also the Chinese military hardware that Pakistan uses. In fact, many analysts were saying that the Turkish drones were one of the most feared across the army, across the military world, because what we saw, the kind of havoc that they reaped and the advantage that they gave Azerbaijan in their battle over Armenia. Now, that question of the Turkish drones have also been answered in many ways by the Indian air defense systems. It was waves and waves of Turkish drones coming towards India, which was more or less with almost 100% accuracy destroyed in air by the Indian air defense systems.
Ankit, first of all, no two battlefields can really be compared. How they performed in a particular theater is not a question that we should ask ourselves. Basically, the issue here is that our approach was very well thought out. I'll say not only thought out, but it was think-through approach. We maintained our offensive capabilities. At the same time, we did not forget about defensive capabilities. That nothing would come on us. So what had happened was, as a result of all this, that we followed a multi-layer integrated air defense system alongside a very accurate intelligence information about the target acquisition and how those targets would be neutralized. I would say that from an arsenal that you have, a range that you have, you have to pick up the right kind of a weapon to deal with the right kind of a target. So I would say this matching of the weapon technology or the weapon to destruction of the target was so finely tuned that we left no scope for any errors in that. And that we must complement our tri-service organizations. It has been a complete integration of Army, Navy and the Air Force, one. Secondly, the men have shown an excellent technology absorption. Two, a very good intelligence system has backed up this entire operation through and through right until today. Fourth part is that while we have followed this approach, we did not let our guards down. So what has happened is that whatever we tried to destroy of the adversary, whatever adversary tried to throw on us to take on the targets on our side, we were well prepared for it. And not only that we were well prepared for it, we had integrated our systems in such a manner which so beautifully meshed with the kind of targets, like if somebody feels that we would have fired a higher level weaponry for dealing with the drones, surely it was not the case. Because they are the low flying objects, therefore a lower kind of a active integrated defense system came into being. So what I'm trying to say is that this entire process was an example of think through process and not only thought through process.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General, Singh, let me bring you in on this, on the question of which is being debated across the country. Even former veterans have expressed their views on this topic. Should India have pressed forward when we had the upper hand as far as these punitive strikes on Pakistan is concerned? Was the ceasefire, understanding reached a little too early for India's comfort?
No. As far as my opinion is concerned, I think before we come to answer to this particular question, it is pertinent to see as to what was our initial objective that we had set for ourselves. We had set for ourselves our initial objective of going and striking the terrorist camps and undertaking a kind of an operation which is non-escalatory. It was not our intention to escalate this to a level more than what we were trying to do, that is to target the terrorist camps. Now, the reason that why we had to go and strike deep, the reason why we had to strike multiple targets of Pakistan and also some of their vital air bases was because of the actions of Pakistan, that they were trying and targeting our civilians, they were targeting our various military installations,
right,
and they were trying to actually widen the scope of contest.
Right.
So when that was taking place, we had to resort to our punitive measures, in which we were 100% successful. It forced Pakistan to go and seek for ceasefire immediately.
Absolutely.
I think it was the right time for us to accept that particular plea of the Pakistan entity. I don't think anything more would have come had we carried on with this conflict.
I think one debate is very well settled. When two countries fight, and if after your punitive strikes, the other country doesn't have the capability to hit back or respond, if not more, but in equal measure, that very clearly tells you who has had the last word as far as that conflict is concerned. And in this case, of course, that's India. But Lieutenant General Roy, if I may bring you in at this moment, sir, I just want to understand from you, because we saw many things different, and like you said, no two conflicts or no two theaters are same, but a marked change from what we saw even in the information warfare post Balakot and Uri surgical strikes this time, and specifically when the DGMOs came out and the Director Generals of Operations from all the three wings came out. We have seen how prepared this time we were for the narrative and the questions that were raised at that point of time as well.
Ankit, absolutely. Let me also say that, the biggest dilemma that the Pakistan had was that, we had mentioned after our strike on 7th of May that we have struck all the 9 terrorist camps, which were our target in response to their action of 22nd April. Now, Pakistan's dilemma was they did not have equivalent of those targets on our side because we don't have any terrorist camps here in our country. So they had no option but to go in for either the counter value targets that we have or the counter force targets that we have. Unfortunately, they went in for counter force targets, which are pure military targets, and they affect our operational capabilities. They did not know that our integration of all the 3 services was so complete this time that not only the Army and the Air Force, Navy itself was also deployed in the Bay of Arabian Sea. So we had the Army, Navy, Air Force fully coordinated in deployment mode, and therefore our response capability was from north to south, as is also evident even after we had struck the terrorist camp, the last one that is further down south of Bawalpur, which was well about 100 kilometers deep inside Pakistan territory. We also have struck Karachi ports because of our Navy deployment there and coordinating it with the Air Force. Therefore, the point I'm trying to make is that the range of targets that we had in Pakistan were much more in addition to the terrorist targets.
Right.
And Pakistan did a foolish thing of attacking our not the counter value targets, but the counter force targets, which was affecting our force capability. Therefore, we had already told them. We told, in fact, all the 5 nations, that is United States, Russia, Britain, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, that look, we have carried out our action in 25 minutes in response to their action of 22nd April, which was done by the terrorists. Hereafter, if Pakistan does anything, they will be moving up the escalatory ladder, and therefore we have no hesitation in going up that ladder. Yes, apparently it appeared that when we moved on that ladder, that the Army, Navy and the Air Force, all three integrated forces got the momentum that we wanted.
Right.
Now the point is, should we keep up that momentum? And the momentum was halted by the ceasefire. But the point is, we already in a way had achieved our objectives, and leadership of the country is very resolute, and they had very clearly told the world that, look, we have achieved our aim. If hereafter Pakistan does anything, they have to be punished, and they are then going overboard. And that's
Absolutely.
exactly what happened.
One thing is very clear, that a new Lakshman Rekha, new red line, and the complete change of rule of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned has been drawn in the current context with Operation Sindoor, and the line that Pakistan had, or the long rope that they had, that has been shortened. The response is going to be swift if there is any once again, the same kind of act of terror which is repeated on Indian soil, whether it is perpetrated by the Pakistani army or elements controlled by them, there is going to be a big cost that Pakistan will have to pay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with me this evening. With that, we are slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll shift our focus completely on the other big event, ladies and gentlemen. In just about 40 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the nation, his first address to the nation on Operation Sindoor, post-Operation Sindoor. Remember, the Prime Minister has been closely watching the events. Now it is his time to speak to the nation at 8 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail.
In just about 28 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will begin his address to the nation, his first address post-Operation Sindoor, which was started as punitive strikes in Pakistan on their terror infrastructure resulted in a 48-hour conflict, full-blown war-like situation between India and Pakistan. Prime Minister would be speaking for the very first time. Remember, he has been we've seen the number of meetings every single day throughout the last 4-5 days that the Prime Minister has taken. In fact, we were told that the Prime Minister monitored the Operation Sindoor, the beginning of it, throughout the night as well. My colleague Aishwarya is with me at this moment. This is going to be an important address to the nation. Aishwarya, Prime Minister speaking for the first time. Many were wondering, while Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, has spoken not one, not two, but multiple times to, in his country, prematurely also jumping around and claiming victory. When will Prime Minister Narendra Modi speak? And tonight, in just about 27 minutes, that is going to happen.
Well, Ankit, after Pahalgam terror attack, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who spoke for the very first time at a rally in Bihar. And he switched from Hindi to English to address globally, to address the world about India's intention to hit terrorists, to punish them, to identify them. And that's what the objective of Operation Sindoor was. Indian armed forces were given free hand, and India proved that they can hit and strike the terror infrastructures, be it on the mainland of Pakistan or in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It is those terrorists who were neutralized, their infrastructures were demolished, there were specific targets that the Indian Armed Forces launched, and of course the Indian Armed Forces also provided every evidence to the world that how India has attacked them deeply. And it was after a full-blown 48 hours of the conflict between Indian Armed Forces and Pakistani Army, the ceasefire was announced. but India made a statement that no terrorist activity will be tolerated in the near future. The sources in the government have earlier stated that it is Prime Minister's straight message, a red line has been drawn, that in the near future, if there is a terror activity in the country, then that will be considered as an act of war and India will act accordingly. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding series of meetings, chairing those, reviewing what is happening along with the line of control and also at the international border. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been chairing several rounds of meetings with the top security officials, and when the North came in for Operation Sindoor, it was Prime Minister who day and night monitored the situation. Yes, of course, at this point in time, there is entire Pakistani media, the Western media, who is trying to propagate and peddle the fake narrative around entire Operation Sindoor, but Indian Armed Forces have given every visual proof to it. It has been come on the visual evidence, the proof by the border security force, which is there out in open when Pakistani's army was have been firing. It was those terrorists who want to, come into the Indian territory, and those were neutralized as well.
Right.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be speaking for the first time, and he will, tell the objectives of Operation Sindoor that was successful in its mission. The Indian Armed Forces had been lauded, just not by the government, but by the opposition as well. And of course, as they said, justice is delivered. And now all eyes would be on Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details. Just to understand, because ladies and gentlemen, of course, one part of it will be the military operations that took place and what compelled Prime Minister to take those decisions. One part also is of expectation of a political fallout of this, and possibly an upper hand that the BJP and the Prime Minister could claim. I'm being joined at this moment by Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, who is joining us at this moment. We also have Dr. Tara Kartha, former Director, National Security and Council Secretariat, to understand the implications globally of this operation. We'll also be going across to Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, in just a short while from now. Amitabh, before I come to you, let me start with Dr. Tara Kartha. Lot has been said, ma'am, about whether you want to call it the public relation fallout of this operation for India globally, and the way it has been presented. While Pakistan on one hand is claiming victory within their own country, living in that fantasy world, how is this entire operation and what India has done being seen across the globe?
See, first and foremost, the whole titling of Operation Sindoor, that was, I believe, PM's idea. That was an emotional message inside the country. It was so solid. Number two is, outside, you've sent a message, I will fight under the nuclear overhang. We will still get our objective despite this huge, talk of nuclear weapons and etc., all that stuff being there. We still got our objectives through. Number three is, a lot of people are going to find it very difficult to digest that. Because that, sorry to say this, but that a brown country can actually do this and do its work thoroughly well is difficult for people to actually accept. But I would give credit to our international academics and things to understand. Maybe they should study this war, see how, in terms, like I said, I think in another channel, what marked this war, what marked it was the selection and maintenance of aim. That is the fundamental principle of war. You said, I will attack terrorist camps, and that is precisely what you did.
Right.
So that is brilliant. And your Ukraine and Gaza should tell you, the second brilliant thing is you also walked out at the right time.
Yes.
So
Amitabh, let me bring you in at this moment. What are the two messages? One, of course, for the domestic, one, of course, for a message across the border, which the military, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has been able to send. What about the message to the domestic audience? What are you expecting in the address tonight?
See, clearly in the address tonight, I think Prime Minister Modi will clearly, first of all, thank the armed forces and the people and the opposition parties for their unwavering support. Secondly, I think he would lay down clearly what were the objectives of Operation Sindoor, what are our accomplishments, how we have exceeded the expectations or achieved the objectives. Thirdly, how we have sent a clear signal to Pakistan, as we have also announced that any act of terrorism in the future will be considered as an act of war. So, what is the strategic importance of this statement? How it is also a message that I think he will also dwell upon the fact as to why India accepted a ceasefire at this point of time after the accomplishment of the objectives, perhaps because he has already made a statement in the past that this is not an era of war. Correct. When he has made a position, such a position during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, I think he will try to harp on that factor. So there are many facets of this which he will bring before the people, and there will be something new which he will bring to the table, perhaps, which the DGMO.
Can I also probe you, Amitabh, a little
about.
bit? Can I also probe you a little bit about the timing of this address? Because, you know, like I was asking Aishwarya, throughout this entire conflict, at least from 7th onwards, there was a lot of demand, at least there was a lot of expectation of the Prime Minister to come out, speak to the nation, tell our country what is going on as the, you know, hostilities were rising, when the tensions were rising at that point of time. The Prime Minister chose not to. We kept seeing the visuals of him in the meeting, so on and so forth. And then, of course, after the announcement of the ceasefire understanding, 24 hours after that ceasefire understanding, the Prime Minister decides to speak. So tell our viewers a little bit more about what do you think about the timing of this address?
No, essentially, he had clearly.
Go ahead, Amitabh.
Yeah, essentially, he had clearly given the armed forces the powers and the right to respond accordingly. So, what he has done is that, of course, he has led this operation, but he has given the armed forces on the ground who have fought this limited war, who were at the forefront, to take the highlight, I would say, to a certain extent, by holding pressure from the MEA, now with the DGMO. And now, once the limited war is over, we have had a calm night yesterday, and the operation, at least this phase of the operation, is over. Now he has chosen this time to come and speak in front of the Indian populace and also give a message, perhaps, to the global audience and to the audience in Pakistan as what could be the future course of action and why he took this decision to take a ceasefire at this.
Dr. Kartha, do you also see somewhere in Prime Minister's speech today a message to the global audience? Because a lot has been written, spoken, critiqued about the fact that the ceasefire understanding was announced by United States President Donald Trump even before both the countries, in fact, formally spoke anything about it. India then, of course, through sources have been saying that this was initiated by Pakistanis, brokered by America, because they went running to America after we hit them very, very hard. But that is also a debate that the Prime Minister would also want to, put a stop or an end to, that there is no way that there is a scope for any third party to mediate between India and Pakistan.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any question of that. That while we are appreciative, I mean, I think this is what he's going to say, is that we appreciate the US role. I mean, I'm talking of the NSA, Marco Rubio, who did play a role. I mean, let's give him the credit where it is due. But the point is, we can do this, and there is also a sort of on social media, there's a lot of talk that why did we stop? There is very little understanding on the ground of the seriousness of war. So I think when we stopped, when we did, was brilliant. And that has to be conveyed. And I think the PM who has been helming all these things, he is not a PM who will sit at home and, let things slide. He is at the leading from the front. He would know this. And I think that message will also go out. We got our objectives. We are happy with the US, but however, we will make our own decisions. No question of mediation on Kashmir. We are done. Article 370, we are done. That's it.
Neerja Chaudhary, with us finally. Neerja, thank you for joining us at this moment. Let me start by asking you, of course, a big moment as far as our country's history and the chapters being written are concerned. What do you expect from Prime Minister's speech this evening? Are you expecting like a, claiming big victory kind of a speech which will be loaded with a lot of political connotations for the domestic audience as well?
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister being Prime Minister, he will probably strike high notes after Operation Sindoor, which was a very evocative one. And it had the support of women, it had the support of families. People felt enough is enough signal had to be given to Pakistan. But if you go out on the street and talk to the panwala, the driver, the cleaning woman, ordinary people, the villager, they are happy that the war is not going to be a prolonged one. The war has come to an end. We struck at the terror camps, and we showed Pakistan that this, it would have to pay a high price if it went in for or sponsored terror attacks. So I think overall, certainly it has resonated with women in large numbers. That Operation Sindoor has certain connotations. And with families who felt the barbarity of what had happened in Pahalgam, which had really this time terrorized the women of India. And somewhere their loss had to be avenged because their husbands were killed in front of them at point blank range. And therefore there was grief and pain and anger in the country. So that loss had to be avenged. And I think by, precision strikes, India did that.
Yes.
But India did not want a war. And it made that very clear even after the precision strikes. So yes, given all this, but certainly the BJP leadership has come in for criticism, with America. Why did it go in for ceasefire so quickly? There were people amongst its own ranks that felt, Pakistan would be brought on its knees. So maybe it became a victim of its own shrill rhetoric by some of the people in the BJP.
Yes.
And also that, this third party intervention, I think the Prime Minister will probably clarify. Kashmir has it come center stage again instead of terror.
Okay.
Will India and Pakistan be hyphenated? These are all question marks.
Yes.
And I think somewhere the Prime Minister will probably clarify this evening.
May I ask you, or just stretch this further into the political message, Neerja? Already we are seeing news reports that the BJP has planned Tiranga Yatras across the country for coming May 13th and onwards. There is somewhere, of course, it's not for the first time. Every political leadership, after what they would perceive, or at least there is a strategic military objective which has been achieved, there is going to be some political dividend that they would want out of that. How do you see that playing out in the days to come? And also the opposition, which has been quite completely supporting the government so far, but now, of course, as the tensions of the war-like situation would come down, the heat in the political discourse will rise.
Yeah, absolutely. The opposition will play its role and should play its role. And you will go back to the cacophony of our India's democracy. So that is to be expected. And of course, there are no elections around the corner. It's Bihar 6 months down the line. And of course, elections next year. But Tiranga Yatras, yes, I think national unity, national resolve should be the theme that should be pursued. I hope very much that there'll be no attempt to equate Pakistan with the Muslims in India. Because the Muslims and Hindus have stood as one, even though the design of the Pahalgam terror attacks was to create a backlash in the country. And that was defeated. Kashmiris have spoken with the rest of India. There we've seen women power in evidence. So I think we should encash on all those things to move forward very resolutely.
Amitabh, very quickly, let me bring you in because even though the opposition this time, and we have seen at least a sense of responsibility across the political aisle when it came to these kind of tensions between India and Pakistan. Opposition, in fact, saying that they have complete faith and support they've given to the Prime Minister and the armed forces. But there was one demand that the opposition kept raising, at least that they said that in the all-party meetings, Prime Minister should have been present. Now there is also a demand of an all-party meeting. Do you see some sort of an addressal by the Prime Minister in the upcoming address as well?
See, I think clearly the opposition is demanding either, or rather demanding a joint parliament session at this point of time. Maybe a joint parliament session is not warranted because a lot of things cannot be discussed openly about the strategic initiatives and the military operations. But I think the government in the days to come is likely to call for an all-party meeting. They had called an all-party meeting to apprise them of this situation after the Pahalgam attack and had taken into confidence. And I think the NDA government is likely to hold an all-party meeting soon and assuage the concerns of the opposition with regard to this ceasefire and many questions they have in mind. However, the opposition as well, I hope and that they would also probably join in the celebrations, because India needs to put up a united front and a united face to the global audience and to Pakistan on this historic occasion.
Well, days will tell whether we are able to send that message, or is it too much to ask, as Neerja put it, in the cacophony of the Indian democracy. As the dust settles and the heat comes down on the international border between India and Pakistan, I presume fireworks to begin very, very soon within our borders between the political parties. Thank you so much, Neerja Amitabh and Dr. Kartha, for joining me at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, just about less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes at this moment, the clock is showing on NDTV. Prime Minister will speak. And post that, of course, the big takeaways, the complete dissection of what the Prime Minister says to the nation coming up here on NDTV. I'm slipping into a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Motorola X-Post of the day. ICC bids goodbye to Virat Kohli after he announced his retirement. ICC has put out a post and said, "Whites off, crown intact. Virat Kohli bids goodbye to Test cricket, leaving behind an unmatched legacy."
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever.
First address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi after the success of Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation any moment now. Video proof of strikes at the Pakistan air bases released by India. Forces say our military bases are intact, fully prepared. Pakistan Army is responsible for their losses.
And from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani made a drone used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds these drones, and these drones are made in Bengaluru. United States and China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation any moment now. This crucial address comes at a very important juncture after the success of Operation Sindoor and also after the ceasefire agreement was reached. In fact, understanding was reached two countries. Today was also the day that DGMO level talks happened between India and Pakistan. This address particularly is crucial because how does the Prime Minister sees the India-Pakistan equations from here onwards. Remember, the indication that has come in from sources is that this is the new normal which has been established between India and Pakistan, where India carried out Operation Sindoor, which ensured terror launch pads in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were completely destroyed and decimated, including one in Muridke and also in Bahawalpur, which was seen as the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Thereafter, we saw Operation Sindoor Point 3, the details of which were shared by the DGMOs, who said that India also managed to carry out airstrikes against the military bases inside Pakistan, very close to Karachi.
देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था, और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
Modi's address to the nation has come to an end. There was a lot of anticipation around his speech, a powerful message that has been delivered by the Prime Minister as to why this operation was called Operation Sindoor. And Prime Minister Modi says that Operation Sindoor is the pledge for justice, and world has seen how the pledge India made can be turned into a reality. Forces launched precision strikes on terrorists inside Pakistan, and no one imagined the scale of our action. Prime Minister Modi going on to say that the world's most terror attacks linked to the sites in Muridke and Bahawalpur have been terror universities, and India has managed to successfully destroy the terror headquarters. Many terror bosses ran free in Pakistan is what the Prime Minister says. Prime Minister went on to say that Pakistan attacked schools, colleges, gurudwaras and mandirs. Pakistan targeted our military installations. One of the big takeaways certainly from the Prime Minister's speech is that we have only postponed our military action. Let me get a quick word from Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia. Rajiv Dogra, former ambassador, is also joining us. We have Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, and Rajat Sethi, political analyst. Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, a quick word from you on what Prime Minister Modi said, your big takeaway.
I think it's a excellent, very clear-cut directions given by him to the armed forces. He has said zero tolerance to terrorism. He has said that though it's not an era for wars, but terror will not lead us anywhere, and we have to have zero tolerance. That is one message. The message which he has given addresses four constituencies basically. One is addressed to Pakistan to behave. Two, to the Indian public for standing firm. Three, to the armed forces for doing a good job. And four, to the international community that we are responsible resurgent, risen nation, and we are with you in this global war for terror. So these four constituencies have been addressed by the Prime Minister in a very critical manner, very straightforward manner. And you see, he has also spoken about our operations, that these operations have not been called off, they've just been postponed, and if there is something required, we'll go ahead and do it. There'll be cost and consequences for Pakistan in all domains, especially in the kinetic domain. Zero tolerance for terrorism is something which has always been, and this is now linked to no nuclear blackmail. You know, Pakistan, under the nuclear rattling and nuclear posturing, has always supported terrorism. Within 35 years that we've been seeing Pakistan bleed India with terrorist acts everywhere, not only J&K but outside J&K. It's only after 2016 surgical strikes that the attacks, terrorist attacks outside of J&K stopped. And then we had 2019 Pulwama, and now this. So Operation Sindoor has sent a very clear message. A very graduated response has been given in 2016, 2019, and now. And what has Prime Minister said that it will continue. We will not tolerate terrorism at all. And Pakistan, which is the epicenter of terrorism, which has been which has been responding to terrorism in 9/11 and 7th of July, London bombings, anywhere in the world, if you see terror strikes, they go back to a Pakistan connect. That connect is immediate. There's no thinking about it. So that is what he has brought out to the international community to support us.
When, Lieutenant General, when the Prime Minister says that we have only postponed our military action, that's a message which is going clearly that this is an ongoing operation, that if a new red line has been defined by India, then if Pakistan does any kind of misadventure in future, then India will ensure another Operation Sindoor if it were to, make any, perhaps carry out any terror operation inside India.
Yes, absolutely. Firstly, I think Operation Sindoor is still continuing. In a way, it is being put on a hold. It is not that it's not there. It is there. And if Pakistan reacts now, does something, you see, Pahalgam was the first shot fired of Pakistan. I don't think these are not non-state actors. These are state actors. And that's what the Prime Minister said. These are state actors. They're state terrorism. I don't know why some of us call it non-state actors. So what he said is Operation Sindoor, the first shot fired with them, we have fired the last shot, and if Pakistan does something more, the shots will continue. That is what Operation Sindoor is all about. That there will be cost and consequence of Pakistan in the kinetic domain, in the military domain, in all domains, diplomatic domain, and also water. That is a very important one. And Pakistan got to pay the cost for this. They cannot endlessly, seamlessly, go on with impunity, go on with terrorism. So that is the message Pakistan has
made, Lieutenant General, particularly with regards to how this is the new normal between India and Pakistan, and how Operation Sindoor is the new security doctrine of India, where India's actions will be decisive, surgical in nature if Pakistan were to target citizens of India. And this is a sovereign right of a country such as ours. Aishwarya is also joining us. Aishwarya, won't tolerate nuclear blackmail is what the Prime Minister says. He goes on to say, we watch Pakistan's actions on terror closely, and we have set a new normal in war on terror. These are strong words, something that was needed at this point, and perhaps Prime Minister Modi, known for his excellent communication skills, has communicated it rather effectively.
Well, a straight line has been drawn and a very, very strong message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi after a successful Operation Sindoor, but it has not ended. This is going to be our policy against terrorism. Operation Sindoor will continue. Straight message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi that blackmailing or nuclear will not be continuing. Terror and talks can't go hand in hand. Terror and trade can't go hand in hand. It is the blood and water can't flow together, are the words of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also hailing our Indian armed forces and the indigenous missiles and the weapons that had demolished, neutralized the Pakistani terror bases over there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi went on to say that we watch Pakistan's we will watch Pakistan's action on terror very closely, and if any such activity would be again be done, then it is operation. It is it will be considered as an act of war. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also emphasizing on the Indus Water Treaty, as he stated that the water and blood can't go hand in hand. It's a a reply that has been given, a befitting reply in fact has been given to the Pakistani government. They will not see Pakistani government and the terror organizations separate in the near future if such activities will be happening. So very, very strong words, a straight message, red line has been drawn by the Indian government on terrorism. Also, Prime Minister sending across a message to all the Indians that the kind of unity that was showcased during these last few days is something that is India's strong and had put India forward in these tough times.
All right, Shivarur is also joining us from Srinagar. Shiv, according to you, the big takeaway of Prime Minister's speech?
Maria, the Prime Minister making it absolutely clear that no blackmail, nuclear blackmail, will ever be tolerated as a ruse to allow terrorism to flourish. The Prime Minister has basically enunciated a new paradigm in terms of the rules of engagement with Pakistan. He has clearly stated what NDTV had reported. In fact, you had broken that story, Maria, 2 days ago, that the paradigm and the way Pakistan's military will be indistinguishable from terror targets as the new rules of engagement is precisely what has come now literally from the Prime Minister of the country. This is something that completely changes policy as far as Pakistan is concerned. It basically means that a terror attack on India will now invite the kind of targeting that we saw in phase 3 of Operation Sindoor, where the Indian Air Force bombed Pakistan Air Force air bases, facilities of the military in Pakistan, and possibly even strategic sites. So this is easily the biggest headline today. The rest of it was, of course, an enunciation of India's pain, India's agony. But the bulk of it, I think, was a warning that the nuclear overhang, the nuclear umbrella, the nuclear shield that Pakistan wields in order to allow terrorism to flourish on its soil, most of it pointed at India, will no longer be a deterrent against Indian action on its military. It doesn't get bigger than coming from the Prime Minister, and it doesn't come bigger, Maria, especially that it comes from the Prime Minister 2 days after those attacks happened and 2 days after a ceasefire understanding of some kind has taken place. This changes the entire rules of the game that have existed since the 70s and 80s. And I just wonder what the next provocation will lead to.
All right, Shiv, thank you so much for joining us from Srinagar there. Let's bring in the guests, and I'm going to bring in Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador Dogra, Prime Minister says that Operation Sindoor is not over. India will give back to terror and terrorists and their backers in a language they understand. This address to the nation coming after ceasefire, coming at a time when there is a misinformation campaign going online, a sort of narrative building which is being done by the Western media and also by the Pakistanis. India did not go into this as with the intention of a war. It was not about a prolonged war. It was just about teaching lessons to Pakistan and particularly to the terror outfits operating from Pakistan. Go ahead, sir. Your big takeaway of the Prime Minister's speech.
Let me start with the multiple takeaways, and I'll save the biggest takeaway for the latter part of my intervention. One, it was a well-drafted speech. It was comprehensive, covered all aspects, and covered all the addresses that he had in mind. It was meant to assuage those who lost their dearest ones and to tell them that, look, we've taken retribution, your loss cannot be recovered, but the nation is with you. That was point one. The second one was to the nation as such, that look, we are now in a new normal, in fact, the term you used yourself, where we will not just wait for giving an equal response, but we will give a response which shuts up Pakistan. And that is what Air Force did. The third was to the world. And this is what I was hinting at when I began. You know, people might question that, look, this is a prime minister who had told President Putin that this is not the age of war. Prime Minister chose very carefully to address those people and to give them the message that he wished to convey. And that is a very powerful message. He said, this is not the age of war, but this is not the age of terror also. So the linkage is very clear, and the linkage is very significant, that don't push us. Otherwise, the response would be such that you would regret it. So earlier, we were absorbing the shocks. We were absorbing the violence from terrorists. We were absorbing Pakistan's brazen attitude, where they said, okay, give us the proof. Where is the proof? This time, it is a different picture altogether. The proof lies with every bullet that is fired on an Indian, or an Indian establishment, or an Indian soldier. So that is the message which Prime Minister has conveyed very clearly. That, and also the question in many people's mind is that is this the end of the operation? To that also he clarified, sthagit hua hai. That means it's a temporary pause, and it depends on Pakistan's behavior.
We have only postponed our military action, is the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister, perhaps one of the biggest takeaways. We have only postponed military action, is what Prime Minister Modi has said. Neerja Chaudhary, according to you, what are the big takeaways?
Look, it was a point-by-point tough speech by the Prime Minister. It wasn't his rhetorical speeches that he has often made. And he countered the points that have arisen after the ceasefire. It was very significant that he made it clear, because, you know, America's talked about brokering this peace, the ceasefire, and it is talked about India and Pakistan meeting at a neutral place. It is Donald Trump has talked about, you know, helping India and Pakistan resolve the Kashmir issue. The Prime Minister was very clear, terror and talk cannot go together. Trade and terror cannot go together. Pani or khoon ek saath nahi ja sakta hai. Those 3 points, he made it very clear. When we talk, it will be on India's terms. And when we talk, POK is going to be part of those talks. So he's made India stand very clear. In the last hours, there has been, you know, reservations and criticism on this count. And I think he also said, you know, if Pakistan has to survive, it should eliminate its terror structure. And you're right, you know, the Operation Sindoor, and he went into it with very evocatively about what it had meant for the women of India. And he said it is only be put on hold. We will see how whether Pakistan comes up to scratch or not. So I think he did not mince his words today. And very significantly, at the end, when he says today is Buddha Purnima, this is a day of peace. And you remember, Maria, it was Buddha Purnima when Indira Gandhi went in for the nuclear test in 1974. It was Buddha Purnima again when Atal Bihari Vajpayee went in for the nuclear test in 1998. It's very significant that today when he spoke, it's again Buddha Purnima. And he talks about the strength of India, and only strong India can lead to peace.
Thank you for pointing that out, Neerja Chaudhary. A veteran journalist like you knows these nuances so well. So thank you so much, ma'am. Let me bring in Rajat Sethi. Rajat, Prime Minister Modi says, "Ye nyay ki akhand pratigya hai." It's an unbroken promise of justice. That's what Operation Sindoor was. And this is an operation which is ongoing. It reflects the sentiment